Chapter 986. What a powerful bead, Autarch Gale murmured. The other 4 autarchs nodded numbly, all of them frightened. Yuan Sheng and Wu Yen stared at the faded fate pearl. They racked their brains but still couldn't figure out what kind of treasure it was. Cardinal Heaven experts fell into a violent rage. They waved their palms frantically and continuously attacked the light ball created by the faded fate pearl, shaking the surrounding spacetime kaleidoscopes. No matter how he attacked, the ball of light only fluctuated and did not shatter. Zhou Xuanji was also stunned by the faded fate pearl's power. He had guessed that the faded fate pearl could resist a Cardinal Heaven expert, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yuan Sheng and the others were dumbfounded. His opponent was a Cardinal Heaven expert. A legend of the boundless universe. He couldn't even break through the defense of this treasure. This was too ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji was not immersed in his pleasant surprise. He felt that this couldn't go on. Who knew when the Cardinal Heaven would break through the ball of light created by the faded encounter pearl? Once again, he entered the spiritless state and advanced quickly. "Where do you think you're going?" shouted the furious Cardinal Heaven expert. If news of what happened today spread, it would definitely become a humiliation for him. At the thought of this, his anger rose to a new peak. He flipped his right hand over, and a black tower appeared in his hand. The black tower rapidly flew over, and with a boom, it instantly became 30,000 meters tall. The black tower smashed onto the ball of light with the force of Mount Tai. Zhou Xuanji and the others lost their balance. The 2 faded pearls trembled violently and the light balls fluctuated. It was obvious that they were very unstable. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. It's over. This guy is crazy. He really wants to hunt us down to the end, Yuan Sheng said with a trembling voice, his expression terrified. He didn't want to die, and neither did the others. They didn't want to be tortured to death by a Cardinal Heaven expert. With the ability of a ultimate heaven, he would definitely keep their souls and slowly torture them to vent his hatred. There were many such rumors circulating in the northern boundless region. Zhou Xuanji was also thinking of a way. He hesitated as to whether he should enter the absolute time realm directly. However, he felt that a Cardinal Heaven expert could also enter the absolute time realm. At this moment, the 2 faded fate pearls suddenly entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Zhou Xuanji gave off a brilliant radiance, and Yuan Sheng and the others instinctively closed their eyes. Boom! Zhou Xuanji could not see and could only hear deafening explosions around him. Soon, he could no longer sense the aura of a Cardinal Heaven expert. About 5 breaths of time passed. He regained control of his body. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself floating in a dusky universe. There were many stars of different sizes floating in all directions. Yuan Sheng, speechless, and Sword Monarch were all around him, nervously closing their eyes. "This is," Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He looked around in confusion, feeling both nervous and curious. Just now, his senses were blocked, so he didn't know what had happened. Was this another universe, or was it under the control of a Cardinal Heaven? Even though the faded fate pearl was magical, he wasn't 100% sure that it could lead them away from the pursuit of a Cardinal Heaven expert. The others opened their eyes. Yuan Sheng asked in surprise, "We've escaped?" Speechless looked at Zhou Xuanji with curiosity. The 5 sword sovereigns were all excited, and all of them had the expression of someone who had just survived a calamity. Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Be careful, the Cardinal Heaven cultivators might be nearby." Everyone nodded and looked in all directions. After a long time, a Cardinal Heaven expert had yet to appear. "We really did escape," Yuan Sheng said with a complicated expression. The previous experience was too frightening. Facing a frenzied Cardinal Heaven, they could only tremble. Speechless sighed in amazement, any treasure can exist in the boundless universe. It's unimaginable. The post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens were so powerful. Even if a Cardinal Heaven expert had not recovered to his peak, he was still invincible. Zhou Xuanji relied on the 2 pearls to defend against the Cardinal Heaven's violent attacks. They wanted to know the origin of the fated Fate Pearl, but they didn't dare to ask. Zhou Xuanji was their lord. How could their subordinates ask? Let's go and see if we can go back. Zhou Xuanji looked around and said softly. He spread out his divine sense but couldn't encompass the entire universe. It was boundless. He captured a special energy that permeated the universe. It was light and gentle. Could this be the boundless universe's void zone? Yuan Qing said in shock. He frowned and took out a stone book. The stone book looked very ordinary, but it had the carvings of a book. There were dozens of strange and incomprehensible words on the surface. Everyone looked at the stone book. The Book of Circumference. There are less than 10 books in the entire boundless universe, and you have one, Speechless said in amazement. Yuan Qing felt proud of himself and said with a smile, that's right. This book came from the void zone. It's impervious to all spells and can even sense the ripples at the edge of the universe. The ripples in the void zone are the most intense. The 5 sovereigns looked at each other in dismay. Including Zhou Xuanji, they had all heard of the void zone. There were boundaries in the boundless universe. These boundaries were boundless, like an independent, endless universe. How do we leave this place? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Qing replied, I have the Book of Circumference. We can rely on its guidance. But it's hard to determine which boundless we will reach. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't want to go to the other 3 boundless universes. He looked at Speechless and said, you came from the East boundless universe. You should know how to identify the direction of the boundless universes, right? Speechless shook his head and said, I was sent here by a powerhouse. Only imperishable stage cultivators can see the direction of the boundless universes. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank again. Just the North boundless universe made him feel like he could never fly to the end. Now, he might accidentally enter the other boundless universes. He suddenly thought of the fated pearl. He immediately called out to the fated pearl in his heart. Soon, the fated pearl flew out from between his brows. The Book of Circumference in Yuan Cheng's hand flew out uncontrollably and stuck to the fated pearl. My treasure. Yuan Cheng was shocked. He was afraid that the fated pearl would swallow the Book of Circumference. It was also possible for treasures to swallow each other. Fortunately, he was overthinking. The Book of Circumference and the fated pearl soon separated. The strange words on the Book of Circumference became smaller and densely packed on the fated pearl. It replicated the Book of Circumference's ability. Speechless exclaimed. His eyes burned with passion. He really wanted to study the fated pearl. After the Book of Circumference returned to Yuan Cheng's hand, the fated pearl flew in a certain direction. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately chased after it. Seems like we can go back, Yuan Cheng said with a smile, but his expression was complicated. The Book of Circumference was his most powerful and mysterious treasure, but it was replicated by the fated pearl. He could not help but feel a sense of defeat. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and stared at the fated pearl. The strange words flowed into his eyes like illusions and continuously impacted his vision. Only he could see such a phenomenon. What is the fated pearl guiding me to? Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. Chapter 987. The strange words that entered Zhou Xuanji's eyes were extremely profound, and he could not understand them. However, these words repeatedly crashed into his eyes and attacked his soul. After a while, he suddenly understood something. Could it be? He widened his eyes in disbelief. Ancestral voice. When he was studying these strange characters, he had a strange feeling that he was listening to the ancestral voice. Although it was not as strong, his intuition told him that these strange characters were the carriers of the ancestral voice. Yuancheng, what are the characters on Fang Yuan's book? Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask. According to Yuancheng, there was more than one circumference book. Moreover, the Book of Circumference came from the lawless region. Didn't that mean that there was a carrier of the Buddhist mantra in the lawless region? I don't know. I've studied it for billions of years, but I still haven't understood it. I don't think it's meant to express anything. It's just like words. Yuan Sheng shook his head. Back then, he also felt that the words on the Fengyuan book recorded a great opportunity. Unfortunately, his hopes were always dashed. Zhou Xuanji asked closely, "Where did you get the Fengyuan shoe?" Yuan Sheng could tell that Zhou Xuanji was just like him, attracted by the words on the scroll. "I obtained it by chance. The previous owner came back from the lawless zone with severe injuries. Even though he had the cultivation of the imperishable realm, he was exhausted to death. I took him in and helped him fulfill his wish. That was how I obtained this book of circumference." Recalling the past, Yuan Sheng could not help but sigh. Supreme Zhenhuan asked curiously, "Who is that person?" Yuan Sheng shook his head and said, "I can't say. I promised him this." The other Supremes refused to give up and started to question him. Zhou Xuanji continued to think about the ancestral voice's words. Those words had already been imprinted on his soul. As long as he wanted to look at them, they would appear in front of him. At the same time, they continued to follow the fated pearl. The fated fate pearl's speed wasn't fast, so everyone could keep up with it easily. They were hoping that the fated fate pearl would bring them back to the northern endless lands. But Zhou Xuanji felt that the fated fate pearl was not taking them to the north. Perhaps it had something to do with the ancestral sound characters. After all, the fated fate pearl had first absorbed the ancestral sound characters. Even if it was the ancestral sound characters, he was willing to go. He had a premonition that the ancestral sound characters contained great opportunities. He might even be able to raise his ancestral sound to a whole new level. They had been flying in the unreachable area for several months. The fated pearl finally stopped. In front of them was a huge star that was even bigger than the sun. It was brown in color as if it was a desert. Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped and looked at the massive star in front of them warily. "Be careful. I heard that there are dangers everywhere in the lawless zone. The reason they exist is because there is no way to control them," Yuan Sheng said with a grim expression. He looked at the huge star and felt his hair stand on end. There was definitely a terrifying danger hidden under the calmness. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let me test it first." The fated pearl entered his glabella. He took out the divine sword and threw it at the huge star. Whoosh! The oppressive divine sword sped forward like lightning. There was a loud bang. The gigantic star was pierced through by the divine sword of pressure. The two ends of the star stirred up billowing dust like two wisps of smoke. Supreme Fear cautiously said, "Are we overthinking things?" Yuan Sheng was a little embarrassed, but he still looked around cautiously. Zhou Xuanji stored the divine sword of pressure and created dozens of avatars that quickly entered the gigantic star. Although there are many dangers in the lawless zone, no one dares to venture into places that are not dangerous. Because those who come here are not weak. They will also feel that the calmer it is, the more dangerous it is, Yuan Sheng said worriedly. Speechless said. Then, he walked towards the huge planet. Yuan Sheng curled his lip and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and led the group toward the gigantic star. When they were about to reach the chi layer of the gigantic star, it suddenly trembled. "I told you. There must be something strange." Yuan Sheng cried out excitedly. Zhou Xuanji stared at him. What kind of tone was that? Yuan Sheng was frightened by him. He knew that he had said something inappropriate and quickly shut his mouth. At the same time, the avatars transmitted everything they saw into Zhou Xuanji's mind. In the depths of the planet, there was a huge beast that was slumbering. The beast looked like a firebird. It had 3 heads and 2 pairs of wings. Its body was covered in blazing flames. Zhou Xuanji could sense the scorching aura when he saw the 3 firebirds. Not only that, but he also saw the 3 firebirds opening their beaks slightly and saying something silently. He carefully observed the beak of the 3 firebirds and was greatly inspired. The bird was speaking the ancestral voice. How could it be? Zhou Xuanji's body swayed and entered the ground. He came up to the 3 firebirds. Yuan Sheng and the others appeared beside him. Seeing the gigantic three-headed firebird, they opened their eyes wide. Lawless fire god, Yuan Sheng mumbled with a pale face. Zhou Xuanji wanted to tame this lawless fire god. But he could sense that the lawless fire god was very powerful. Even if they attacked together, they might not be able to do it. Lawless fire god. An ancient ferocious beast that survived the primeval sovereign era. Let's leave quickly. Even if it's sleeping, we can't hurt it. We might even wake it up, Yuan Sheng said anxiously. Recalling the legends about the lawless fire god, he shuddered in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked at him with squinted eyes and asked, "We're here. Why didn't it sense us?" Yuan Sheng replied, "Because we're too weak. When we're sleeping and insects come near, will it wake up and slap them to death?" Yuan Sheng and the five-sword emperor's eyelids twitched. This explanation was too hurtful to their pride. "Is there no way to tame it?" Zhou Xuanji asked. A ferocious beast that knew ancestral voice. He really wanted to obtain it and study it thoroughly. This guy might have swallowed the book of circumference. "Junior, put away your arrogant thoughts. If you had not said this 100 billion years ago, you would already be dead." A hoarse voice came, as though it had not spoken for a long time. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. Everyone was shocked and looked at the lawless fire god. They saw that the lawless fire god had opened its eyes and was staring at them coldly. They were given a big fright and stepped back instinctively. Facing the lawless fire god's gaze, they were almost scared out of their wits. Even Zhou Xuanji felt a chill in his heart. It was too terrifying. What kind of gaze was that? Zhou Xuanji even felt that the lawless fire god was even more terrifying than a cardinal heaven. "Senior. Sorry, we didn't know what's good for us. It's our first time in the lawless region. Please forgive us," Yuan Sheng said fearfully. He knelt down in the air and kowtowed to the lawless fire god. As Zhou Xuanji's subordinate, he naturally had to take responsibility for Zhou Xuanji's recklessness. He did not want to see Zhou Xuanji apologize. The lawless fire god closed its eyes and said, "Since it's like this, then stay with me. I'm not sleepy anyway. When I'm happy, you can leave." Boom, the stars shook again. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the space around him was sealed, and he could no longer jump out. Chapter 988. After failing to seal the underground space with the fire god, Zhou Xuanji and the others fell into a panic. Facing the fire god, they felt like they were mere ants. The other party could destroy them with a flip of his hand. Zhou Xuanji tried to use the fated fate pearl to take them away. However, this time, the fated fate pearl did not appear, as if it did not exist and would not listen to his summons. Yuan Cheng's forehead was filled with sweat. The five-sword sovereigns didn't dare to speak, their bodies tensed up. Speechless remained silent as well, staring at lawless fire god. No one knew what he was thinking. The unstoppable fire god's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he had fallen asleep. The atmosphere was extremely silent. The silence lasted for a month. Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and asked, "Senior, how can I make you happy?" Yuan Sheng hurriedly gave him a look, telling him not to act rashly. Zhou Xuanji stared at the lawless fire god and frowned. He wasn't being impulsive. It was just that this situation was too stifling and tormenting. The five-sword emperors immediately prepared for battle. They were also furious. The fact that they dared to fight on the training island proved that they had guts. Rather than suffering like this, it was better to fight to the death. "If I want you to die, can you die?" The lawless flame god replied. He did not open his eyes, and his tone was cold. Zhou Xuanji heard this and was immediately annoyed. He immediately used the sword fusion technique and charged at lawless fire god with the divine sword of might. When he arrived in front of Wu Fa fire god, he immediately executed the sword emperor absolute. This time, he infused the cold energy in his body into the absolute sword emperor sword and clashed head-on with the fire god. Bang! The uncontrollable fire god was instantly frozen. But it was only for an instant. Unable to melt the ice on the fire god's body, he did not move. He did not even open his eyes. The sword arch definitely didn't cause any damage to him. Is that all you can do? Lawless fire god's voice came, provoking Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji once again used the Sword Emperor Absolute Art, and he continuously used other divine abilities, continuously bombarding Wu Wei fire god's body. Yuan Sheng and the others had to back off. They could not withstand Zhou Xuanji's aura. In front of Lawless Fire God, Zhou Xuanji seemed so weak. No matter how he attacked, he could not shake Lawless Fire God. In fact, he could not even reduce the flames on Lawless Fire God's body. Zhou Xuanji became angrier as he fought. He knew that the fire god was humiliating him. However, he could only try his best to escape. Are all these monsters in the unreachable zone? Yuan Sheng looked at speechless and asked in despair. He felt that the unstoppable fire god was stronger than a cardinal heaven expert. It was no wonder that the primeval venerated three heavens were unable to unify the boundless universe. Currently, the four sides were in endless peace and didn't interfere with each other. It turned out that there were so many monsters in between. Speechless shook his head. This was also his first time seeing the fire god. Although he looked calm, he was actually panicking inside. He did not want to die either. It was just that his personality prevented him from showing his emotions. Zhou Xuanji blasted for 2 hours before stopping. The Tianxia map had an endless supply of supreme divine power. He was not afraid of exhausting it, but he pretended to be out of breath. He stared at the lawless fire god with a face full of sweat and gritted his teeth. What are you trying to do? I want you to know the difference between us. You are really weak, Lawless Flame replied. At this moment, Yuan Sheng and Wu Yan narrowed their eyes. They read between the lines. It seemed that the fire god did not want to kill them. Is it fun to keep saying things like that? Zhou Xuanji said with a savage expression. He thought of a possibility. But he was not sure. Cardinal Heaven chased after you. If not for your treasure, how could you have escaped? Moreover, do you really think you have control over that treasure? The fire god said again. You came here because I lured the treasure away. It was not by accident. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Could it be that the fire god controlled the fated pearl through the ancestral voice? Thinking of this possibility, he could not help but shudder. What's your purpose? Just say it. You are an old senior from the ancient sovereign era. Why beat around the bush? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said. The others grew anxious too. What was most terrifying was to give hope and then despair. Because you understand it, Lawless Fire God said. It? Ancestral voice? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still did not understand. It was created by my master. For countless years, other than me, only that brat Buddha ancestor knows it. And your treasure is also my master's, the fire god replied. Lawless Fire God replied. He paused for a moment before continuing. You can stay here and think about what you obtained earlier. The fated pearl and the ancestral voice came from the same source? Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Could it be that it was not because of his outstanding talent or heaven-defying luck, but because these two treasures were connected? He fell into deep thought. Yuan Sheng, wordless, and the Sword Emperor looked at each other. They could not understand. The sweat on Zhou Xuanji's face disappeared quickly. He sat down in the air and began studying the ancestral voice. The others did not dare to disturb him. They understood one thing. The danger was averted. They sat down and waited quietly. When they closed their eyes, the fire god could not open his eyes. He stared at Zhou Xuanji intently. For a long time, Zhou Xuanji spent his time studying the ancestral voice. His family was in the Kunlun origin court, and the Kunlun origin court was in his soul. As for the star's domain, he did not have to worry about it. Time was meaningless here. At least, Zhou Xuanji did not mind. He stared at the ancestral sound characters over and over again, memorizing these obscure characters. He tried to match the words with the ancestral voice, but to no avail. He had a premonition. When he truly understood the ancestral voice, his cultivation would undergo a qualitative change. He began to try to match the words one by one. When all the words were matched, it might be an energy technique or a divine ability. Unknowingly, strands of silver light began to surround his body. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of divine radiance, dazzling and eye-catching. The fire god opened his eyes. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded slightly before closing his eyes again. Yuan Qing saw this. He was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that his master had encountered a serendipity. If Zhou Xuanji could obtain the fire god's inheritance or support, he would not have to fear a sovereign heaven expert in the future. Calm down. I must not embarrass my master, Yuan Qing thought to himself and tried to calm himself down. Time continued to pass. The silver radiance on Zhou Xuanji's body grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, Yuan Qing and the others could no longer cultivate. Because Zhou Xuanji was giving them an immense pressure. What is he learning? Wordless mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Don't think about it. That is something you cannot imagine. He is transforming into the Hongmeng heaven, the fire god said. With this, the seven opened their eyes wide. Even Wordless was stunned. Hongmeng heaven. Zhou Xuanji was from the Hongmeng heaven? Really? Yuan Qing asked excitedly. He's the Hongmeng heaven that is on par with sovereign heaven? He suddenly remembered that Zhou Xuanji said that he was from the Hongmeng heaven, but he did not believe him. Chapter 989. Hongmeng heaven. After knowing Zhou Xuanji's identity, Yuan Qing and the 5 sword emperors were incredibly excited. Is he the reincarnation of Hongmeng heaven, or did he obtain Hongmeng heaven's inheritance? Speechless could not help asking. If Zhou Xuanji was Hongmeng heaven, why couldn't Cardinal Heaven recognize him? In the endless universe, everyone knew that the Cardinal Heavens cared about the primordial heavens the most. This was the concern of their competitors. Besides unifying the boundless universe, the Cardinal Heaven desired to defeat Hongmeng heaven the most. Hongmeng heaven doesn't have an inheritance. He is Hongmeng heaven. The lawless flame god replied impatiently. If it were not for Zhou Xuanji, he would not even bother with these bugs. Speechless asked, is Hongmeng Tian your master? Boom! A ball of flame crashed into Speechless, causing him to vomit blood and instantly become dispirited. I'm from the primeval era. How can the Hongmeng heaven of the post-primeval venerable 3 heavens be worthy of being my master? The lawless flame god bellowed furiously. His voice was so loud that Yuan Qing and the others nearly fainted. Speechless quickly bowed. Yuan Qing cautiously said, Senior, I see that you're not sleepy yet. Why don't you tell us about the past so that we can admire your master or your glorious deeds? He looked at the fire god with admiration. Unable fire god was very pleased and began to tell them about his master. My master was once the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. At that time, there was no endless universe, only the Kunlun origin court. At that time, the Kunlun origin court was only the size of a small world. The uncontrollable fire god's voice was hoarse and full of vicissitudes. He brought Yuan Qing and the others into that ancient era. The primogenitor created the Kunlun origin court and created all living beings. My master was the first generation of the primogenitor's son and also his direct disciple. When I became his disciple, the Kunlun origin court's supreme position had already been passed down for more than a dozen generations. In that era, the reign of the supremes was counted in tens of thousands of years, unlike now, where the shortest is hundreds of millions of years, and the longest is billions of years. He told them how he became Master Mo's disciple. It was his master who opened his spiritual wisdom and helped him reach his current level. The more unstoppable fire god spoke, the more excited he became. He described the adventures he and his master had gone on, and everyone was fascinated by them. At that time, the universe wasn't as vast as the endless universe, and perhaps the battles weren't as intense as they were now. However, listening to the fire god's story made Yuansheng and the others' blood surge. Every legend that had shaken the past and present had once been as miserable as they were now. They had all been looked down upon, and they had all been in despair. Lawless fire god spoke for a long time, and Yuansheng and the others listened with great interest. The might that Zhou Xuanji gave off became more and more powerful. He was becoming more and more extraordinary. Senior, you've been talking for so long, why haven't you told me your master's name? Yuansheng asked curiously. The lawless flame god snorted, my master's title is after the post-primeval sovereign. No living being is worthy of knowing it. Yuansheng was puzzled. What kind of logic was this? You don't understand. The difference between the primeval era and the post-primeval era exists because of its logic. If you want to blame someone, blame the primeval era. But he's already dead, so you can't blame him even if you want to. The lawless flame god snorted coldly, which made everyone's heart itch. Wu Yin muttered, I heard that the primeval sovereign fell because of something he did. After that, the endless universe exploded, reaching a truly boundless scale. Because of that, countless years after that, it could be said that there would never be a being who could unify the endless universe. Having heard this, Yuansheng and the 5 sword emperors looked at him in astonishment. This brat knew so many secrets. The Eastern Endless royalty knows quite a lot. That's right. Back then, your old ancestor knelt down and begged for the primeval sovereign's forgiveness, which allowed you to flourish for a long time. The lawless flame god laughed coldly. His tone was mocking, which made Wu Yin frown. Although his words were harsh, Wu Yin was not angry and only pondered over his words. Boom! 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 At this moment, a series of explosions came from Zhou Xuanji's body. Everyone turned around and saw that he had already turned into a silver figure of light. His aura became more and more mysterious and vast. He succeeded, the lawless flame god mumbled. The unstoppable fire god murmured, his voice filled with gratification and anticipation. Yuansheng, Wu Yin, and the Sword Emperor held their breaths in concentration. They did not know what Zhou Xuanji was comprehending, nor did they know how powerful Zhou Xuanji would become. They could only look forward to it. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's mind exploded. After countless matches, he finally matched the ancestral voice with the ancestral voice words. At the same time, he comprehended an extraordinary energy technique. He was right. Ancestral voice was actually an energy technique. An energy technique that could allow one to enter a state of enlightenment. Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. He had entered a mysterious state. The sovereign's divine energy in his body began to circulate according to the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. The divine energy began to change qualitatively as it absorbed the surrounding scorching energy. The flames on lawless flame god's body were absorbed into his body like a storm, creating a violent gust of heat. Constitution-defying. He succeeded. Lawless flame god mumbled. His eyes were hazy as if he was thinking of something. He did not stop Zhou Xuanji from absorbing his energy, but Yuansheng and the others could not take it anymore. All of them retreated to the edge of the underground space. This heat was too horrifying. Even as great sovereigns, they could not withstand it. This kind of flame. Our Lord can absorb it, Sovereign Crimson Firmament cried out in shock. At this moment, he could not rejoice over Zhou Xuanji's improvement because if this continued, they would all be burned to ashes. As strong as Speechless and Yuansheng were, despair appeared on their faces. They did not expect that they would die during Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji spoke suddenly, "Come to my side." Having heard him, everyone was stunned. They gritted their teeth and flew to Zhou Xuanji's side. Next, they looked pleasantly surprised. So cool. Although Zhou Xuanji was surrounded by flames, he was giving off a soul-freezing cold qi. The clash of ice and fire made Yuansheng and the others feel very cool. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation began to soar. He was charging toward the great sovereigns of the 8 courts. Countless swords appeared out of thin air and hovered above their heads. These swords were all the legendary swords that Zhou Xuanji owned. The sword spun and let out a roar. Zhou Xuanji was enveloped in flames, and no one could see Zhou Xuanji's condition. Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the constitution-defying Creation Sutra. In the process of comprehension, his heart was empty. He did not understand the principles of cultivation but just entered a wondrous state. It was indescribable. It was indescribable. In this state, he felt that he was omnipotent. The extremely destructive flames were just lively little creatures in his eyes. With a thought, these little creatures danced around him. Not only that, but the power of ice in his body was also jumping with joy. Ice and fire were originally at odds with each other, but now they were perfectly fused together, transforming into a new kind of energy. Chapter 990. In the underground space, the silver light shone on the cave walls, and there were occasional flashes of fire. Zhou Xuanji stood in the air and continued to comprehend the constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Yuan Sheng, Wu Yan, and Sword Monarch did not dare to stray 5 feet away from him. The unstoppable fire god had already closed his eyes. The underground space fell into silence once more. Endless flames flowed out of the lawless fire god and entered Zhou Xuanji's body, helping him grow stronger. He was getting closer and closer to the supreme of the 8 courts. After a long while, there was a loud bang. He had finally broken through to become a supreme of the 8 courts. The lawless fire god's flames spiraled around Zhou Xuanji's body like a tornado. His supreme god force began to transform. The aura shook the underground space. Uncontrollable fire god suddenly opened his eyes and thought to himself, his comprehension speed is really fast. The intense flames on Zhou Xuanji's body quickly entered his body. He had appeared. The surface of his body glowed with a silver light that even his robes could not conceal. Yuan Sheng and the others opened their eyes and looked at him, all of them pleasantly surprised. Did he succeed? Zhou Xuanji, who looked like a man of silver light, opened his eyes slowly and said, "It's over." The end? Everyone was stunned and puzzled. What ended? Zhou Xuanji's eyes gave off a violet light, and an explosion sounded out as the underground space directly collapsed. The rocks turned into dust, and the dense fog in the outside world also disappeared, revealing a vast universe in front of everyone's eyes. The huge star they were on no longer existed. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough to shatter the fire god's power? They subconsciously looked at Wu Wu Fire God. The lawless fire god had already opened his eyes. He unfurled his 2 pairs of wings and his 3 heads cried out in unison. The flames were incomparably fierce, even more dazzling and scorching than the sun, illuminating the entire void. The boundless light drove away the darkness, and the fog that permeated the universe quickly dissipated as if it had met its natural enemy. Yuan Sheng and the others could hear the surprise in Fire God's voice. They breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Fire God wasn't angry, it was fine. Could it be that this planet is actually trapping him? Exalted Protector Vast Expanse whispered. The others also thought of this possibility. Otherwise, the Fire God would not have treated Zhou Xuanji so well. Zhou Xuanji turned and looked at Wu Wu Fire God and said, "Thank you for your serendipity, Senior." The Fire God was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Actually, it's your serendipity. Zhou Xuanji, go back and create chaos in the boundless universe. Fulfill your ambition from back then." After saying that, the lawless Fire God turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a sun and disappeared into the ends of the universe. However, his light remained. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of Yuan Sheng and the others. The silver radiance around his body dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He didn't look any different from before, except that his temperament was even more mysterious. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel an indescribable reverence for him. "Congratulations on obtaining a great opportunity, my lord." Yuan Sheng cupped his fists and said with a smile. The others quickly followed to congratulate him. They were all very excited. Their master was Hongmeng Heaven, and now they had even obtained a fortuitous opportunity from the primeval era. They would surely soar with Zhou Xuanji in the future. Let's go, it's time to go back. Zhou Xuanji chuckled, and everyone looked at each other in dismay. They suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji had changed. Before, Zhou Xuanji showed off his abilities. But now, he was very calm. Zhou Xuanji summoned the faded fate pearls again. Looking at the two pearls, he said with a smile, "Now, you should take me back, right?" The two faded fate pearls immediately led the way. Everyone immediately followed. Zhou Xuanji flew in front of Yuansheng and the others. He could feel the gazes behind him. He didn't care. In fact, he also understood his changes. He felt that it was a good thing. After comprehending the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra, his heart was completely settled. Shen Nianxing once said that the identity of Hongmeng Heaven would make him more arrogant and lose his original heart. Now, it was just right. He had the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra to suppress the arrogance of Hongmeng Heaven. Sovereign Heaven, you and I will meet again soon. The corner of his mouth rose as he thought expectantly. Although his cultivation had only broken through to the 8 courts Great Sovereign, his strength had undergone a qualitative change with the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra. This technique had no small realm. As long as he chanted the ancestral voice, he could use the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra. Defy all rules. Create what you want. In the entire endless universe, only he and the ancestral Buddha could master the ancestral voice. Only by mastering the ancestral voice could one hope to learn the constitution-defying creation scripture. After learning the ancestral sound, one would have to master the ancestral sound characters and fuse the two together. Without the help of the faded fate pearl, it would be impossible to do so. In other words, even the peak post-primeval 3 heavens did not have this kind of fortune. Yuansheng and Wuyan stared at Zhou Xuanji's back. They were extremely curious, but they did not dare to ask. They could not ask about serendipity, they only wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. If Zhou Xuanji faced a cardinal heaven cultivator again, would he be able to resist? The north was boundless. A space-time crack appeared, and Zhou Xuanji and the others stepped out. Yuansheng held the Fengyuan book in his hand and said excitedly, "We're here. We're really here." The others were also very happy. Zhou Xuanji did not speak. He enveloped everyone with his sovereign divine power and entered spirit blankness mode before flying toward the stars field. This, Yuansheng was shocked in his heart. He could not even resist Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine power. In a trance, he was moved away. He was just about to speak. The space-time kaleidoscope around him suddenly disappeared. They exited the state of godless mind. So fast. Sovereign Crimson Sky cried out in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "The stars field is just closer." In fact, that was not the case. He had really become a lot faster. Below him was the stars field. The iconic Star River staircase still existed. Everything was very harmonious. The stars field did not encounter any danger. Zhou Xuanji made them tell him what had happened recently before they dispersed. Returning to the stars field again, they all felt as if they had been in another world. Zhou Xuanji entered the stars palace. As soon as he sat down, Shen Nianxing came into the palace. "How was it? Did the cardinal heaven make things difficult for you?" Shen Nianxing asked first. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and suddenly cried out in surprise. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. How is this possible? What kind of serendipity did this guy get? This aura, he hunted me down, but I was lucky enough to escape, Zhou Xuanji said calmly, giving a brief account of his experience. Shen Nianxing took 2 steps forward. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Not only did you break through to the 8 courts Great Sovereign, but your aura transcended. It doesn't belong to this endless universe. What did you get?" She had lived for countless years and had seen some legendary powerhouses from the ancient sovereign era. All the creatures from the ancient sovereign era were very different from the creatures of the present, especially in terms of aura. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "There are some things that can't be said. You should understand this." In the past, Shen Yanqing loved to hide things from him. But now, it was the other way around. This feeling was really good. Chapter 991. It's fine if you don't want to say it. There hasn't been any commotion from the Northern Endless Convention yet. However, the various powers in the Northern Endless Convention are already getting restless because their leaders haven't returned yet. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and then got down to business. Zhou Xuanji had left for over 1,000 years. In other words, it was very likely that the leaders of those forces had already died in the Northern Endless Convention. However, the strange thing was that there was no movement from the Cardinal Heaven forces. This worried everyone, but they didn't dare to act. Zhou Xuanji told them about what happened in the Northern Endless meeting. As for what happened in the lawless region, he decided to bury it in his heart. A Cardinal Heaven expert might have been seriously injured and is currently recuperating. As for the leaders of the other forces, they are either trapped or dead. This is your chance. While the people in the north are in a state of panic, if you make a rallying cry, the forces under you will greatly expand. Shen Yanqing said with a smile. It was as if she had seen the entire north belong to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Go and discuss it with Jincheng." "We can do it now." Shen Yanqing nodded. She could see that Zhou Xuanji was no longer the same as before. She was very curious about how strong Zhou Xuanji was, but she didn't want to ask. She would keep it as a surprise in the future. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes too. He wanted to rest for a while. He didn't want to think about anything and didn't want to cultivate. He just sat there quietly. On that day, the news of Zhou Xuanji's return shook the entire star domain. During this time, the All-Star realm was also worried about Zhou Xuanji. Fortunately, their sword sovereign had returned safely. Not only that, Zhou Xuanji also asked Jincheng to spread the word that Cardinal Heaven had used the Northern Endless Conference to murder the leaders of many factions. He wanted to officially declare war against Cardinal Heaven and sincerely invite all the powerful cultivators in the Northern Endless Conference to join. Once this news was released, North Wujin was shaken. Countless creatures were cursing Cardinal Heaven experts. The various forces began to elect a new master, and countless living beings rushed towards the multitude stars domain. So many faction lords had not escaped, and only Zhou Xuanji had. What did this mean? This meant that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. He was so strong that even a Cardinal Heaven expert couldn't kill him. If he was lucky enough to escape, he would not dare to go against a Cardinal Heaven expert again. For a time, the multi-star domain welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. 10 years later. Within the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji was instructing Zhou Tianyuan in cultivation. The mountain forest here was continuous, and the sky was high and the ground was wide. The spiritual energy here was very abundant, and there were many birds circling above the forest. Zhou Xuanji sat on the edge of a cliff on a small mountain. He crossed his legs and looked at Zhou Tianyuan leisurely as he trained his sword. Zhou Tianyuan's posture was very stiff. He was sweating profusely, as if he was under pressure that was hard to see with the naked eye. "Tianyuan, you can't even withstand this bit of pressure?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Having heard him, Zhou Tianyuan gritted his teeth and swung his sword even faster. Now that Zhou Tianyuan had grown up, his face looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji's. The reason why it was so difficult for him to cultivate was because Zhou Xuanji's divine energy was pressing down on his body, helping him refine his body. Now, Zhou Tianyuan was already trying to break through to the 9 vast heavens realm. He was extremely talented and didn't embarrass Zhou Xuanji. His father, Zhou Tanhua, was already wandering in the north and didn't have much fame for the time being. Zhou Xuanji had even greater expectations for Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tanhua's temperament was too mild. He was not suitable to take over Zhou Xuanji's position. But Zhou Tianyuan could. This kid was ambitious, but he wasn't indecisive. There are more and more creatures in the star's domain. Should I let this kid go out and take a look? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Since he met Zhou Tianyuan, this kid had been staying in the Kunlun origin court to cultivate. He didn't have the freedom to dominate a world. But with Zhou Tianyuan's strength, he could only wander in the court realm. In the endless universe, he was really weak. Forget it, let's wait until he becomes an origin fusion divine lord. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He didn't want his grandson to take risks. He continued to watch Zhou Tianyuan cultivate. After a while, Shen Yanqing's voice reached his ears. Someone needs you to meet him. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to the star's palace. He opened his eyes and saw Shen Yanqing standing in the palace. Who is it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He noticed the smile on Shen Yanqing's face. Did an expert come to seek shelter? Recently, a steady stream of creatures had been joining the star's domain every day. The Sword Emperors and the 5 sovereigns were also annexing the surrounding domains. Even the Dragon Follower domain, which had lost its heart of hidden Taoist, belonged to Zhou Xuanji. Under such circumstances, some well-known experts came to seek shelter one after another. An undying realm expert. He wants to see your strength. You also know this guy, Hong Qin Saint Lord, Shen Yanqing said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Hong Qin Saint Lord. He thought that this guy was dead. Back then, he learned the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao under Hong Qin Saint Lord, which offended Gu Tianlin. Now, Gu Tianlin was only left with his soul, imprisoned in the Kunlun sword. Everything was an ill-fated relationship. Let him in, Zhou Xuanji said with a chuckle. Shen Yanqing nodded and disappeared. Then, only Hong Qin Saint Lord came in. He was still so elegant, so calm. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes. He bowed first and then said, Sword Emperor, long time no see. It has only been a few thousand years and you have already become a big shot in the north. Amazing. Zhou Xuanji didn't get up. He sat on the throne, waved his hand, and said with a smile, I'm not a big shot. For a junior like me, you are a big shot. If you can join the star's domain, it will be a great thing for me. Hong Qin Saint Lord calmly nodded and said, before that, let's spar. I want to see your strength. Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a stroke of his right hand, he tore open a spatial crack and said, let's find a quiet place to fight. It was the first time he knew that Hong Qin Saint Lord was an undying realm expert. That's right. If he didn't have this strength, he would have been killed by Gu Tianlin long ago. It would be even more impossible for him to stop the resurrection of a cardinal heaven expert. Hong Qin Saint Lord nodded and took the lead to step into the spatial crack. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The two came into the space-time turbulence. Zhou Xuanji took out the suppressive sword and the Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword. His body radiated a silver light as his aura suddenly changed. Hong Qin Saint Lord's expression changed and said in astonishment, this is, a strange voice came from Zhou Xuanji's body. It sounded like someone was chanting scriptures or Tao. The language was hard to understand, and it felt very profound. Zhou Xuanji came up to him with a single step and activated the Sword Emperor Absolute Art. Boom! Hong Qin Saint Lord was blasted away. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression turned grave. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, an undying realm expert indeed. He can take a Sword Emperor Absolute Art head-on. But I'm not serious yet. He charged toward Hong Qin Saint Lord again. Hong Qin Saint Lord activated the Saint Rainbow Monarch Way straightaway. His aura became erratic, and a faint white radiance enveloped his body. He took out a folding fan that was as tall as him and waved it toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 992. Bang! Hong Qin Saint Lord waved his fan, and a river appeared out of nowhere. It gave off a majestic aura as it rushed towards Zhou Xuanji, and even the space-time lightning avoided it. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block. His sword chi exploded and dispersed the river. The splashing water droplets penetrated his sword chi and landed on his body. Scorching. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the icy power in his body to counteract the heat from the water droplets. However, Hong Qin Saint Monarch kept waving his fan and countless water droplets landed on his body. Zhou Xuanji used godly supreme speed and came behind Hong Qin Saint Lord. He raised his two swords high and slashed down furiously. The Sword Emperor extinction erupted as well. Boom! Hong Qin Saint Monarch was blasted down by him, his hair fluttering in the wind. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword, and the constitutional defying creation sutra continued to reverberate in his body. His sword chi fell like a boundless ocean. It was incredibly sharp and could tear everything apart. Hong Qin Saint Lord looked up and once again waved his fan. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. It was evident that he had been injured by Zhou Xuanji. The sword chi collided with the strong wind, causing the surrounding spacetime electric currents to dance wantonly like a group of rampaging snakes. Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed different from before. However, you seem to have abandoned my Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao. Hong Qin Saint Monarch bellowed. His hair fluttered and his expression was incomparably cold. Seeing Zhou Xuanji use a divine ability that he did not understand, he felt quite angry in his heart. Before he came, he thought that Zhou Xuanji had relied on his Saint Rainbow Lord Dao to get to where he was today. But now, it seemed that Zhou Xuanji had long since stopped using the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was his life's greatest achievement. How could he abandon it? It's not that I've abandoned it, but I've created a better sword Dao. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. These words agitated Hong Qin Saint Lord even more. Hong Qin Saint Lord took the initiative to attack. He passed through the spacetime lightning and came before Zhou Xuanji. He formed a seal with both hands, and the Monarch Dao of the Holy Rainbow completely erupted as his speed reached its peak. Using his palm as a blade, he continued to clash with Zhou Xuanji's sword. His speed was increasing, and so was Zhou Xuanji. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time facing an imperishable realm cultivator. He began chanting the constitution-defying creation scripture. He used his soul to recite the scripture of creation. He was able to maintain a state of enlightenment while listening to the ancestral voice. In this state of enlightenment, his speed was extremely fast, surpassing his limits. Even when facing the undying realm Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch, he could easily keep up. With the constitution-defying creation scripture, my strength is already comparable to the undying realm. Zhou Xuanji understood it in his heart. He smiled and channeled the sovereign's divine power in his body into the suppressive sword. As he dodged Hong Qin Great Monarch's attacks, he began to accumulate his power. It's time for my sword Dao to shine. Zhou Xuanji thought. He immediately created hundreds of greatly avatars and surrounded Hong Qin Saint Lord. Boom! 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 He performed the absolute sword of the Sword Emperor together with all the Dali clones. A terrifying formless power pressed down on Hong Qin's sacred monarch from all directions. Hong Qin's sacred lord gritted his teeth and circulated his divine power to block the absolute Sword Emperor. This brat's strength. How did he suddenly become so much stronger? Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch was astonished. He had already used all his strength to defend, but he was still showing signs of being unable to withstand it. How could this be? Zhou Xuanji suddenly came above his head, and 9 figures of light appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Sword Soul. A sword soul that contained endless power of creation. Creation is destruction. Swoosh. The 9 sword souls disappeared at the same time. Hong Qin's sacred lord was struck and vomited a mouthful of blood before falling backward. Too fast. This move had already surpassed the definition of speed. Hong Qin's sacred lord could not dodge at all. He felt that the divine power in his body was sucked out, and the protection of his body was broken. He was almost smashed into pieces. So powerful. Such domineering power, Hong Qin's sacred lord was shocked. He suddenly thought of Cardinal Heaven. When he encountered a Cardinal Heaven who had just been revived, he was just as shocked. Senior, my attack has just begun. Are you ready? Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came into his ears. He opened his eyes wide and realized that Zhou Xuanji had appeared behind him again. When did this happen? In the Star's Palace, Zhou Xuanji walked out from the spatial crack. He returned to his throne and sat down. Next, Hong Qin's Sacred Lord walked out. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord had already changed into a new robe. But his face was pale, and his aura was weak. Zhou Xuanji called Jinsheng over. Jinsheng was stunned when he saw Hong Qin's Sacred Lord. He knew Hong Qin's Sacred Lord. They had met once before. He's injured? Jinsheng was astonished. He thought that Hong Qin's Sacred Lord was here to ask for help. Zhou Xuanji instructed, Jinsheng, bring Hong Qin's Sacred Lord down and arrange a place for him to stay. Later on, I will assign him a position. From now on, he will be a member of our star's realm. Jinsheng nodded. He was confused, but he still brought Hong Qin's Sacred Lord away obediently. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord turned around and glanced at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes looked complicated and somewhat resentful. Zhou Xuanji watched them leave with a smile. Not bad. The imperishable stage is really powerful. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. At the end of the battle, he had witnessed the imperishable stage. It turned out that the imperishable stage was not only a cultivation stage but also a sublimation of divine abilities. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord's imperishable stage was really powerful. The boundless splashes of water and the boundless murderous intent were enough to make anyone fall into despair. If my Sword Emperor Absolute technique reaches the imperishable stage, then, Zhou Xuanji fell into a wonderful fantasy. He decided that his next cultivation direction would be the imperishable realm. It was not difficult for him to become a great sovereign of the 9 courts. It would happen sooner or later. What he really cared about was how to cultivate the Sword Emperor Absolute technique to the imperishable stage. After the thought, he closed his eyes slowly. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord joining the Star's realm shook dozens of nearby realms. After all, this powerhouse was extremely famous in the northern boundless realm. Not only was he the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court, but he had also nurtured many powerful cultivators. Although they were not teacher and disciple, in everyone's eyes, he had students all over the world. It was only after he met Gu Tianlin that he stopped teaching other living beings. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord made Zhou Xuanji famous again. The living beings who came to worship him grew more and more powerful. Almost every day, a Grand Supreme would come. Other than the great sovereigns of the 9 courts or famous cultivators, Zhou Xuanji would not receive them personally. No one felt that he was putting on airs. His position in everyone's hearts had been growing. This day, Jinsheng received news that the Cardinal Heaven Army had appeared again, and their scale was still expanding. Zhou Xuanji immediately sent the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns to lead the army. In the Star's Palace, Jinsheng said expectantly, My lord, now that you have mastered more and more realms, and the name of the Sword Emperor resounds in the northern boundless realm, shouldn't you give your force a name? A name was also a banner for Zhou Xuanji's subordinates. It could increase their cohesion. I am the Sword Emperor. Let's call it the Sword Emperor Divine Court, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Jinsheng heard him and immediately became excited. No matter what name Zhou Xuanji gave it, he felt that it was good. Because this name would represent Zhou Xuanji's will. Chapter 993. The name of the Sword Emperor Divine Court quickly spread to all the domains under Zhou Xuanji's control. At the same time, under Zhou Xuanji's instructions, Jinsheng created a flag that belonged solely to the Sword Emperor Divine Court. It was a black flag with hundreds of divine sword patterns imprinted on it. It looked like a blooming sword flower. The Sword Emperor flag would become the symbol of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The establishment of the name and flag caused the unity and morale of the various domains to grow stronger. Zhou Xuanji spent most of his time cultivating in the Star Hall, leaving the battles to his generals. Several years later, Jinsheng sent the report to Zhou Xuanji. My lord, a Cardinal Heaven expert has appeared. What should we do? Jin Qing asked anxiously. Even though the Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing rapidly, the might of a cardinal heaven was still monstrous, and it was still a nightmare for all living beings. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Call Hong Qin Saint Lord to come with me." When Jin Qing heard this, he instantly became excited. He immediately obeyed the order and turned around to leave. Since Zhou Xuanji dared to fight against a cardinal heaven expert, it meant that he had become much more powerful. Previously, he had heard from Yuanqing that Zhou Xuanji was very different from before. He had some expectations in his heart, but he was not sure. As long as Zhou Xuanji was confident, he would be confident too. Over the next period of time, the news that the Sword Emperor was going to personally fight a cardinal heaven expert spread like wildfire in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. This greatly boosted the morale of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The creatures fighting everywhere became fearless. Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin Saint Lord soon met. The two of them did not follow the reinforcements and instead rushed to the front lines. Zhou Xuanji activated the spiritless state and quickly advanced with Hong Qin Saint Lord. The legendary ethereal state, Hong Qin Saint Lord felt quite dazed, and his gaze toward Zhou Xuanji became even more complicated. Zhou Xuanji smiled at him and said, "Before, we failed to stop the revival of Cardinal Heaven. Today, let us work together to destroy Cardinal Heaven." Hearing this, Saint Hong Qin came back to his senses and nodded lightly. Now was not the time to be curious. His face darkened at the thought of the Cardinal Heaven. Now that the Cardinal Heaven had brought disaster to Bei Wujin, he felt that he was partly responsible for the chaos that had befallen Bei Wujin. The godly absent state was incredibly fast, and in less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Shisui arrived at the front lines. In this broken universe, countless living beings were fighting and killing each other. There were also many ferocious beasts larger than stars wreaking havoc. Divine abilities exploded and magic treasures showed their might. The roar was deafening. Zhou Xuanji immediately locked onto a Cardinal Heaven expert. He stood on a sinister-looking carriage and laughed wildly. A Cardinal Heaven expert was like a devil that could destroy everything. He wore a black robe and was surrounded by evil energy. He also saw Zhou Xuanji, and a ferocious light appeared in his eyes. "Zhou Xuanji. You came just in time. I was waiting for you to die." Cardinal Heavenly Fury laughed. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's transformation and was shocked. This kid really obtained a great fortuitous encounter. To be able to save Zhou Xuanji from his hands was definitely a great serendipity. He could not help but feel jealous of Zhou Xuanji. Why did this kid have so many lucky chances at such a young age? When he was Zhou Xuanji's age, he did not have any fame, let alone fighting for supremacy in the northern endless continent. With two legendary swords in his hands, Zhou Xuanji's entire body was radiating with a silver radiance. His aura was imposing. Hong Qin Great Lord took out his treasured fan, and the two of them rushed towards the Cardinal Heaven realm at the same time. There was a loud bang. The Cardinal Heaven blocked the unstoppable Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji with a palm. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and he laughed arrogantly, "You are too weak." He grabbed with his right hand, and the three's divine energy was crushed by him. The explosion sent Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin Great Lord flying backward. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra to offset the impact. Following that, he used God's supreme speed and disappeared from the Cardinal Heaven sight. Hong Qin Great Lord focused his eyes, and a blue current exploded from his body. It turned into a boundless ocean that covered the entire universe. Even the Cardinal Heaven experts were engulfed by the blue ocean. The beings who were fighting on both sides stopped and looked at Hong Qin Great Lord in fear. Imperishable stage. Child's play. The Cardinal Heaven laughed condescendingly. Just when he finished speaking, the blue ocean that covered the universe began to boil. The beings on the Sword Emperor Divine Court side felt that their divine energy and magic energy had increased tremendously. Meanwhile, the soldiers under the Cardinal Heaven felt that their energy was being sucked away, which was extremely uncomfortable. Hong Qin Great Lord quickly came up to the Cardinal Heaven. He waved his fan, and the blue ocean surged up huge waves that engulfed the Cardinal Heaven experts. The Cardinal Heaven's expression changed a little. He thought to himself, this guy's imperishable stage has become more powerful. No, it was not that Hong Qin Great Lord had become more powerful. It was just that he had become weaker after the previous battle. At the thought of this, the Cardinal Heaven's eyes turned even colder. Hong Qin Great Lord slashed down with his fan like a saber. Boom! A ray of blue light suddenly rose from the body of a Cardinal Heaven expert. Hong Qin Great Lord slashed open the Cardinal Heaven's chest. The blue radiance was the Cardinal Heaven's divine energy, which flowed out of his body uncontrollably. Body-shattering power. Just when the Cardinal Heaven was about to counterattack, Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him along with hundreds of Great Li avatars. They were all using the Sword Emperor extinction technique. A horrifying explosion swept across everything. The Cardinal Heaven's figure was covered by the powerful light. This scene caused all the living beings in the Sword Emperor Divine Court to become excited. Was the Cardinal Heaven going to be defeated? What are you waiting for? Continue to fight. Sovereign Crimson Firmament raised his divine spear and roared furiously. His voice was extremely inciting, which made the blood of all the beings in the battle boil. The other four sovereigns led their armies in different directions. The Cardinal Heaven charged out from the powerful light and slammed his palm into Hong Qin Great Lord's abdomen. This slap blasted Hong Qin Great Lord's body apart. However, Hong Qin Great Lord quickly reconstructed his body. It was just that his complexion had turned pale. A demonic shadow with 3 heads and 8 arms appeared behind the Cardinal Heaven. It was extremely horrifying. It raised its 8 arms and joined its palms together. 8 black saber shadows slashed toward Zhou Xuanji simultaneously. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again and blocked with his most powerful divine energy. The 2 divine energies clashed together, shattering the universe. Boundless spacetime turbulence gushed in. Many beings could not dodge in time and were swept away. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his swords, tearing apart the divine energy storm and charging toward the Cardinal Heaven. Thousands of legendary swords flew out from his body and attacked the Cardinal Heaven crazily. The Cardinal Heaven was pierced through by these legendary swords. All kinds of effects fell on him, making it difficult for him to resist. What's going on? These swords have a strange power, the Cardinal Heaven thought with a frown. He was shocked in his heart. He realized that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. The Constitution-defying creation scripture was something that even the Cardinal Heaven could not see through. After all, the history of the Constitution-defying creation scripture was even older than the Cardinal Heaven. It was a power that belonged to the very beginning. Hong Qin Great Lord was shocked. This power again. What is this power that can pierce through everything? He thought as he attacked. The blue ocean boiled and provided endless divine energy for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's attacks became more and more ferocious. His attacks caused the Cardinal Heaven's body to sway, and his attacks became faster and faster. He had become a target. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was strange. The Cardinal Heaven seemed to have become weaker. Chapter 994. Zhou Xuanji had been hunted down by a Cardinal Heaven cultivator before, so he still vividly remembered the aura of an enraged Cardinal Heaven cultivator. Compared to that time, the current Cardinal Heaven experts were much weaker. Could it be that a Cardinal Heaven expert was severely injured after that? That's right. The evil Emperor, Tang Xuanwu, and the others were not weaklings. Zhou Xuanji guessed as he attacked. The Cardinal Heaven expert seemed to have been completely defeated, but his aura did not weaken. Even though Hong Qin's Saint Monarch's undying realm was absorbing his god power, the sense of danger he gave off still didn't decrease. Interesting. Interesting, a Cardinal Heaven expert suddenly grinned and stopped abruptly. Dang! Dang! Clang, all the divine swords that landed on his body were deflected. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with a mocking expression. With a flip of his right hand, a pagoda appeared in his hand. He jumped directly into the tower, and in the next second, he jumped out again. But this time, his aura had completely changed. An extremely horrifying and domineering aura spread out, and Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He once again felt the horror of facing a cardinal heaven expert in the space-time kaleidoscope. What happened? Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled, and he suddenly thought of the venomous centipede on the training island. Could it be that a cardinal heaven expert had multiple bodies like the centipede? The sovereign heavenly flame was ferocious as it slammed its palm toward Zhou Xuanji. The two of them were hundreds of meters apart, and Zhou Xuanji could not even see the other party's divine power clearly. He felt as if his body had been pierced through, and all of his internal organs were injured. Even though his physical body was very strong, he couldn't withstand the power of a cardinal heaven expert. Before he could think further, a cardinal heaven expert appeared in front of him. He rotated his fists and punched him in the chest. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji's body exploded. Only his soul was left in front of a cardinal heaven expert. Powerful. Absolute power. Crush everything, tear everything to shreds. The Rainbow Qin Saint Lord's eyes widened in shock. Zhou Xuanji's body was very tough. How could he be blasted apart so easily? The cardinal heaven sneered and reached out to grab Zhou Xuanji's soul. Two faded fate pearls appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. The violent gale was contained by the faded fate pearl, and Zhou Xuanji's body quickly recovered. His face was pale, and there was fear in his eyes. At that moment, he really had a horrifying feeling that he was about to die. The Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch also made a move. The blue ocean of the Undying Realm stirred up huge waves that slammed into the Cardinal Heaven realm from all directions. A Cardinal Heaven expert raised his hand and easily blocked Hong Qin's Sacred Monarch's attack. The Cardinal Heaven Saint turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "Although I'm not sure what kind of inheritance you received, you have offended me. Moreover, it's the kind that I will not rest until you die. You must die." He came to Zhou Xuanji's head with a single step and smashed the pagoda down with his right hand. Zhou Xuanji sensed a horrifying suction force coming from the tower, which was about to suck him in. The two faded fate pearls protected him from this powerful suction force. The Rainbow Qin Sacred Lord executed a divine ability and wanted to move the Cardinal Heaven Sacred Lord away. However, his divine energy could not shake Zhou Xuanji at all. If this continued, the Sword Emperor Divine Court would definitely lose. Perhaps it would be difficult to determine the victor between the two armies, but if they were defeated, the living beings fighting below would also suffer misfortune. "I can only rely on it," Zhou Xuanji recited the constitution-defying creation scripture in his heart. The power of creation from the origin of all things strengthened his body continuously, helping him to resist the Cardinal Heaven's pressure. His condition changed, which made the Cardinal Heaven Saint narrow his eyes. "This power seems familiar," the Cardinal Heaven thought to himself. Cardinal Heaven experts thought to themselves as a figure flashed across their minds. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His eyes were filled with veins of blood as he sized Zhou Xuanji up. Waves of light emanated from his body like waves that shook the space. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord stopped too. He was also stunned by Zhou Xuanji's condition. Zhou Xuanji's aura made him feel divine and majestic. This meant that Zhou Xuanji's energy technique was more profound than his Saint Rainbow Lord Dao. He could not help but fall into a daze. Could this brat really create a Dao technique more powerful than the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao? Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he was a little shocked in his heart. It was his first time activating the constitution-defying creation scripture with the faded fate pearls. At this moment, he even felt a sense of security that was as immovable as a mountain and indestructible. The Cardinal Heaven stopped and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. "What's your relationship with Hongmeng Heaven?" he asked. Zhou Xuanji looked up and replied, "I'm Hongmeng Heaven." There was nothing to hide about this. He already had a death grudge with Cardinal Heaven anyway. Although Cardinal Heaven and Hongmeng Heaven seemed to have many connections, they were actually mortal enemies. If one wanted to dominate the boundless universe, one had to eliminate all powerful enemies. Having heard this, the Cardinal Heaven's pupils contracted, and his expression changed. Zhou Xuanji did not stop the constitution-defying creation scripture but waited for the cardinal heaven to attack. Eventually, the cardinal heaven did not attack again. He stepped back slowly and distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji. He let out a long roar, and all living beings in the shattered universe stopped fighting. All of them were motionless as though they had been immobilized. Zhou Xuanji, let's fight another day. The cardinal heaven cried out with a deep voice. After that, he turned around and left. His soldiers looked at each other before disappearing into the depths of the universe with him. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was not used to the cardinal heaven's sudden departure. Compared to this, he hoped that the cardinal heaven would kill him. The two of them were mortal enemies, and he did not want to be involved in any other karma. Hong Qin's sacred lord flew up to him with a strange expression. Are you really Hong Meng Heaven? Hong Qin's sacred lord asked hesitantly. The legend of the post-primeval sovereign three heavens was known to everyone in the boundless universe. He had also grown up listening to this legend. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked in return, is it very important? Hong Qin's sacred lord was silent. The Sword Emperor and the other great sovereigns flew over quickly, and so did the other generals. All of them looked excited. During the battle, they did not pay attention to the communication between Zhou Xuanji and the cardinal heaven. But since the cardinal heaven could retreat, it meant that they had won. Zhou Xuanji looked at all the great sovereigns and ordered, return and rest. After that, he waved his sleeves and brought Hong Qin's sacred lord away. He entered spiritless mode and headed toward the stars' territory. Zhou Xuanji's face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. Don't think too much. Hong Meng Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are not that close. It's just that your identity is special. He knew that he could not kill you even if he tried his best, so he retreated. Hong Qin's sacred lord saw through Zhou Xuanji's thoughts and comforted him. He paused for a moment before continuing, your growth is too fast, which is already a threat to him. Now that he has not recovered to his peak, he must have been greatly affected. So, he retreated to cultivate. In the near future, the northern endless universe might welcome peace. Zhou Xuanji felt that it made sense. After all, the cardinal heaven only asked about his identity after attacking for a long time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, it's good if it can be peaceful. We need time to develop. But I'm more worried about other threats. He had never forgotten someone. Hunyuan Heaven. Chapter 995. Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin's Saint Lord returned before the news of their victory reached the star's domain. They returned to their respective residences and began to recuperate. Zhou Xuanji's body had been destroyed by a cardinal heaven expert once, which injured his soul. He needed some time to recover. Soon, news of Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin's Saint Lord repelling a cardinal heaven expert came back, which caused a huge commotion in all the domains of the Sword Dao divine ability. They did not know the details, but it was a fact that a cardinal heaven expert had retreated. Instantly, all the domains of the Sword Emperor divine court were in jubilation. Zhou Shaoxian barged into the star's palace and asked Zhou Xuanji if it was true. She had always felt that her father was the most talented, but she could not believe that he could fight against a cardinal heaven expert so quickly. It's not that exaggerated. It's just that he could not kill me. Moreover, he was injured before, so he chose to retreat in order to preserve his strength, Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head with a smile. Having heard this, Zhou Shaoxian was still excited. She was familiar with the legends of the post-primeval sovereign three heavens. They were definitely the most powerful cultivators in the endless universe. Even legends could not kill Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji saw through her thoughts and said unpleasantly, I'm not that powerful. If you don't cultivate well, you can only watch when I'm killed one day. Zhou Shaoxian stuck out her tongue and left excitedly. She was probably boasting to others again. Did I spoil this girl too much? Should I throw her into the training island? Zhou Xuanji thought as he rubbed his chin. He shook his head. It was just a thought. After that, he turned his attention back to the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Fated Pearl. In the previous battle, the two powers fused together to block the Cardinal Heaven expert's attack. He was thinking that if he could perfectly fuse these two powers, wouldn't he be able to surpass Cardinal Heaven? He could not help but think of the owner of the boundless fire god, the ancient sovereign. At that time, the universe was very small, but that sovereign had power that surpassed the legends of today. It was really incredible. Zhou Xuanji thought as he took out the fated pearl. In the void of the universe, a Cardinal Heaven and a blurry figure stood opposite each other. Hongmeng Heaven has already reincarnated, the blurry figure asked with a grave tone. Cardinal Heaven nodded and said, his aptitude and luck are even more terrifying than before he reincarnated. He has a powerful treasure on him, so even if he only has the cultivation of an 8-court supreme, I can't kill him. As he said this, his expression was very ugly. Isn't this a good thing? With the three of us gathered, we can teach our juniors a lesson. We'll tell them how mighty we were back then. The blurry figure calmly replied. He was Hunyuan Heaven. Cardinal Heaven experts gritted their teeth and said, he is my enemy. Hunyuan Tian waved his hand and said, tell him to go to the east or west. If that doesn't work, you can go. In any case, you can't take down the north. Upon hearing this, the Cardinal Heaven expert's face turned even uglier. After thousands of years, he didn't even control half of the northern limitless realm. How ironic. Let's just leave it at that. I'm about to dominate the southern endless lands. The juniors here are very difficult to deal with. Their strength is about to catch up to us at our peak. With these words, Hunyuan Heaven vanished from the spot. Cardinal Heaven experts took a deep breath and tried hard to adjust their emotions. He turned around, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. After the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Heaven, the Northern Territory welcomed peace. The Sword Emperor Divine Court became the only faction that wasn't invaded by Cardinal Heaven factions. More and more lifeforms joined the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji would select some great sovereigns every once in a while. He had set up 12 divine lords, 36 court sovereigns, and 108 great generals of the Divine Court. The Divine Court Great General commanded an army of over 100 million, while Ting Zun commanded the Divine Court Great General. The 12 divine sovereigns were all existences that were extremely close to the imperishable realm. Each of them was a person of virtue and prestige. Hong Qin's sacred monarch was also one of the 12 divine monarchs. The creation of various deity positions caused the cohesion of the Sword Emperor Divine Court to gradually increase. Zhou Xuanji had Yuansheng guide everyone's fate in various domains and court realms. Yuansheng had his subordinates spread the stories of the divine lords, court sovereigns, and great generals of the Divine Court to strengthen their fate and connect them closely with the people of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. If this continued, the god monarchs would become stronger and stronger. However, they would not be able to cut off the Sword Emperor Divine Court. There are pros and cons. Of course, Zhou Xuanji was the one who was affected the most. He didn't reject it and used the fated bead to suppress his luck. For a time, the spirit qi in all the domains that belonged to the Sword Dao divine ability was increasing. Peace had arrived. Everyone worked hard to cultivate. Why did Zhou Xuanji not let their guard down and promote the superstar competition again? Yuansheng did it himself. When the rules of the superstar competition were passed down, all the domains were in an uproar. All the geniuses were rubbing their palms. Seeing that the environment inside the Sword Dao divine ability had stabilized, Zhou Xuanji let Zhou Tianyuan out to explore. Maybe this kid could pass on his bloodline. On this day, Zhou Xuanji helped Jiang Shui break through. Jiang Shui had already become the sovereign of laws. She was getting closer and closer to great sovereign. Xian Xianghua had long become a great sovereign. After all, her exterminating divine eyes were connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes. Just the sovereign of laws is already so powerful. How strong is a great sovereign? Jiang Shui opened her eyes and sighed. Her eyes were filled with excitement, but she was very restrained. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, when you get used to it, you will yearn for a higher realm. Even a great sovereign will be the same. Humans were like this. Sometimes, greed was also a kind of motivation. Jiang Shui nodded and said, Sister Xian has established the Tanhua sect and is heading to the edge of the divine court. Do you need to pay attention to it? After all, the cardinal heaven hasn't been defeated yet. Zhou Xuanji replied, Don't worry, I can see her. The Sword Emperor Divine Court needs 100 flowers to bloom. Let her join. The more sects there were, the more paths of cultivation there would be. After all, there was no master-disciple relationship. Who would be willing to pass on their skills? Jiang Shui nodded. She felt that it made sense. She was just worried that Xian Xianghua would be in danger. But since Zhou Xuanji had been paying attention to Xian Xianghua, she was relieved. Why don't we let little Xian go out and establish a sect? I always feel that she has no goal now. She is very lazy, Jiang Shui suggested. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and said, Okay, but don't let her spread it. I don't want her to use my name. What he meant was that he could teach his sword techniques. Jiang Shui smiled and immediately disappeared from the hall. Zhou Xuanji thought of Zhou Tanhua again. With a wave of his right hand, he directly moved the kid to the hall. Zhou Tanhua was still meditating. He opened his eyes subconsciously and was stunned to see Zhou Xuanji. He quickly got up and was about to salute. But Zhou Xuanji directly spoke and expressed his thoughts. He hoped that Zhou Tanhua would also go and establish a sect. Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow and said, I am not interested in power. But now, if I tell you to go, then go. What are you planning by staying in the mansion and cultivating every day? Zhou Xuanji rebuked, glaring at him. Chapter 996. The future Sword Emperor Divine Court will definitely be huge and complicated. I want you to establish a sect so that you can enter the lowest level of the Divine Court and see the suffering of the masses on my behalf. Zhou Xuanji stared at Zhou Tanhua and said seriously. He did not wish for his descendants to gather at the peak of the Sword Emperor Divine Court in the future. If there came a day when he was no longer around, his descendants might be replaced by someone else. This kind of lesson was common in the mortal world. It could almost be said to be a historical law. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, Well, I'm only responsible for establishing the sect. I'm not responsible for leading the sect to prosperity, okay? He heard the word, you, in Zhou Xuanji's words. It seemed that his sister had also been given this mission. He knew that Zhou Xiaoxian would be very excited. She was in charge of strength, and he was in charge of inheritance. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Get ready. You can go at any time. Remember, don't tell others that you are my son. Zhou Tanhua understood what he meant and got up. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and sent his son away. This boy's personality is quite steady. No wonder he was born when my Dao heart was as calm as water, Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head and smiled. Every time he saw Zhou Tanhua, he would want to tease this kid. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After the northern lands achieved peace, Cardinal Heaven also settled down. It was frighteningly calm. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally wander around the Sword Emperor Divine Court to see how his subordinates were doing. His days were becoming more and more stable. Although it wasn't exciting, he still enjoyed it. They couldn't just keep on fighting and killing. Suddenly one day, he realized that speechlessness had disappeared. He asked Yuan Sheng and Jin Sheng, but neither of them knew where he had gone. Your Highness, that brat is a member of the East Endless Kingdom's royal family. Previously, when the North Endless Kingdom was in chaos, he came. Now that the North Endless Kingdom is at peace, he has left. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Yuan Sheng said meaningfully. He had never been able to see through speechless, so he was wary of him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Back then, when he had dealt with Shen Nianxing, the East Endless royal clan had helped. At that time, Shen Nianxing was Hongmeng Heaven. Now, Hongmeng Heaven was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but think more. Jin Sheng nodded and said, He has always been very strange. He doesn't like to interact with people, but he likes to inquire about the authority of the various heavenly officials, causing many people to have objections. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Continue to recruit soldiers and send them to the various corners of the divine court. Also, pay attention to the space-time turbulence." Jin Qing cupped his fists and accepted the order. Zhou Xuanji looked at Yuan Sheng and said, "The training island has been moved to the side of Long Tsong's territory. Go take a look and check it. I don't want Cardinal Heaven to interfere." Yuan Sheng nodded. "You may leave. Even though it's peaceful now, danger still exists. Don't forget to cultivate. Also, pick 10,000 geniuses with outstanding talent from each domain. I will personally teach them the Tao," Zhou Xuanji said as he waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. "Preach the Tao?" The two of them immediately became excited. Now, Zhou Xuanji's preaching of the Tao was a popular topic in the stars realm. If he could personally preach the Tao, it would be a good thing for the Sword Emperor Divine Court's future. Under the red clouds, on a floating island, Wu Yan stood under the tree, and in front of him sat the leader of the Eastern Endless Kingdom, Zhongji. Zhongji waved his fan and said with a smile, "From what you said, you seem to be very satisfied with Zhou Xuanji and have great expectations for him." Wu Yan nodded and said, "He's a Hongmeng heaven, but I feel that he can surpass the previous generations of Hongmeng heavens." Zhongji looked at him in astonishment. He did not expect him to have such a high evaluation of Zhou Xuanji. "Then what do you want to tell me this time?" Zhongji asked casually as he lifted the small wine flask on the stone table. Wu Yan replied, "I want to ask you what your plan is for him, so that you can choose your own heart." Zhongji raised his brow, and the smile on his face disappeared. He glanced at Wu Yan and said meaningfully, "Wu Yan, I gave you your name, and I gave you your life. Are you going to abandon me and leave? I can get someone else to help Zhou Xuanji. Do you believe that Zhou Xuanji won't think about you?" Facing his master's threat, Wu Yan was still very calm. "No matter who you get, they will not be able to control him," Wu Yan said calmly. He hid some things from Zhongji, such as Wu Yan Fire God. Wu Yan Fire God's background was even greater than the Eastern Boundless Royal Clan. He felt that this would be a variable for Zhou Xuanji. And a variable for him as well. He preferred to be Zhou Xuanji's subordinate instead of being Zhongji's puppet. "You need to polish yourself," Zhongji said with a smile. He waved his hand and stored Wu Yan away. His face turned cold as he snorted coldly, "Hongmeng Heaven. You want to surpass Hongmeng Heaven? You overestimate yourself." After that, he got up slowly and looked toward the horizon. "It's time for the royal clan to come out. The Eastern Boundless World should be unified by me," Zhongji said in high spirits with a smile on his face. Star's Palace. Zhou Xuanji walked toward his throne slowly. He looked a little tired. He had just preached the ancestral voice to hundreds of thousands of geniuses. He even activated the constitution-defying Creation Sutra to enhance its effect. It had to be said that this consumed a lot of his mental energy. It was as though he had fought a powerful enemy. "What kind of divine ability have you mastered?" A Cardinal Heaven's voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked back. "Why is this guy here?" He frowned and went on the defensive. The Cardinal Heaven expert, who was still wearing the black robe, said softly, "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to deal with you. We both belong to the North Limitless Realm. We have to deal with the outside world first before fighting internally." He began to size up Star's Hall. "What do you mean? The other three factions are preparing to deal with us?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Although he didn't like Cardinal Heaven experts, he was still farsighted. "That's right, Guju Jiao of the Western Boundless Land has already begun to mobilize his army and is preparing to break through the lawless region and kill his way into the Northern Boundless Land. You've captured his son, so he wants to use this opportunity to swallow up the Northern Boundless Land and the Eastern Boundless Land," said Cardinal Heaven with a faint smile. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Gu Juejiao already knew about Gu Tianlin? He thought that he had fooled them flawlessly. I'll deal with Gujuagio. You deal with the Eastern Endless royal family. His sharp eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji. The Eastern Endless royal family had also come? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did both sides attack at the same time? He couldn't help but think about Wu Yan. Could Wu Yan's disappearance be related to today's chaos? The Cardinal Heaven continued to speak. I have yet to recover my power. The North Limitless Realm is very weak now. I need your power. If I lose, you will face an even more powerful enemy. After we wipe out the enemies and reach our pinnacle, we will fight to the death. How about that? Zhou Xuanji nodded slowly and said, okay. I agree. He didn't doubt that the Cardinal Heaven would lie. He had expected it. The Cardinal Heaven smiled and said, I didn't misjudge you. Get ready. I will use my training island to inform you. After saying that, he disappeared. Training island? Zhou Xuanji's face twitched. This guy was still hiding something. Chapter 997. Zhou Xuanji called over the 5 sword emperors, 12 divine lords, 36 court sovereigns, Yuan Cheng, and Jin Cheng. He told them about how the Cardinal Heaven experts had sought him out to form an alliance. There was an uproar in the hall. East Endless and West Endless want to deal with us. Damn it, kill them. It's finally peaceful, and now there's going to be a war. As expected, the chaos of war isn't limited to our boundless north. The other 3 boundless realms all have ulterior motives. A great era is truly coming. Who knows, there might even be someone who can dominate the 4 boundless realms, someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the primes. That's definitely our lord, the Sword Emperor. His aptitude is unparalleled. The divine officials began to discuss, and the topic soon turned into flattering Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and raised his hand as he said, we're going to attack Eastern Infinity, what do you guys think? Yuan Sheng took a step forward and said, we can publicize this matter and use this opportunity to expand the Sword Emperor Divine Court's strength. At the same time, we can increase our chances of victory. His opinion was approved by all. Regardless of how they felt before joining the Sword Emperor Divine Court, they now had to consider the Sword Emperor Divine Court. They were bound together for good or bad. I'll leave this matter to you. The 36 High Court Masters can mobilize their troops and head towards the border of the Endless East to build the teleportation formation. Zhou Xuanji began to make arrangements. He did not feel any psychological burden towards Dong Wujin. Although he had received help from the Eastern Infinity royal family, Wordless had already left. Just nice, he wanted to ask what the Eastern Endless royal family meant. He felt that something was amiss. If it was because of the war, there was no need to transfer Speechless away. Speechless could also stay behind to persuade them. Perhaps the disappearance of Wordless was due to another contradiction. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the news of the endless battle had spread throughout the Myriad Stars domain and spread to other domains. None of the living beings were afraid of this, because they had been cultivating with the goal of war as their goal. After cultivating for so long, many geniuses were waiting to shine on the battlefield and shine brightly in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. For a time, even the creatures who weren't chosen as court soldiers rushed towards the northern boundless border. Zhou Xuanji was waiting in the Stars Hall. He called Shen Nianxing over. Shen Nianxing rubbed her fists and sneered, very good, I've been waiting for this opportunity. Let me kill Zhong Ji. The son will pay his father's debts. Her face was full of murderous intent. When she recalled the battle that year, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, how many imperishable stage cultivators does the Eastern Endless Kingdom have? Now, the standard by which he measured the strength of a force was the number of imperishable realm powerhouses. There are a lot of them. The royal family is still standing. Who knows how many old things are hidden inside? Shen Nianxing shrugged and replied. Seeing her nonchalant expression, Zhou Xuanji teased, why? Are you strong enough to ignore how many undying realm experts are there? Shen Nianxing rolled her eyes at him and said, what can I do? Don't tell me you can turn into many imperishable realm experts. Right now, the Northern Limitless Kingdom is already inferior to the Eastern Limitless Kingdom, let alone the Western Limitless Kingdom. Previously, the Cardinal Heaven experts killed too many of the Northern Limitless Kingdom's experts. Now, they're reaping what they sowed. She had a mocking smile on her face and seemed to be very happy. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and said, "Then go and prepare. The East Boundless Kingdom will arrive soon." Shen Nianqing nodded and turned to leave. When there was no one else in the hall, Zhou Xuanji took out the fate bead again. After a long period of practice, he was already able to easily fuse the fated pearl and the constitution-defying creation scripture. He had an idea. That was to integrate the fated pearl into the sword and drive it with the sword, erupting with the greatest power. But his legendary swords couldn't bear the power of the fated pearl at all. This gave him a headache. Wait, the sword might not be a real sword. Zhou Xuanji suddenly had an idea. He immediately used the sword fusion technique and condensed a sword of light with his divine energy. Under the command of his will, the two fated pearls drilled into the sword of light. Boom! The sword of light exploded, and Zhou Xuanji was almost overturned. The entire Star Hall was also shaking violently. It could collapse at any time. Fortunately, he had reinforced the Star Hall, isolating it from time and space. From the outside, the Star Hall was motionless. "No, I have to take it slow," Zhou Xuanji murmured. He wasn't discouraged. Instead, he was in high spirits. He felt that this method was feasible. Once it succeeded, it would be a divine ability more powerful than the Sword Emperor Absolute. After all, even Cardinal Heaven experts couldn't break the fated pearl. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and began to contemplate. In the next 10 years, the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Cardinal Heaven forces began to set up defenses. The news of the war spread throughout the North Boundless Realm. Countless lifeforms flocked to the Sword Emperor Divine Court, and there were also people who joined the Paragon Heaven banner. However, the number of people joining the Sword Emperor Divine Court was far less. The Sword Emperor was like the sun in the sky, while a Cardinal Heaven expert was like a demon that could destroy the world. It was an easy choice. 5 years later, the war began. Zhou Xuanji received news that the Eastern Boundless Royal Clan had charged out from tens of thousands of spacetime holes, wanting to take advantage of the chaos and charge into the inner regions of the Northern Boundless Kingdom. Zhou Xuanji created 100,000 doppelgangers and sent them to various battlefields to monitor the situation. He didn't make a move himself. Instead, he continued to study the divine art. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was strong enough, so it wouldn't be directly destroyed. Moreover, the spirit chi of each endless universe was different. The living beings of the East Endless Universe would not be able to adapt to the North Endless Universe, and their battle strength would be greatly reduced. It was the same for the living beings of the North Endless Universe if they went to the East Endless Universe. This was why the four directions had been able to coexist in peace for countless years. This was also the reason why no one could unify the four directions. It was a pity that on the 7th day of the battle, Zhou Xuanji had to move. 10 imperishable stage cultivators appeared at the front line. They worked together to fight against Rainbow Qin Saint and a Divine Lord. The situation was dire. Zhou Xuanji activated the godly void state and rushed to the battlefield. In the Crimson Universe, spacetime cracks were everywhere. Countless corpses floated in the air. The explosions caused by the divine arts were like fireworks. It was extremely spectacular. Rainbow Qin Saint and the Divine Lord were surrounded and attacked by 10 figures in red robes. These figures were all in the shape of men. Their faces looked similar, as though they were twins. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the suppressive sword and charged forward. Humph! He snorted coldly as a silver radiance radiated from the surface of his body. His aura grew tremendously, shaking the surrounding starry sky. He raised the suppressive sword and slashed forward. The dazzling sword light shook the Crimson Universe. The 10 imperishable stage cultivators raised their right hands at the same time. Their divine energy fused together and created a gigantic barrier to block Zhou Xuanji's sword qi. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He couldn't absorb his opponent's divine energy. On the contrary, his divine energy was being absorbed by his opponent. Interesting. He dashed forward swiftly and activated the Sword Emperor Absolute technique. Boom! The 10 imperishable stage cultivators were already affected by the spiritual qi in the Northern Territories. Under the situation where Rainbow Qin Saint and the Divine Lord were restrained, they couldn't block the Sword Emperor Absolute technique easily. Their bodies swayed and scattered immediately. Rainbow Qin Saint and the Divine Lord immediately moved to Zhou Xuanji's side. Their faces were pale. Clearly, they were severely injured, even to the core. Chapter 998. You are the Sword Emperor? An immortal cultivator asked coldly. His sharp gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji as if he wanted to see through him. Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile as he asked, You are from the Eastern Endless Royal Clan? Where is your patriarch Zhongji? Zhongji. On the surface, he was the strongest expert in the Eastern Endless Continent, comparable to the ancient peerless geniuses. However, Gu Juejiu was even more famous. He was hailed as the most promising existence to surpass Gu Zun 3 heavens. He was also the most likely existence to unify the 4 directions. Dealing with the likes of you is not worthy of my patriarch's hand. Another imperishable snorted. As his voice fell, the 10 imperishable experts raised their hands at the same time. Boom! They emitted a dazzling light, and their bodies quickly merged together to form a stalwart figure. Was this a fusion? Zhou Xuanji's gaze was strange, but he did not panic. Instead, he took a step forward. I'll let you guys have a taste of my new divine ability. He smiled proudly and raised his right hand. The oppressive divine sword shone with silver light. The light stretched and it was incomparably divine. Hong Qin Saint Monarch and Sir God felt his aura and their expressions changed. My lord, this aura, the Divine Lord said with a trembling voice. He could not even complete his sentence. Hong Qin Lord couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation when he recalled the previous battle with a Cardinal Heaven expert. He must have become stronger. Zhou Xuanji quickly fused a faded fate pearl into the Sword of Light. At the same time, his soul was chanting the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra to help him maintain the sword. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and the light on his body began to flicker, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Sword Emperor. Remember, the one who killed you is our 10-aspect Divine Luo. The 10 imperishable realm experts roared, their might shaking the universe. The living beings who were fighting all turned around and gasped when they saw his silhouette. What a terrifying aura. 10 aspects Divine Luo did not reveal his true face. His whole body exuded a scorching red light. He raised his hands, and a large blade condensed in his hands. He directly rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. The terrifying figure, which was several million zhang tall, was extremely frightening when it sprinted. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. He put down the Sword of Light and furiously roared as he slashed out. Bang! A strong light flashed, and all living beings subconsciously closed their eyes. An indescribably terrifying pressure enveloped all the creatures, making them feel as if they were in a cold cellar. Their souls were suffering from extreme torment, as if they could explode at any moment. Even Qin Xingjun, who was as strong as a rainbow, was shuddering in fear at this moment, unable to open his eyes. Numerous shrill cries sounded out in succession, adding a sense of horror to the battlefield. After the radiance faded, Zhou Xuanji could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. This sword almost sucked him dry. He looked over, but could no longer see the figure of 10 aspects Divine Luo. Hiss! Hong Qin Sacred Monarch and Divine Monarch gasped. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, but they did not expect him to be so powerful that he could kill 10 immortal cultivators with a single strike. Indestructible. This realm represented immortality and indestructibility. Logically speaking, no matter how strong one's power was, it was impossible to destroy both their bodies and souls. They could not understand how Zhou Xuanji did it. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. The fated Fate Pearl's power had indeed surpassed the imperishable level. Not only the fated pearl, but also the constitution-defying creation scripture. This was a powerful cultivation technique that had appeared before the birth of the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Eastern Infinity cultivators and cried, "Those who surrender will be spared." As soon as he spoke, many cultivators began to flee. Zhou Xuanji gave Hong Qin's Sacred Monarch and Divine Monarch a look, and the two immediately understood. Zhou Xuanji activated the spiritless state and quickly flew back to the Star Hall to recuperate. The battlefield was in an uproar. Too powerful. Our Sword Emperor is invincible. No wonder Cardinal Heaven was willing to share Northern Infinity with him. Ha ha ha, I told you. Eastern Infinity can't even fight their way in. I heard that the Sword Emperor is only 10,000 years old. 10,000 years old? Impossible. You can't reach this level of power even if you're 100 billion years old. No matter what, our Sword Emperor Divine Court will definitely reach the pinnacle under his leadership. After returning to the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat down to recuperate his aura. He felt a little regretful. If that strike contained world internalization, wouldn't his cultivation soar? It was a pity that he couldn't use the profound meaning of world internalization in that strike. What should I call this strike? Zhou Xuanji pondered as he recuperated. Just as he was thinking, the news of him killing 10 Xiangshan Luo began to spread. First, it spread to every battlefield. On the Sword Emperor Divine Court side, everyone who heard it felt their blood boiling. The Eastern Infinity cultivators were shocked. 10 Xiangshan Luo was a legend in Eastern Infinity. His status was even higher than Hong Qin's Sacred Monarchs in Northern Infinity. Such a powerful cultivator was killed instantly by the Sword Emperor? How could it be? Their first reaction was disbelief. But when their own spies came back with the news, they were all frightened out of their wits. Immediately, the Sword Emperor's fame spread far and wide. The news reached the Cardinal Heaven's ears. Sitting in the palanquin, he couldn't help but frown and mumble, "This brat is already so powerful? Impossible." He had heard of 10 Xiangshan Luo's power. Eastern Infinity sending 10 Xiangshan Luo already showed his determination. He began to calculate with his fingers. The next second, his frown deepened. How did he do it? Could it be that he has already awakened the power of his previous life? Cardinal Heaven experts had complicated expressions on their faces. There was unwillingness, shock, regret, and anger. He viewed Hong Meng Heaven as his lifelong enemy. How could he allow Hong Meng Heaven to surpass him? However, he had no choice. Right now, the more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the better it was for him. In the end, he could only let out a sigh. Sigh. In the endless east, under the scarlet sky, Zhong Ji and Bai Yinzi sat opposite each other. How long will it take for your royal family to seize the northern limitless territory? Bai Yinzi asked. Zhong Ji replied with a smile, "It depends on how weak Bei Wujin is right now. I've sent out 10 aspect Shenluo. Unless a Cardinal Heaven expert personally takes action, it will be very difficult to defeat 10 aspect Shenluo. After all, the demonic emperor, Tang Xuanwu, and other experts were all wiped out by a Cardinal Heaven expert." Bai Yinzi narrowed his eyes and lamented, even 10 aspects Shenluo was sent out. How ruthless. He changed the topic and said, "After this is done, don't forget the agreement between you and our lawless zone. I need information on the lawless fire god." No fire god. Hearing this name, Zhong Ji's eyelids twitched slightly. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, once there is news, I will inform you immediately. By the way, how did no fire god escape?" Bai Yinzi shook his head and sighed, "This incident alarmed our Saint Altar. You should know that guy's power. It would be fine if he was in the lawless zone, but I'm afraid that he has already escaped into the endless universe." Zhong Ji frowned. He began to worry that no fire god had already sneaked into Eastern Infinity. If that was the case, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the upcoming war. At this moment, a figure appeared beside them and half-knelt. Report. 10 Aspect Shenluo has fallen in battle. The person said in a deep voice, sounding a little panicked. Chapter 999. 10 Shenluo had fallen. Zhongji and Bai Yinzi heard this and their expressions changed drastically. How could it be? Zhongji slammed the table and cried out with a deep voice, "Speak! Who killed him? Could it be a Cardinal Heaven? Wasn't a Cardinal Heaven heavily injured and had yet to recover? It's the Sword Emperor." The Sword Emperor killed 10 Shenluo instantly with just one slash. Over 100 million soldiers have been captured. The informant replied with gritted teeth. His body was trembling as he spoke. Within Eastern Boundless, everyone thought that it was a sure thing to swallow up Northern Boundless. But it was a bad start. That was 10 Shenluo. Sword Emperor. Is he that powerful? Bai Yinzi asked with a frown. He had also paid attention to Zhou Xuanji, the new overlord of Northern Boundless. To him, Zhou Xuanji was too young. He might not even be able to protect his Sword Emperor Divine Court. How could he kill 10 Shenluo? Someone must have done it secretly. Not only him, but Zhongji thought so too. Leave. Zhongji waved his hand and said with an unsightly expression. Previously, he promised to take down Northern Boundless to see how weak Northern Boundless was. Now, his face was swollen. After the informant disappeared, Zhongji fell into silence. Bai Yinzi got up and said with a mocking smile, "It seems like the royal family has not come out for a long time." After that, Bai Yinzi disappeared. Zhongji poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He took a deep breath and said faintly, "Sword Emperor, you can do it. No matter who is supporting you, I will take down Northern Boundless." In the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji did not know that Zhongji and Cardinal Heaven were shocked by his battle achievement. He was still recuperating. He decided to call the slash he used against 10 Shenluo Annihilation Judgment. Using Annihilation Judgment consumed a lot of his energy. He was considering how to reduce the consumption of this divine ability. If he could use Annihilation Judgment continuously, it would be perfect. At this moment, he sensed someone outside the palace. With a thought, that person appeared in the palace. Sovereign Hongqian. She took 2 steps forward and asked, "Did you really kill 10 Shenluo by yourself?" Zhou Xuanji looked up at her and asked, "Why?" "I'll lie." Could it be that everyone thought he was boasting? Countless living beings on the battlefield could see it clearly. "No, I just want to confirm something. When I received the inheritance in the Graveyard of Gods, I saw the 10 Aspect Deity Luo in the inherited memories of the Kunlun 5 permanents. The 10 Aspect Deity Luo doesn't refer to them. It is also a kind of inheritance. In other words, the 10 Aspect Deity Luo isn't just the 10 you killed." Autarch Crimson Dust said seriously, a hint of worry in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji understood her meaning. It was likely that the previous generation's 10 Aspects Divine Luo would come to find trouble with him. "Don't worry, this is unavoidable," Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head. He did not panic. Once he was done creating the Annihilation Judgment, he wouldn't be afraid of any strong enemy. Seeing how calm he was, Crimson Dust understood that he was confident. "Let me give you a word of advice. I'm going to the front lines as well. I can't always enjoy your care," Autarch Crimson Dust said with a nod, then turned and left. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. Mortal Sovereign was very independent. He had experienced war before. This was also good, at least it could make her feel at ease. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and began comprehending the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Although the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra was not divided into realms, it gave Zhou Xuanji an unfathomable feeling. It was as if there were endless mysteries waiting for him to discover. Autarch Crimson Dust's words gave him a sudden idea. Inheritance. Would there be an inheritance in the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra? After all, This was a supreme energy technique or divine ability that was born before the endless universe. It was still uncertain whether the constitution-defying creation sutra was created by the fire god Lord. Maybe it had a longer history. It might even be related to the origin of all of this. And so, Zhou Xuanji began to revise the constitution-defying creation sutra again and again. Within the chaotic domain of the universe, countless living beings stood in rows, preparing for battle. They held the cardinal heaven flag in their hands, and excitement was written all over their faces. With a legend leading them, they had no fear for the upcoming war but only anticipation and excitement. Behind the boundless army, the cardinal heaven stood proudly on the top of the tower, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Suddenly, a massive black hole appeared in the chaotic space in front of them. Space-time lightning lingered at the edge of the black hole. Horrifying giant demons flew out of the black hole. They were in different shapes and had powerful auras. Behind them was an uncountable army of living beings. Ha ha ha. Cardinal Heaven. I wanted to challenge you for a long time. The person who defeated you today is called Ancient Juegio. I will surpass your post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens and become the next ancient sovereign. A wild and domineering voice came, impacting the hearts of all the cardinal heaven's subordinates. A powerful aura enveloped the chaotic universe. The war is here. The cardinal heaven laughed mockingly. Who do you think you are? You think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with ancient Juegio just because your surname is Gu? Then I'm the Origin Lord. He immediately waved his hand, and the entire army charged forward with a roar. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly and frowned. This aura, he mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with shock. He immediately thought of a name. Ancient Juegio. So powerful. Such an aura was even more powerful than that of the fire god. Even a cardinal heaven did not give off such a horrifying aura. He frowned and began to worry about the cardinal heaven. Could the current cardinal heaven really defeat ancient Juegio? He did not want to be pincered by ancient Juegio and Zhongji. If that happened, he would die a horrible death. I need to hurry up and become more powerful. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. Recently, he had vaguely grasped the inheritance in the unconstitutional creation sutra. There seemed to be something hidden in the ancestral voice of the unconstitutional creation sutra. He could grasp it occasionally, but it would slip away whenever he did. The more it was so, the more he wanted to understand it. 6 days later, Yuan Sheng appeared outside the Star Hall. Zhou Xuanji let him in. My lord, the cardinal heaven and ancient Juegio are fighting. Yuan Sheng said worriedly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, why? Is the situation not good? Yuan Sheng replied, ancient Juegio was very powerful at the beginning and suppressed the cardinal heaven with ease. But when the cardinal heaven was about to be defeated, he went into his tower. Next, a powerful cardinal heaven that was not inferior to ancient Juegio came out. The two fought to the point where they were both injured and had to stop. Zhou Xuanji relaxed his brows. Wasn't this a good thing? He was afraid that the cardinal heaven would be defeated. Such a powerful cardinal heaven must be plotting something for them to allow us to develop. Yuan Qing expressed his concern. He was worried that the cardinal heaven would target them in the future. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, let's talk about the future in the future. If we can defeat East Wujin, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. As for the cardinal heaven, let me deal with him. Seeing that he was so confident, Yuan Sheng became excited immediately. Yuan Sheng continued, there's one more thing. I heard from the captive that Wu Yan was crippled by Zhongji. No one knows if he's dead or alive. Chapter 1000. Crippled? Why? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Wasn't Wu Yan under Zhongji? Yuan Sheng shook his head and said, I'm not sure. This news seems to have been released by Zhongji on purpose. It's obvious that he's setting a trap for you. Perhaps Wu Yan has already betrayed you and his heart belongs to you. Of course, it's also possible that this is just one of Zhongji's schemes and Wu Yan is still living very freely. He honestly told Zhou Xuanji about this, which made Zhou Xuanji feel quite satisfied. These two fellows had always been fighting openly and covertly, but this time, they didn't hit him while he was down. Instead, they purposely concealed the truth. As a subordinate strategist, they were very qualified. Let's put it aside for now. It's impossible for me to sneak into the endless east to save him. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Now that Bei Wujin was in danger, if he went to save Wu Yan, he would be putting the Sword Emperor Divine Court in danger. Yuan Qing nodded. He also felt that this was the best decision. Wordless did not have much of a reputation in the East Boundless Realm, but now that a captive had mentioned that he was in danger, it was clearly a trap. Zhou Xuanji said, "Pay attention to the spacetime around the Divine Court. Not only do you have to guard against Eastern Infinity, but also Western Infinity." The boundless universe was too vast, and there were countless universes within it. The enemy might charge in from an inconspicuous corner. However, there was one thing that was certain. If the other party wanted to win, they would have to destroy the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Only when the Sword Emperor and the Cardinal Heaven experts were defeated would they be able to truly control the North. Yes. Yuan Qing accepted the order and left. Zhou Xuanji hesitated before sending out another 500 doppelgangers. The avatars quickly disappeared and headed to every corner of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. He felt that there might be chaos within the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Then, he continued to comprehend the constitution-defying creation scripture. The Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Eastern Endless Theocrats were at war, and the Cardinal Heaven experts were fighting against the ancient geniuses. These two pieces of news became the most popular news in Northern Limitless. A voice soon rang out. Fight for the endless North. Even though it was quite simple, it was quite powerful, attracting countless creatures to slaughter their way to the front lines. Even many old monsters who had been in seclusion for a long time appeared. In an instant, the Northern Limitless realm reached an unprecedented level of unity. In less than a month, another piece of shocking news had appeared. The news that the Cardinal Heavens had released the demonic emperor, Tang Xuanwu, and the other northern boundless overlords to participate in the battle caused a huge uproar. Because of their disappearance, the forces of these overlords were shattered. Now that they had made a comeback, the creatures that had already switched allegiance to them fell into a dilemma. Fortunately, they were at war, so they didn't have to make a decision immediately. Yuan Qing reported this to Zhou Xuanji. He was worried that the Sword Emperor Divine Court would lose power because of this. But Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He asked Yuan Qing to spread the news and guide the public's opinion. Now, the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Cardinal Heavens had to take the lead and fight against the enemy together. At this time, if they still wanted to divide their forces, then Northern Wujin would definitely perish. Yuan Qing immediately ordered his intelligence force to spread these rumors in various fields. After hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. North Endless was facing two sides. If they split up again, they would be defeated by the enemy one by one. The final result was the destruction of Northern Limitless. The turbulent situation calmed down again. The news reached the ears of the Cardinal Heaven experts. He couldn't help but sigh. This kid really knows how to use principles to set up a trap. After experiencing this war, could those living beings still be able to separate themselves from the others? The friendship of life and death was enough to solidify all living beings into an iron plate. He shook his head and looked at the pagoda in front of him. His pagoda was different from before. Its color was constantly changing. One moment, it was black, the next moment, it was golden, and the next moment, it was red. It was extremely strange. Don't worry, you'll be out soon. Cardinal Heaven stared at the pagoda and said softly. Boom! A loud sound came from the pagoda. It seemed like a terrifying beast was imprisoned in it. Cardinal Heaven's eyelids twitched. Seems like it's not enough. I need to refine it again. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and sucked the pagoda into it. In a silver-white palace, the ground was like the surface of a lake. Gujuagio sat paralyzed on the crystal throne. His hair had turned white, and his face was very pale. He was panting slightly, giving off the feeling that he was seriously ill. At this moment, an old man appeared at the bottom of the stairs. The old man looked at him and held a giant horn with both hands. "Master, the medicinal ingredient you wanted is here." Gujuagio reached out and sucked the horn into his hand. Then, the horn melted at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into countless light spots that drilled into his body. Phew, he let out a long breath and calmed down instantly. He slowly sat up straight, and his eyes became cold. "Cardinal Heaven. I didn't expect you to cultivate such a sinister magical power. It seems like you're really crazy." "What sinister magical power?" the old man asked doubtfully. It was the first time he had seen Gujuagio so severely injured. "He wants to imitate Sovereign Gu," Gujuagio replied. As he said this, he gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The old man opened his eyes wide and looked terrified. "Is he crazy?" the old man cried out furiously and immediately panicked. "Go find Hunyuan Heaven personally and tell him about this. As for what kind of magical power it is, Hunyuan Heaven knows," Gujuagio ordered. The old man nodded and left immediately. Gujuagio sat paralyzed on the crystal throne again. He looked up at the light above and muttered to himself, "Where did Cardinal Heaven learn it from? Could there be an even greater conspiracy behind this? Wait, why did Cardinal Heaven revive? Who revived him? And where did the legend of him revive come from?" Ever since the war began, Zhou Xuanji had not been at peace. Every 10 days or half a month, he would personally summon Jinsheng, Yuansheng, and the 12 divine lords to determine the situation of each battlefield. Most of the out-of-soul clones he sent out had already been destroyed. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his forehead and stretched his body. Recently, he had been studying the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra, which was extremely taxing on his mental energy. What was that sentence? Could it be some kind of incantation? Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself in confusion. He was thinking back to the sentence he had just comprehended. This was a passage formed from ancestral sound characters. When it was cut out and read, he felt a great fear and trepidation. This feeling was very abrupt because he felt very comfortable reciting the ancestral voice before. It was just that he would feel very tired afterward. He began to recite the sentence again and again. It was difficult to understand. Only those who knew the ancestral voice could remember it, but they could not understand what it meant. Even Zhou Xuanji, who had learned the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra, could not understand its meaning. As he recited it again and again, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of him. The crack began to grow larger. Zhou Xuanji felt a little scared, but he still persevered. He had to understand it, or else his heart would itch like a cat scratching it. The crack grew larger and larger, and strands of strange red qi seeped out from it. Roar, a low and horrifying roar came from it, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. Could it be a sealing incantation? Chapter 1001. Zhou Xuanji was hesitant. The spatial crack in front of him was giving off an evil aura, and he was worried that it would bring disaster. But he could not be at ease if he did not check it out clearly. That ancestor could not have left a fatal move in the unconstitutional Creation Sutra to harm his descendants, right? He continued to chant the ancestral voice. The spatial crack grew larger and larger. Soon, a blood-red arm reached out from it. The muscles on the arm were bulging and looked horrifying like a ghost's claw. Zhou Xuanji saw a pair of cold eyes in the spatial crack. It was like an evil god peeping into the light from the abyss. Zhou Xuanji looked into his eyes, and the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. It was a marvelous feeling. Somehow, he was sure that the other party would not harm him. There was a trace of anticipation in his eyes, waiting for him to open the seal completely. Boom! The spatial crack opened up, and a blood-red figure jumped out. He landed on the ground with his limbs touching the ground like a lizard. He had a head of wild and lush blood-red hair. 2 giant pythons coiled around his upper body, one purple and one black. His pants seemed to be made of the black fur of some creature. It was thick and covered with tiny patterns. He had a tail behind him that looked like a dragon's tail, but it was forked at the end. A gust of hot wind swept up as he swung it. Zhou Xuanji stared at him in surprise. This guy's aura is so powerful. I feel that he is not inferior to the cardinal heaven cultivators he met before. The dragon-tailed creature looked up and revealed a hideous face. His face was covered with centipede-like scars. "Greetings, master." He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice. He got up slowly and half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. "Master?" Zhou Xuanji understood immediately. "What's your name? What's your relationship with that person?" he asked with a smile. "My name is Blood Dragon Ghost. I was subdued by dedicated Heart Sovereign. He once saved my clansman, and I swore to serve him forever. After he fell, I followed his will and merged into the unconstitutional Creation Sutra to assist the next master," the Blood Dragon Ghost replied seriously. The Blood Dragon Ghoul answered seriously. He began to size up the Hall of Stars and sniffed the air around him. Dedicated Heart Sovereign? The master of the uncontrollable fire god? Zhou Xuanji felt that the Blood Dragon Ghost did not lie to him because he could control its life and death. This feeling was marvelous. His instincts told him that if he recited the ancestral voice in reverse, the Blood Dragon Ghost would be destroyed in both form and spirit. Are there other existences like you in the Constitution-defying creation scripture? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. The Blood Dragon Ghoul was very strong. If there were a few more of them, wouldn't this battle be settled? However, he felt that it was unrealistic. The older one was, the stronger one would be. The Blood Dragon Ghost shook its head and said, "I'm not sure, but I'm very strong under my master. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than me." He stood up slowly and looked at the door of the Myriad Stars Hall. He frowned and said, "This aura, someone is cultivating the Tao of extermination. Path of annihilation? What was that?" Zhou Xuanji was confused. Just when he was about to ask, the Blood Dragon Ghost disappeared suddenly. "Master, I'll go check out the situation. Wait for me here." He was very fast. Before he even finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji could no longer sense his aura. Zhou Xuanji could not help but frown. Would that guy hurt innocent people? He couldn't track the Blood Dragon Ghost right now, so he could only wait patiently. One day later, the Blood Dragon Ghost returned and landed on the ground. His left arm was drenched in blood, and his expression was extremely ugly. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What happened to you?" He was a little frustrated. He had high expectations for the Blood Dragon Ghost and was waiting for it to help him slaughter his enemies. He did not expect it to end up like this on the second day after it came out. What a slap in the face. I found that guy. He was indeed cultivating the Tao of annihilation. This guy is playing with fire. The Blood Dragon Ghost said with a deep voice. He waved his right hand, and the face of a cardinal heaven cultivator appeared before him. What's the Tao of annihilation? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He was thinking about something else. The Blood Dragon Ghost could not even defeat a cardinal heaven cultivator. How could it fight against Zhongji and the ancient geniuses? One must know that the cardinal heaven cultivator had not reached his pinnacle. That's the cultivation path created by the primogenitor. It will destroy everything, including fate. The Blood Dragon Ghost said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with hatred. Zhou Xuanji was still confused. How could a cardinal heaven cultivator die with such a Tao technique? I took a look when I went out. There are traces of the Tao of annihilation in the current spacetime. Someone must have used the Tao of annihilation at some point in time. The current spacetime is much weaker than the one I had back then. The Blood Dragon Ghost continued as it sat on the ground and began to recuperate. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What did this mean? What's the point of using the path of extermination? Become stronger? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Blood Dragon Ghost replied, destroy everything, eliminate everything, and create our own era. The era of the Prime Venerables. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this. Cardinal Heaven had always been an ancient sovereign, so it was indeed possible for him to learn the Tao of extermination. You're talking about the primeval age, but not all ancient existences were destroyed after the primeval age. Why is that? Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. If ancient sovereign really did what the blood dragon ghost said, there would not be the legend of the Kunlun origin court. The blood dragon ghost opened its eyes and replied, maybe he didn't want to dominate the universe. He had no choice but to exterminate the universe. That's why he didn't kill everyone. Zhou Xuanji came to a sudden realization, but new doubts appeared. What had Gu Zun encountered that forced him to use the Tao of annihilation? At the same time, he was in awe of the progenitor's unfathomable profundity. What kind of existence was the primogenitor master? It felt like he was omnipotent. How could such a powerful being fall? Who could kill him? Or was he like Pangu in Chinese mythology, sacrificing himself to create a new world? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. The blood dragon ghost asked as it recovered, Master, what's your relationship with that guy? If he's an enemy, you can take this opportunity to kill him. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What? A Cardinal Heaven heavily injured? His expression changed drastically. Seeing this, the blood dragon ghost could not help but feel uneasy. Could he be your good friend? The blood dragon ghost asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and told it about Bei Wujin's predicament. The blood dragon ghost was embarrassed. It did not expect to injure its new master's ally the moment it came out. Ahem, it's okay. Leave the ancient genius to me. The blood dragon ghost smiled and tried to hide its embarrassment. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and said unpleasantly, aren't you injured too? The blood dragon ghost replied proudly, my greatest ability is my recovery ability. No Daoist technique can cause permanent damage to me if it lands on me. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and could only nod. He tried to chant the ancestral voice incantation to summon the blood dragon ghost. Next, a spatial crack appeared behind the blood dragon ghost and sucked it in forcefully. Chapter 1002. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed to see that he could keep the blood dragon ghost. Then, he released the blood dragon ghost. The blood dragon ghost looked at him with resentment, but it didn't say anything. Mastering the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra would allow him to completely control the blood dragon ghost. Naturally, the blood dragon ghost wouldn't dare to have any objections. Based on what you said, you have a good relationship with the hidden heart revered. How could he bear to let you be like this? Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. The blood dragon ghost seemed to be cursed by an enemy. The blood dragon replied, it's incredible to be able to learn the Constitution-Defiance Creation Sutra. It's impossible for people without a heart of justice to learn it. The hidden heart deity once told me that the next master is absolutely trustworthy and won't mistreat me. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could divining sovereign calculate to this extent? He suddenly thought of the fated fate pearl. Could it be that the fated fate pearl would consider a person's heart during the process of recognizing its master? If he was cruel and heartless, he would be rejected by the fated pearl? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He began to admire the dedicated heart sovereign. Was the Constitution-defying creation scripture created by sovereign Qian Exan? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was very interested in secrets that were even older than Gu Zun. The blood dragon ghost said everything it knew, I'm not sure. Hidden Heart Sovereign seems to be related to the founder. I even suspect that he's not dead because I didn't see him fall with my own eyes. However, he left behind a will saying that he passed away. Speaking of this matter, a look of regret appeared on his face. What kind of person was Sovereign Dianxin? What was his cultivation like? Did he surpass the imperishable realm? Zhou Xuanji asked non-stop. He is a very strange person. Sometimes, he is kind and benevolent, and he can't bear to see any living being suffer. Sometimes, he is very evil and likes to scheme against people. Moreover, he doesn't kill people. Instead, he makes them suffer a fate worse than death. The blood dragon ghost sank into its memories. Its eyes alternated between nostalgia and fear. As for his cultivation, no one knows. In any case, I have never seen him lose. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt that Hidden Heart's sovereign was even more mysterious. If the devoted Mind Lord is still alive, where is he? And the progenitor? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be that the unknown regions of the boundless universe hid those ancient powerhouses? Why didn't they show themselves? For a time, the Hall of Stars was silent. The blood dragon ghost did not disturb Zhou Xuanji because he needed to rest. The battle in the north was still going on. After Gu Juejiao was injured, he settled down. Cardinal Heaven experts also began to recuperate after being attacked by the blood dragon ghost. The creatures under the two of them were fighting non-stop, and the flames of war spread across dozens of domains. Compared to them, the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Eastern Boundless Imperials were engaged in a fierce battle. All sorts of battle reports spread through the Sword Emperor Divine Court. More and more heroic figures were born, becoming famous after a single battle. More and more creatures rushed to the battlefield. The reason why the news of the battle had spread so quickly was because of Yuanqing's intentional arrangements. The idea naturally came from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of other geniuses rising up to shake his position, because he was confident. In the boundless universe, fame and fortune were equally important. Zhou Xuanji gave them a chance to become famous. As for the benefits, killing enemies could be exchanged for resources. Under such rules, the Sword Emperor Divine Court grew stronger as they fought. Wherever the situation on the battlefield was bad, more living beings would head there. To them, the stronger the enemy, the easier it was for them to become famous. Zhou Xuanji did not fight personally again, unless he encountered a powerful imperishable stage cultivator. Ordinary imperishable realm experts could be handed over to Hongqin Saint Monarch or other god monarchs. The gap in the battlefield could not be widened, and the Eastern Boundless Imperials could not invade the Northern Boundless Imperials. Eastern Boundless Imperials belonged to the expedition, and Zhong Ji could not allow this situation to continue. He sent someone even more powerful than 10-aspect deity Luo. Emperor Luo. This person was like an Azura in the Eastern Boundless Imperials. He had killed countless living beings until he was subdued by Zhong Ji. Zhong Ji sent him to bring disaster to the Northern Boundless Imperials. Once he entered the battlefield, he started killing immediately. He even killed Eastern Boundless living beings without any fear. The news spread to the Star Hall. My lord, that Emperor Luo is ridiculously powerful. The evil emperor of the Northern Boundless Imperials was defeated by him 100 million years ago. What should we do? Yuanqing said in panic. He was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. What made him panic the most was that Zhou Xuanji was still smiling and did not fear Emperor Luo at all. My lord. The enemy this time is completely different from the 10-aspect deity Luo. Yuanqing continued to say. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, what are you panicking for? Without a powerful enemy, how can we strengthen the cohesion of the Sword Emperor Divine Court? Continuous victories would only make people slack off. The pressure of adversity could instead unite people. Yuanqing said helplessly, now is not the time to unite. The enemy is really powerful. Even 10 Rainbow Qin Saint Lords are not his match. Why could he not make sense of it? He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji had become arrogant. It was not a good thing to face Emperor Luo with such a mentality. Zhou Xuanji suddenly chanted the ancestral voice, and Yuanqing was stunned. A spatial crack appeared out of nowhere. Next, the blood dragon ghost stepped out from it. A horrifying murderous aura filled the entire Star Hall. Yuanqing looked at the blood dragon ghost in a daze. Although he did not recognize the blood dragon ghost's aura was too powerful, which made him shudder. Even Emperor Luo could not instill such fear in him. My lord, he is, Yuanqing asked with a trembling voice. He did not even dare to look into the blood dragon ghost's eyes. Zhou Xuanji instructed, he's called the blood dragon ghost. He's my general. Bring him to Emperor Lu. Just when Yuan Sheng wanted to ask more, the blood dragon ghost moved before him. The blood dragon ghost grabbed him and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes. Half a day later, the blood dragon ghost and Yuan Sheng returned to the Star Hall. Yuan Sheng was still in a daze. The blood dragon ghost walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "It's done. I was wondering how powerful he would be. He's still far from the cardinal heaven you mentioned." After that, he walked to the side and began to meditate. Too powerful. He's really too powerful. Yuan Sheng mumbled to himself. He suddenly became excited. "Sir!" He cried out to the blood dragon ghost. "You must be a legendary being. What's your real name?" Recalling the battle just now, he felt like he was dreaming. The blood dragon ghost ignored him. Yuan Sheng looked at Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, "This sir can also use Godly Days mode." Emperor Lu could not even withstand a single palm strike from him. If not for his playfulness, we would have returned long ago. Godly Days mode? Zhou Xuanji glanced at the blood dragon ghost, who chuckled but still did not speak. "Okay, you can leave now." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. He suddenly wanted to learn from the blood dragon ghost. Yuan Sheng held back his excitement and asked, "My lord, do you want to create a legend about him?" With such a powerful cultivator, the Sword Emperor Divine Court's morale would be greatly boosted. It would also attract more creatures to join them. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The blood dragon ghost had already made its move anyway, so it could not be hidden anymore. Yuan Sheng heard him and immediately left in excitement. He had already thought of many ways to create an image of the blood dragon ghost as an invincible cultivator. Chapter 1003. The news of the ghostly blood dragon killing the Fire Emperor quickly spread throughout the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Then, it spread to the entire North Boundless and East Boundless. Emperor Lu was a super powerful being that had been famous for a long time. To think that he would be instantly killed by a mysterious being. Soon, the news about the blood dragon spread. Sword Emperor's battle general, blood dragon ghost. There were only these two messages. It was enough to raise the spirits of everyone in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. With such a super expert overseeing things, what was there for them to be afraid of? How many experts does the Sword Emperor have? Our North Limitless is not weak to begin with. Now that we have a virtuous lord, there will naturally be almighty beings appearing. Ha ha ha, Dong Wujin must be dumbfounded. First, it was 10-aspect Divine Luo, and now it's Emperor Lu. Is Zhong Ji going to act personally next? The Sword Emperor is truly amazing. He has endless trump cards. Right now, I want to know what those dogs of East Wujin are feeling. All the domains were discussing this matter. The shocking feat of the ghostly blood dragon had also attracted more creatures to the battlefield. The Sword Emperor Divine Court grew stronger as the battle progressed, and the morale of the Eastern Boundless royal family started to drop. Not long after, the Eastern Endless royal family began to retreat. The Sword Emperor Divine Court could be considered to have obtained victory in the first wave of the war, and everyone rejoiced. The news reached the ears of the Cardinal Heaven experts. He sat in his bedroom, gnashing his teeth. So that guy is Zhou Xuanji's man. The anger of a Cardinal Heaven expert could not be appeased at the thought of the blood dragon ghost attacking him. But on second thought, he was curious why the blood dragon ghost would help Zhou Xuanji. That fellow had recognized that he cultivated the Tao of extermination at a glance. This was a secret that even Hong Meng Heaven did not know. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had an unimaginable backer? An almighty being from before the primeval era, the heart of a Cardinal Heaven expert sank. He was a little flustered. He had always been in awe of the existences before the primeval sovereigns. The more you know, the more you are afraid of. That shouldn't be possible. After Prime Sovereign, those undying existences won't come out again. The eyes of a Cardinal Heaven expert flickered as he tried to comfort himself. He waved his right hand, and a figure flew out of the pagoda in front of him. It looked exactly like him. Let's take a look at the Sword Emperor Divine Court and see if there are any strange auras there. That Cardinal Heaven expert immediately disappeared from his spot after giving the order. Ever since he summoned the Blood Dragon Ghost, Zhou Xuanji did not stop studying the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. He felt that the Constitution-defying Creation Scripture was an endless treasure. In addition to summoning the Blood Dragon, there must be a stronger method. Usually, he would put the Blood Dragon into the unique space of the Scripture of Defiance of the Constitution. Although he could control the life and death of the Blood Dragon Ghost, this guy's temperament was abnormal. He could tell at a glance that it was evil. If it went out and did anything wrong, it would be torture for him. He wanted to nip the potential tragedy in the bud. As the war began, some creatures from the Kunlun Origin Court, Jinsu Court Realm, and Zhanlan Court Realm were released to roam the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji paid special attention to these creatures, especially those from the Kunlun Origin Court. After all, he came from the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't want the living beings of the Kunlun Origin Court to drown in the vast endless universe as soon as they came out. Even though the Sword Emperor Divine Court already had order, there was still darkness everywhere. It was worth mentioning that Zhou Shaoxian and Zhou Tanhua's sects were already on the right track. Naturally, Zhou Shaoxian was the one with the fastest growth. She already had more than 10,000 disciples. Zhou Tanhua only accepted a few people, and his requirements were extremely strict. Zhou Xuanji had no objections to this. Both options had their pros and cons. As long as they could carry out their ideas, it would be a good thing. Zhou Xuanji did not want them to have no goals in life under his protection forever. This was especially true for Zhou Shaoxian. At the very least, Zhou Tanhua's goal was to cultivate bitterly. Under the red clouds, on the floating island. Zhongji's expression was extremely ugly. The spy kneeling beside him was shivering, not daring to raise his head. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Zhou Xuanji. Zhongji gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Before, he had treated Zhou Xuanji as a chess piece, so he had sent Wu Yan to help Zhou Xuanji. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be able to stand against him in such a short time. It could even be said that they were suppressing him. At least in the battle, he did not gain any advantage at all. Instead, he increased Zhou Xuanji's fame. Right now, the name of the Northern Limitless Sword Emperor wasn't just limited to Northern Limitless. Even the other three Limitless sects were discussing it. Northern Limitless, who was fighting amongst themselves, actually held the upper hand against Eastern Limitless and Western Limitless pressure. A Cardinal Heaven expert was already a legend. But what about Zhou Xuanji? Kunlun Origin Court Supreme? The Kunlun Origin Court had long lost its legendary status. Go down. Zhongji said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the spy immediately disappeared. Bang! Zhongji slammed the table, instantly shattering it. He was furious. He really wanted to kill his way into the battlefield himself. But if he did this, wouldn't it be telling the endless universe that the royal family had no one and that he could only do it himself? He was furious and aggrieved. No, I must restrain his arrogance. Zhongji said, gnashing his teeth. He suddenly thought of someone and immediately disappeared. On the star stairs of the star's domain, Zhou Xuanji strolled forward. As he walked, he looked down at the star spectator domain. Shen Nianxing followed behind him. Tell me, what opportunity did you get? What's the origin of that blood dragon ghost? Shen Nianxing pestered him and kept asking questions. She had been active on the battlefield. After learning of the existence of the blood dragon ghost, she immediately ran back. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, I already said that it's a trump card. Can I say more? When did this girl become so thick-skinned? I'm worried about you. How powerful is Emperor Lo? Even I'm not sure if I can kill him. But your subordinate killed him in an instant. I'm worried that you will be used by him, Shen Nianxing said seriously. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Don't worry, he has been sealed by me. I have the means to control him. Shen Nianxing couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. What kind of ability can control such an expert? She looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through him. When did this kid become so unfathomable? If there's nothing else, I advise you to leave. I won't say anything. If you want to deal with me one day, wouldn't I be digging my own grave if I said anything? Zhou Xuanji snorted. It was rare for him to come out for a walk. He didn't want his mood to be ruined by her. Shen Nianqing stepped forward and walked side by side with him. She said with a strange smile, "Shall we make a big wave?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, "What do you mean?" "You killed Emperor Lu. Zhongji will definitely fly into a rage. Next, he will definitely think of other ways to deal with you. It's better for us to directly attack the royal family and catch them off guard," Shen Nianqing said with a smile. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Zhongji certainly didn't expect that they would attack the royal family at this critical juncture. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked, "Then who will be in charge of the Sword Emperor Divine Court?" Shen Nianqing said with a smile, "Don't you also have an outer soul doppelganger? Can't you just pretend to be your main body?" Chapter 1004. Zhou Xuanji carefully considered Shen Nianqing's proposal. He felt that it was feasible. At this juncture, the Sword Emperor Divine Court's momentum was at its peak. The ones who were anxious should be the Eastern boundless royalty. From another person's point of view, there was no need for him to take the risk. Because of this, he was able to catch them off guard. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, go back and prepare first. Wait for my notice." When Shen Nianqing heard this, a smile blossomed on her face, and then she disappeared. Zhou Xuanji continued to advance, and at the same time, he removed the space-time restrictions around him. Even if there was no one around, he had to be careful so that no one could hear his plan with Shen Nianqing. He spread out his divine sense and observed the situation of the various realms within the multitude star domain. The current domain of stars was many times stronger than before he took over. There were too many living beings coming and going, and it had already surpassed the cultivation gathering places like the Thunder League and the Yen League. Cardinal Heaven experts were resurrected in the Myriad Domain Demon Lair, and the surrounding worlds were destroyed, including the Thunder Alliance. Zhou Xuanji looked at the lives of the creatures as he walked about. When he reached the end, he retracted his divine sense. This flight of stairs isn't long enough. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement before disappearing from the top of the starry sky stairs. 2 days later, he and Shen Nianqing quietly left. He had left an extra soul doppelganger in the Hall of Stars. For the sake of authenticity, he had poured the same level of divine energy as his main body into the doppelganger. In the divine state, Shen Nianqing sighed, "Your use of this kind of magical power is getting stronger and stronger, but in terms of speed, I'm not as good as you." She looked at Zhou Xuanji closely. Although Zhou Xuanji rarely participated in battles and did not go out, she felt that he was becoming more and more powerful. His unfathomable demeanor really made her curious. "It's all right. Compared to true experts, I'm still far from it. Compared to those before the ancient sovereign, I'm not even worth mentioning," Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head and smiled. Shen Nianqing narrowed her eyes. Was this kid pretending, or had he really seen the people before the primeval era? Zhou Xuanji could now sense everything outside the space-time kaleidoscope. This way, he could perfectly control the direction he was heading. When they arrived at the lawless area, Shen Nianqing began to lead the way. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what she had done in the past. This time, she did not hide anything and talked about her glorious days as she led the way. Before Shen Nianqing, there was another Hongmeng Tian. Together with Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, Hongmeng Heaven had left behind the legend of the three heavens. When she was born, the Cardinal Heaven experts had already fallen. It was a mysterious chaotic era, and there were very few historical legends left behind. The people who survived from that era all became the current overlords. Among them were Gujuagio, Ancestral Buddha, Zhongji, Evil Emperor, etc. Shen Nianqing was formed by the heavenly Tao of a universe. After awakening her identity as Hongmeng Heaven, she began to rise. She challenged the strong along the way, and her prestige dominated the world. It was worth mentioning that Shen Nianxing had the title of Lesser Supreme Heaven back then. When it came to this matter, Shen Nianxing couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. How did you feel when you met a true Cardinal Heaven expert? Zhou Xuanji asked teasingly. In his heart, he was thinking about the history of the boundless universe. What he was most curious about was why Gu Zun had used the Tao of Annihilation. Did he encounter something at that time, or did he go berserk? The two of them chatted at a very fast pace. Under the leadership of Shen Nianxing, they did not encounter any danger and easily sneaked into the Eastern Endless Sea. The space barrier of the lawless region was like an empty shell to the godless state. After entering the Eastern Endless Sea, Zhou Xuanji felt that the divine energy in his body was a little chaotic. The reason was that the spiritual qi of the Eastern Endless Sea was different from that of the Northern Endless Sea. This difference had nothing to do with strength or weakness. It was just an essential difference, just like humans and demons. The Eastern Endless Sea is very big. It has always been ruled by the royal family, and the base of the royal family has never changed. I have been there before and I still remember the way. Even if I die, I will not forget it, Shen Nianxing said with a smile. Her smile was so cold. She was still brooding over the hatred of the past. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and wiped his face. Immediately, his face changed into another face. Shen Nianxing raised her brow and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid of being recognized?" "Of course not, I just want to create a misunderstanding," Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. He wanted Zhong Ji to think that there were other experts hiding in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. This time, he wanted to completely display the instincts he had comprehended. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji had the opportunity to observe the Eastern Endless Court. There were too many similarities between the two endless worlds. If it weren't for the spiritual qi, Zhou Xuanji would have thought that he was still in the Northern Endless Sea. After a long while, the two finally arrived near the Eastern Endless Royal Clan. Zhou Xuanji looked up. The end of the universe was filled with extremely strong sunlight. It was like a huge sun that had expanded countless times. Countless red clouds overflowed from it. At the same time, many creatures flew into it. Before stepping into the Eastern Endless Royal Clan, Zhou Xuanji had already felt the power of the royal family. The vast aura gathered together like a holy land in the endless universe. People couldn't help but want to worship it. "See if you can use Godly Void State to jump in directly," Shen Nianxing asked expectantly. Godly Void State could pass through everything. If she could take them directly into the royal family, it would save a lot of trouble. Zhou Xuanji immediately took her into Godly Void State. He tried to break through the royal family's world restriction. There was a loud bang. The space-time kaleidoscope shattered. Zhou Xuanji and Shen Nianxing fell into a red cloud sky. They quickly stabilized their bodies and looked around. "Sure enough, we came in. Next, we will act separately. You can do whatever you want," Shen Nianxing said excitedly. After that, she disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He then concealed his aura and went to look for Wu Yan. If Wu Yan was really punished by Zhong Ji because of him, then he had to save Wu Yan. Although Wu Yan's background made him conflicted, Wu Yan had never harmed him until now. Not long after he took action, dang, the sound of an ancient bell rang out, followed by a series of explosions. The floating islands in the distance exploded one after another. Vaguely, Shen Nianxing's wild laughter could be heard. "This guy," Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He was still wondering why Shen Nianxing wanted to act separately. He didn't expect her to go straight to the destruction. He used Godly Void speed and quickly moved through the royal family's world. Shen Nianxing swept in all directions. On the other side, Shen Nianxing was surrounded by hundreds of immortal experts. These experts were all furious. They didn't ask anything and directly started fighting. Shen Nianxing raised her arms as strands of red qi coiled around her body, forming a huge tornado that blocked all the divine ability attacks. "It's you." Zongji's cold voice came. He descended from the clouds. His face was as cold as frost and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He recognized Shen Nianqing at a glance. She was the devil who had bullied the royal family. Shen Nianqing hated them, and so did Zongji. In order to destroy Shen Nianqing, the royal family had paid a heavy price. Zongji's mother had died in that battle. Chapter 1005. You've come at the right time. Your father is dead, so you'll pay for him. Shen Nianqing stared at Zongji and said in a cold voice with a sneer on her face. Zongji looked down at her and laughed mockingly. For so many years, you have been hiding, being a disciple of so many people, working so hard just for revenge? Do you deserve it? What right do you have to fight against us now? Shen Nianqing raised her arms. In the red tornado, her face became wild and ferocious. Kid, what do you know? Your royal family won't be able to see me reach the peak. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright red light burst forth from her body. A series of terrifying roars came from her body. Zongji's expression changed as he yelled, "Get into formation. Kill her." Boom. Hundreds of immortal powerhouses lined up in a formation. Their divine power gathered together to form a huge golden will above Shen Nianqing's head. Almost instantly, a terrifying golden beam of light descended from the sky, covering Shen Nianqing. Boundless pressure spread and shook the imperial family world. Space twisted, and countless red clouds circled around, forming ring-shaped air currents. Zhou Xuanji, who was searching silently, looked back. Sensing the power of the formation, he could not help but frown. Could she bear it? He hesitated for a moment before summoning the blood dragon. An evil aura spread out, and the blood dragon ghost stepped out of the spatial crack. Master, which pitiful worm needs me to kill this time? The blood dragon ghost grinned hideously as it involuntarily glanced at the battle in the distance. He immediately understood. Zhou Xuanji ordered, other than that woman, kill everyone else. The blood dragon ghost smiled and immediately disappeared. Zhou Xuanji continued to search for Wuyan. The royal family's world was very big, and it was so big that Zhou Xuanji could not search every corner in a short period of time. Soon, he heard the laughter coming from behind him. It was even wilder than Shen Nianqing's. The blood dragon ghost had already begun its massacre. Who the hell are you? Zongji's roar echoed throughout the imperial world. The blood dragon ghoul laughed sinisterly. You're the blood dragon ghoul ancestor. Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. At this moment, he suddenly sensed wordless aura. It was very weak. The aura came from a giant upside-down island below. The island was entangled by thousands of large chains, and there were many iron doors on the rocky walls. There were guards behind each iron door. Zhou Xuanji charged in forcefully with the sword fusion technique. There was a loud bang. One side of the massive island exploded, and Zhou Xuanji dived in like a ghost. The guards along the way could not stop him at all. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Speechless Cell. He frowned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Wordless was chained to the wall. His arms and legs were gone, and his head was drooping. His body was covered in bloody holes, and there were golden worms crawling in each of the holes. Zhou Xuanji could sense that Wuyan's real body was not fake. He asked softly, "Why is it like this?" Hearing this, she raised her head silently, her eyes as clear as before. "It's nothing. I just chose to follow my heart," Speechless replied. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "You chose me, why does Zongji treat you like this? Since you came here, you must have become stronger." Bang! The iron door collapsed, and Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand. His divine energy destroyed the insects on Wuyan's body and broke the iron chains. "You can't take him away." A hoarse voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji. He turned and saw an old prisoner sitting in the cell behind him. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were ragged. His body was quite thin, and his aura was almost non-existent. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, What, you don't want to escape? The old prisoner slowly raised his head, revealing a face that looked like old tree bark. He said calmly, I came here voluntarily, why should I escape? Didn't you notice that the guards here are very weak? Zhou Xuanji smiled, he understood what this fellow meant. So this old prisoner was the expert guarding this island. Even though he could not sense the old prisoner's aura, the old prisoner gave him a very dangerous feeling. He's an ancestor of the royal clan, a god born from the primeval sovereign era. Please don't act against him, wordless voice came, sounding incredibly weak. Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, if I want to take you away, who can stop me? Wordless fell silent. The old prisoner looked at him and said, Junior, don't be too conceited. Even though I haven't gone out for a long time, no one in the boundless universe is a match for me. So powerful? Zhou Xuanji did not panic, and his body gradually gave off a silver light. He was already prepared to fight. Junior, are you sure you want to act? The old prisoner said coldly. He slowly stood up, and an awe-inspiring aura exploded out. Zhou Xuanji teased, can't you sense everything outside? The old prisoner replied, the royal clan is more powerful than you think. Even if the previous Hongmeng heaven came, he would not be able to escape death. She didn't tell you how she died back then, right? Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and sword qi condensed into a sword of light in his hand. Back then, she was high-spirited and thought that she was invincible in the boundless universe. In the end, facing the powerful beings of the royal clan, she was utterly defeated and could not fight back at all. In the end, she killed herself here, her body and soul destroyed. The old prisoner continued to speak. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent, his soul was already chanting the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. 2 faded fate pearls replaced his eyes, and his aura suddenly changed. This is, the old prisoner's eyes widened, looking dumbfounded. Wu Yan was also stunned. Zhou Xuanji gripped Annihilation Judgment, his killing intent rising. He stared at the old prisoner and harumphed, since you want to stop me, then let me see the power of the ancient sovereign. Rumble, the massive island trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. The old prisoner deeply breathed in and asked in a low voice, just who are you? Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and slashed out. At the same time, he used universal attraction and pulled Wu Yan behind him. The massive island exploded, and a berserk shockwave swept across the entire royal clan's world. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew out with Wu Yan. He looked back and saw the old prisoner, covered in blood, flying out as well. The old prisoner was not angry and instead looked at him in surprise and cried out, the power of the primordial lord. You're the primordial lord's descendant? Primordial lord. Wu Yan's expression greatly fell, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, what do you mean? Your aura is exactly the same as the primordial lord's, you're the primordial lord's descendant. The old prisoner said with a trembling voice, so excited that his entire body trembled. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, so what if I am? The old prisoner deeply breathed in and replied, I'll bring you out of here. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side in an instant. Such speed. Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he instinctively wanted to resist, but it was too late. The old prisoner grabbed him and Wu Yan and jumped out of the royal clan's world. Zhou Xuanji was dazed and found that he had come to avoid absolute time. Massive waves crashed in his heart. Could this old thing also have the exalted invasion sovereign physique? Chapter 1006. The old prisoner looked at Zhou Xuanji and deeply breathed in. Wu Yan quickly grew 4 limbs and blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji. He stared at the old prisoner and said, Senior, don't kill him. Those insects were his seal. After Zhou Xuanji got rid of them, he regained his ability to recover. Little bastard, get lost. I won't kill him. The old prisoner said unhappily. With a wave of his right hand, speechless uncontrollably moved to the side, making way for him. Zhou Xuanji could tell that this guy no longer intended to kill him. It seemed like his identity as a descendant of the founding lord had an effect. Could it be that the bloodline of the founding master was cultivating the constitution-defying creation scripture? The hidden heart supremacy was a descendant of the founding lord? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that there are still descendants of the founding master? The current endless world is a joke. It has gone against the founder master's will. What is your goal? The old prisoner asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, unify the endless universe. And then? To challenge a higher realm. After unifying the world, how will you manage the four directions? By the law, supreme beings and mortals share the same responsibility. The old prisoner frowned. He no longer said anything, entering a state of contemplation. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him. He turned to look at Wu Yan and asked, how are you? Speechless nodded, I'm recovering. He hesitated for a moment before asking, can I still serve you in the future? Zhou Xuanji laughed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji meaningfully and was speechless. Why did you choose me? Why did you betray the royal family and suffer so much torture? Zhou Xuanji asked. Speechless answered without hesitation, you have a brighter future. Compared to the other overlords, you are more benevolent and righteous. You are the only overlord who cares about the suffering of the people at the bottom. Hearing this, the old prisoner looked up at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed, are you bootlicking? He felt that Speechless was exaggerating. There were definitely people who were more benevolent than him, it was just that they were not strong enough. In the boundless universe, the law of the jungle was the eternal and unchanging rule. No, it's not that hard to find a benevolent heart. What's rare is that a genius with outstanding talent and a strong providence can be benevolent, Wu Yan said seriously. He paused for a moment and continued. The boundless East royal family has existed for countless years, but they've never unified the boundless universe, and even the boundless East royal family occasionally has internal strife. East Infinity can even be said to be the courtyard of the royal family. Members of the royal family can do whatever they want, but in the multitude star domain, no matter how high one's position is, as long as one dares to violate the rules, they will be punished. Hearing him speak so extravagantly, Zhou Xuanji could not help but doubt himself. Am I really that good? Zhou Xuanji had risen up from the bottom. Perhaps it was because he had not lived long enough, but he would always consider the lives of those at the bottom. Sometimes, Yuansheng even felt that he was too benevolent and righteous. He felt that he should be strict with those at the bottom and not give them too much freedom. Only then would the Sword Emperor Divine Court be orderly and strong, especially during times of war. Junior, I'll bring you to a place. The old prisoner said, causing Zhou Xuanji and the others to look at him speechlessly. He could see the alertness in the two's eyes and said helplessly, if I wanted to kill you, why would I beat around the bush? Zhou Xuanji nodded. Just when he was about to speak, the old prisoner grabbed his shoulder. Next, the world spun around him again. This time, the dizziness lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji was confused. What divine ability was the old prisoner using? It felt even more profound than godly blankness. A long while later, the dizziness finally disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. There was a massive door in front of him. Above him was a boundless blue sky, and below him was a sea of clouds. Looking up, they could not see anything other than the massive door in front of them. This is the forbidden ground of the royal family? Wu Yan cried out in shock. He took 2 steps forward with excitement on his face. Zhou Xuanji could not help but size up the massive door. The massive door was silver in color and was carved with many patterns of white rocks, as though it was recording a story. There was nothing behind the door. It just stood there alone, desolate and boundless. Zhou Xuanji looked at it for a long time but could not sense anything wrong. Although the door contained restrictive mechanisms, it was not connected to other worlds, and it did not contain any powerful energy. Put your hand on it. The old prisoner stood beside Zhou Xuanji and said softly. Zhou Xuanji did not hesitate. He walked up to the massive door and placed his hand on the stone surface. Wu Yan stopped and looked at him. However, nothing happened. The old prisoner frowned and reminded him, "Your aura is not right. Where's the aura of the primogenitor lord's descendant?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately chanted the constitution-defying creation sutra with his soul. His aura changed as well. The massive door began to tremble violently, and the patterns of white rocks on the door began to move. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense some kind of energy surging toward the massive door from all directions. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow in anticipation. What was hidden behind the door? Could it be related to the primogenitor lord? Many silver starlight flowed out of the door and gathered at the top of the door, forming a massive silhouette. Zhou Xuanji looked up but could not see the silhouette's face clearly. "The primogenitor lord has shown himself," the old prisoner said excitedly and knelt down shakily. Wu Yan was shocked too. He looked at the primogenitor lord's spirit and did not know what to say. Primogenitor lord? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why was the primogenitor lord's spirit in this door? Could it be that the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan was related to the primogenitor lord? The Eastern Infinity Royal Clan was the race with the deepest foundation in the endless universe. Could it be that it was related to the primogenitor lord that allowed it to flourish for so long? Zhou Xuanji's thoughts began to wander. "Junior, you summoned me," the primogenitor lord's spirit said. The primogenitor's spirit spoke. His voice was actually the ancestral voice. If not for Zhou Xuanji having studied the ancestral voice thoroughly, he would not have understood it at all. At least the old prisoner and Wu Yan could not understand it. They could only look at the primogenitor lord's spirit in awe. "You are the primogenitor lord?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. The primogenitor lord was definitely the greatest legend in the endless universe. He was omnipotent and could create everything. Any impossible existence could be connected to him. "That's right. You cultivated my energy technique and met my spirit. This is your serendipity," the primogenitor lord's spirit replied. His tone was ethereal, and Zhou Xuanji could not tell what he was feeling. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at the old prisoner and Wu Yan. He realized that both of them had entered a state of enlightenment and were in a daze. So domineering. He could make someone like this just by speaking? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. The old prisoner's cultivation was unfathomable after all. He was already terrifyingly powerful, but facing the primogenitor lord's spirit, he could not resist at all. "Who's in charge now?" the primogenitor lord's spirit asked, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. He replied, "No one's in charge. The endless universe is divided into 4 sides and is in chaos." The primogenitor lord's spirit continued, "I'm asking about the Kunlun Origin Court." Chapter 1007. "I will make the decisions in the Kunlun Origin Court," Zhou Xuanji replied. He was a little embarrassed to say this. It seemed like in the era of the primogenitor, the Kunlun Origin Court represented everything, and the Kunlun Origin Court's sovereign was the highest lord. The founder's spirit said, "So that's how it is. It seems like the Kunlun Origin Court isn't as good as before." Zhou Xuanji felt a little depressed. Could he not be so direct? He said helplessly, "You can't blame me. I understand. When I created those 2 techniques back then, I had already foreseen this day. If the Heaven Stabilizer Master didn't exist, there would still be 8 directions endless, 16 directions endless, and even more." The founder lord's spirit said calmly, his tone as always. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Do you have anything to say?" It seemed like the spirit of the founder lord had not been summoned for a long time. "That's right, if one didn't learn the constitution-defying creation sutra, it would be impossible to summon the spirit of the first lord. I can only give you a reminder." The spirit of the founder lord replied. Zhou Xuanji listened earnestly. Creation and destruction reinforce and counteract each other. You've learned the constitution-defying creation scripture, so there's bound to be someone who's learned the Tao of extinction. This is fate. The guy who summoned me last time was called Gu Zun. He killed the Sky Stabilizer Master who had learned the constitution-defying creation scripture and unified the boundless universe. The progenitor lord's spirit slowly said, "The path of extermination created the current world. Prepare to meet your destiny." Zhou Xuanji was not surprised because he already knew that Cardinal Heaven cultivators were cultivating the Tao of extermination. He asked, "I really want to know if all of you have fallen. Is it hiding in another place?" There were so many invincible existences, it was impossible for them to all die at the end of cultivation. When you unify the endless universe, you will understand everything. Believe me, sometimes, the scenery at the peak isn't beautiful. The ancestor's spirit said faintly. After speaking, he dissipated into countless silver stars, which then entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Zhou Xuanji quietly enjoyed these silver stars. These silver stars allowed his cultivation to increase rapidly. That's more like it. We can't come here for nothing, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The spirit of the Founder Lord had said so much, but it was not as useful as these silver stars. At this moment, the old prisoner and speechless suddenly woke up. The primogenitor's spirit is truly amazing. Just a single sentence from you is enough to make me fall head over heels for you. Speechless sighed, his face full of admiration. The old prisoner looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked excitedly, "What did the primogenitor's spirit say to you?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I said some useless things. Old people love to reminisce." The old prisoner understood that he didn't want to say more and didn't press the issue. "Just accept this gate. Even if it remains in the Emperor clan, it will only be a decoration in the restricted land," the old prisoner said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji could not help but look toward the giant door. Could it be that this door was a treasure? He activated the constitutional defying creation scripture again and used his divine power to lift the giant door. Huh. Very easy. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and stored the massive door in his palm. At this moment, the majestic gate was like a small toy, no longer having the boundless grandeur from before. He inserted his soul imprint into the giant gate. With a hong sound, a powerful pressure erupted, stirring up a gale that made his clothes flutter. Master Emperor's Door. Zhou Xuanji immediately knew its name, and at the same time, he also obtained information about its origins. This was feedback from the main Emperor Gate. This door came from the beginning of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji did not know who had created it. Let's take a look first. The process of recognizing a master required time. He flipped his right hand and put the main Emperor Gate into the supreme storage. He turned to look at the old prisoner and asked, "Just who are you?" The old prisoner replied, "I'm a sinner of the Emperor clan. I've long since abandoned my name, and I'll follow you in the future. As long as it's not against the Emperor clan, I can help you fight against any enemy." Zhou Xuanji did not feel happy. Even though the old prisoner was very powerful, he was still someone from the Emperor clan. What if this fellow suddenly found his conscience and wanted to help his family? What would he do then? He could not have a grenade by his side. Forget it, we'll meet again in the future. Let's meet again. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and directly refused. The old prisoner became anxious and said, "Even if you attack the Emperor clan, I won't interfere. As long as you don't destroy the Emperor clan, it's fine." Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, "If you lower yourself like this, I'll be even more afraid, alright?" The old prisoner felt incredibly awkward and did not know what to say. "Master, I think we can take him in." Previously, when the Emperor clan was attacked, he did not even help. "If not for me being imprisoned, would not even know of his existence," Wu Yan said seriously. The old prisoner nodded and said seriously, "Even though I'm a member of the Emperor clan, a long time ago, I was also a servant of the Founder Master's bloodline. If not for the Founder Master's bloodline taking pity on me, the Emperor clan would not have fallen to where it is today." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji sized him up. According to what he said, wasn't he the ancestor of the Emperor clan? Wu Yan was shocked too, and his eyes opened wide. Seeing his eyes, Zhou Xuanji knew that he would not give up. "Forget it. Follow me and bring us out first. I'm going to fetch my two subordinates." You know where they are, Zhou Xuanji said helplessly. It might be a good idea to let this old fellow deal with Gu Juejiao. The old prisoner nodded and left with them. Within the Emperor clan's world, a chaotic battle was getting more and more intense. The blood dragon ghost and Zhongji's figures constantly intertwined, and they were locked in battle. Zhongji's hair was disheveled, and his face was filled with anger. He waved his palms and shouted furiously, "Blood dragon ghost, right? When I slaughter Bai Wujin, I will hold Zhou Xuanji's head as a sacrifice to you." The blood dragon ghost was surrounded by a bloody wind. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Are you a fool? You might die today, but you are still thinking about the future. No wonder you keep losing. What rank did that reptile called Emperor Lu rank under you last time? The blood dragon ghost laughed contemptuously. Those afterimages did not dissipate. They used various divine abilities and besieged Zhongji. Zhongji resisted while suppressing his anger. He glanced into the distance. Shen Nianxing was surrounded by the experts of the Emperor clan, but she was still not defeated. As long as no more enemies appeared, the crisis of the Emperor clan was nothing. He silently analyzed in his heart. But the blood dragon ghost was too strong. He couldn't defeat it in a short time. Do I have to ask the ancestor to make a move? Zhongji gritted his teeth and thought with hesitation in his eyes. Boom! The sky was suddenly cut open, and 3 figures descended from the crack in the sky. They were Zhou Xuanji, Wu Yan, and the old prisoner. Zhou Xuanji held a sword of light in his hand. Annihilation Judgment. He slashed with his sword, and a powerful light burst forth. Many floating islands exploded one after another. Zhongji cast a spell with his left hand and used his divine energy to block most of the impact, but he still couldn't completely block it. Sons of the Emperor clan, today's calamity is not without reason. If you want to blame someone, blame your clan leader for invading Bai Wujin. Zhou Xuanji laughed deliberately. His voice spread throughout the entire Emperor clan's world. Chapter 1008. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated throughout the royal clan's world. Zhongji's face was extremely unsightly, but he did not refute Zhou Xuanji. In the Eastern Endless royal family, he was the absolute overlord. You want to shake my prestige with just a few words? Impossible. Zhongji ignored Zhou Xuanji. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to get rid of the blood dragon ghost as soon as possible before killing the other enemies. His eyes flickered with a bewitching purple light, and his long hair danced in the wind, giving rise to torrential flames. His entire body turned into a ball of blood-red flames. The blood dragon ghouls sneered and turned into countless afterimages, besieging Zhongji again. Bang! Zhongji's blood flames suddenly exploded, turning into a sea of fire that swept in all directions. The afterimages of the blood dragon ghost were scattered one after another, like candlelight being blown out by the wind. Zhongji instantly appeared behind the blood dragon ghost. The blood flames on his body turned into long snakes that wrapped around the blood dragon ghost. The blood dragon ghost struggled with all its might, but it was unable to break free. Die! A purple light shot out from Zhongji's eyes and enveloped the blood dragon ghost. A white light pillar descended from the sky and engulfed the blood dragon ghost. With a deafening bang, the aura of the blood dragon ghost disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was still watching the show. Speechless, asked curiously, "You're not in a hurry?" He could no longer feel the aura of the ghost blood dragon, so he was sure that it was dead. He won't die, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The old prisoner stared at the blood energy in front of Zhongji thoughtfully. At the same time, the momentum of the battle on Shen Nianxing's side reached its peak. The momentum of hundreds of powerhouses gathered together, causing the whole world to tremble and face the danger of collapse. Zhongji turned around and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Pa! His right hand was grabbed by the old prisoner, and his palm was less than 10 centimeters away from Zhou Xuanji's chest. His expression changed as he glanced at the old prisoner. "It's you." "What do you mean?" Zhongji asked in a low voice. He had seen the old prisoner before, but he wasn't familiar with him. As far as he could remember, he had only seen the old prisoner a few times. "Let them leave, or else the imperial family will be destroyed in your hands," said the old prisoner coldly. Zhongji frowned and felt humiliated. He immediately released his divine power and prepared to resist. However, as soon as his divine power left his body, it was dispersed by an invisible force. How is this possible? Zhongji's eyes widened. He had felt strange when he saw the old prisoner before, but he hadn't felt any danger from the old prisoner, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, the old prisoner gave him a creepy feeling. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Zhongji, listen to his advice. He's your senior. If you give up on attacking Northern Infinity, I will not seek trouble with you. But if you insist, I will make sure that you will never have a day of peace." He spoke softly, but his murderous intent was clear. Zhongji felt humiliated. He suppressed his anger and asked the old prisoner, "Who are you? Why have you been in the imperial prison all this time?" The old prisoner replied, "I can be considered your ancestor. The imperial clan has existed for so many years and produced so many heavenly geniuses. When has it ever stood at the peak? Our royal family doesn't have that fate. Everything we have now was given to us by the progenitor." His words were so piercing to Zhongji's ears. Zhongji's anger had already filled his chest. He regarded the honor of the royal family as his pride. How could he allow others to trample on it like this? Moreover, this person claimed to be his ancestor, which was like a slap to his face. He even had an attitude of pity for him. Zhongji gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the old prisoner's power. At this moment, the blood dragon ghost appeared beside Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. He stared at the old prisoner with squinted eyes that were filled with hostility. He couldn't see through the old prisoner's cultivation, so he instinctively resisted. "Go and save her," Zhou Xuanji ordered. The blood dragon ghost hesitated for a moment and immediately went to support Shen Nianqing. Zhongji's heart trembled. Why isn't that guy dead? Impossible. Just now, Zhongji instantly felt that the world had turned dark. He could only watch the blood dragon ghost slaughtering his people. He stared at the old prisoner with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Since you are my ancestor, why are you allowing the enemy to slaughter your descendants?" The old prisoner replied calmly, "I'm not letting it go. I'm giving you a way out. You don't know what era it is now, and you don't know what kind of enemies you will encounter in the future. Brat, as the clan master, you have never experienced great storms. Your vision is too low." Puff! Zhongji was so angry that he vomited blood. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Xuanji felt sorry for him. It was too tragic. "I'll ask you again, do you want to stop the war?" Zhou Xuanji stared at Zhongji and asked seriously. He actually wanted to kill Zhongji. But after thinking about it, if Zhongji was willing to compromise, it would be more helpful to him. Once he destroyed the royal family and killed Zhongji, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Even Cardinal Heaven experts would not dare to cooperate with him anymore. Zhongji listened to the screams coming from afar. His face turned extremely ugly. He fell into a dilemma. On the one hand, it was his dignity. On the other hand, it was the life and death of his people. Damn, why haven't those old things come out yet? Zhongji roared furiously in his heart. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart turned cold. Could this old man really be his ancestor? So the other ancestors didn't come out? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Sorrow rose from his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "I admit defeat. I will no longer attack Eastern Infinity." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji calmly nodded. He immediately transmitted his voice to the blood dragon ghost and Shen Nianqing. The blood dragon ghost returned to his side instantly. Shen Nianqing was a little hesitant. But she had already vented her hatred and was happy. After thinking about it, she decided to listen to Zhou Xuanji's instructions. When she returned to Zhou Xuanji's side, Zhou Xuanji gave the old prisoner a look. The old prisoner retracted his hand, and Zhong Ji quickly retreated. He lowered his head. He was like a beast at the end of its road, exuding despair and hostility. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and left with Shen Nianxing and the other three. Zhong Ji trembled in the air. Anger filled his heart. Damn! I can't forgive. I can't, he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself with great difficulty. The next moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with hatred. Inside the space-time kaleidoscope, Shen Nianxing curled her lips and asked, "Hey, are you really not going to kill that guy? You must eliminate the roots." Zhou Xuanji nodded speechlessly. "It's useful to keep him. Zhong Ji will not target me in the short term. I can also take this opportunity to deal with Gu Juejiu. If I really kill him, will Gu Juejiu, Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, and so on let me continue to develop?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He could feel Zhong Ji's hatred, but he didn't care. The old prisoner said, "As long as I am here, I will not let that kid hurt my lord." "My lord? When did you worship her?" The blood dragon ghost questioned. He was very unhappy with the old prisoner. The old prisoner calmly replied, "Does a subordinate have the right to talk?" "You." The blood dragon ghost was furious. He wanted to attack. But with Zhou Xuanji beside him, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Chapter 1009. Not killing them is the right thing to do. The other overlords will think that the Lord is afraid. Under such circumstances, they will lower their guard against the Lord. Moreover, it is too difficult to destroy the royal family. There are many old ancestors hidden in the royal family. They did not act today, but it does not mean that they will allow the royal family to be destroyed. Wordless said, analyzing for Zhou Xuanji. Shen Nianxing rolled her eyes and glanced at the old prisoner, but didn't say anything more. Let's see if Zhong Ji can keep his promise. If he can't, we'll come again. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His biggest gain from this trip was joining the emperor's sect. He wanted to go back and study it thoroughly. Since this door could contain the spirit of the founder, it was definitely extraordinary. The blood dragon stared at the old prisoner with an unfriendly gaze. The old prisoner closed his eyes to rest, no longer saying anything. They did not encounter any accidents during the journey from the Eastern Infinity Realm back to the Myriad Stars domain. After returning, Zhou Xuanji asked Yuan Sheng to take care of the old prisoner. The old prisoner, however, made an absurd demand. He asked to be admitted to prison. He liked the atmosphere of prison. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He did not stop him and allowed him to do so. Yuan Shengqin brought him to the largest prison in the astral domain and instructed the prison guards not to make things difficult for him. Zhou Xuanji did not tell them what he had done in the Eastern Boundless Realm. He gave some simple instructions before letting everyone leave. He took out the main emperor door and observed it attentively. The main emperor's door spun on his palm. Why did the founding master leave behind this door? Unfortunately, that old fellow refused to say. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, feeling quite conflicted. He had spent a lot of time coming back, but the Master Emperor's door had not yet recognized him as its master. Just by looking with his naked eye and spiritual will, he could not see anything. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and patiently waited for the process. A month later, the Eastern Endless royal family retreated from the Northern Endless border. This news spread to all of the factions. Even though Zhong Ji didn't say anything publicly and even suppressed the incident in the royal family's world, the other factions weren't stupid. They all understood that the East Boundless royal family had been defeated. The entire area was shaken. The name of the Sword Monarch Divine Court spread throughout the various worlds. Zhou Xuanji gave the order for the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court to celebrate, and the Divine Court would pay for the banquet. As soon as this order was issued, all living beings rejoiced. After defeating the Eastern Boundless Imperials, the Sword Emperor Divine Court had built up their confidence and cohesiveness. Now, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was no longer a rising star, but a true overlord of the boundless universe. Throughout history, apart from them, who had defeated the Eastern Endless Imperial family? At that moment, the Northern Infinity Realm was filled with all sorts of rumors about Zhou Xuanji. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Boundless Lands, the living beings were indignant, because in their eyes, the Imperial family did not put in any effort. Apart from 10 aspect Shenluo, the royal family did not send any famous powerhouses. Emperor Luo was not from the royal family. Not only that, Emperor Luo was notorious in the East Endless Land. His death did not incite any grief or indignation. What is the royal family doing? Are you scared now? Hee, looks like the East Endless world is too peaceful. Peace causes people to slack off. Zhongji is not fit to lead Eastern Limitless. Sword Emperor is too amazing. It's said that the Sword Arch could kill Zhongji with one sword strike and force the royal family to surrender. This is too shameful. The face of our Eastern Limitless has been completely thrown away by the royal family. All living beings discussed. Most of them were dissatisfied. After all, it was the royalty who took the initiative to attack Northern Limitless, but in the end, the royalty retreated? What nonsense. If they wanted to fight, they had to win. Different voices could be heard within the royal family. That day, not all the clansmen were present in the royal family's world. Those clansmen who were outside immediately exploded when they returned. Just like that, Eastern Limitless fell into internal turmoil. The news of Eastern Limitless Land's defeat spread to Western Limitless. Gujuagio was furious when he heard this. That trash, Zhongji, was defeated? He promised me that he would take down Northern Limitless, but in the end, he retreated first? Gujuagio was so angry that he laughed. Hundreds of figures stood in the bright hall, and they were all Gujuagio's generals and strategists. They were all frowning and seemed very anxious. Although they looked down on Eastern Limitless cowardice, they had to guess the current strength of the Sword Arch Divine Court. Master, we can sow discord between the Sword Arch and the Cardinal Heaven experts. If the Sword Arch defeats Eastern Limitless, will the Cardinal Heaven experts still dare to cooperate with him? An elder stood out and said. Many people nodded in agreement with his words. Gujuagio said coldly, no need. I can suppress them alone. Everyone in the hall was anxious and tried to dissuade him. No. Master, although you are powerful, the Cardinal Heaven experts are legends. The Sword Arch might have someone backing him up. We can't act recklessly. We must defeat them one by one. Zhongji was defeated because he underestimated the Sword Arch Divine Court. That's right. We must have a plan. Hearing these comments, Gujuagio became even more furious. He stood up and roared, you think I will lose? Pass down my order. Attack Northern Limitless. All sects, clans, races, and independent courts in Western Limitless must contribute. Whoever dares to defy the order will be exterminated. Within 100 years, I want Northern Limitless to be as dead as the lawless region. Now. Leave. A violent aura exploded and wreaked havoc in the hall. Everyone bowed and left in fear. They knew Gujuagio's temper very well. If they continued to dissuade him, they might die. But they did not understand why Gujuagio was so angry. They did not know that Gujuagio's son was in Zhou Xuanji's hands. On that day, the order to start the war was passed down in Western Limitless. All the factions received the news. They must take down Northern Limitless within 100 years. In the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji held the Master Emperor's door in his hand and exclaimed, such a powerful enchanted artifact. Even imperishable stage cultivators might not be able to withstand its pressure. The Master Emperor's door had already acknowledged him as its owner. There was only one restriction in the door. It was a restriction that could release its true weight. Zhou Xuanji had never seen such a heavy enchanted artifact. After he deactivated the restriction, he sprawled on the ground, and the Star Hall sank with him. He was so frightened that he immediately deactivated the restriction. Such a weight was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It could not only suppress one's body but also one's magic energy and soul. It was so heavy that it could suppress everything. What kind of material can be used to refine such an enchanted artifact? Zhou Xuanji was curious. He played with the Master Emperor's door and was reluctant to let it go. Suddenly, Yuan Sheng and Jin Cheng's auras came from outside the hall. Zhou Xuanji stored the Master Emperor's door and opened it. Soon, the two entered the hall. Gu Juejiao is crazy. He said that he will flatten us within 100 years. Jin Cheng said anxiously, his face full of anxiety. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised but smiled. Yuan Sheng said with a frown, although Gu Juejiao is arrogant, he's too crazy. He knew that we had just won a great battle and still dared to act so recklessly. Zhou Xuanji told them about the conflict between him and Gu Tianlin. The two were dumbfounded. They did not know about this. You mean that you have already killed Gu Tianlin? Yuan Sheng asked carefully. Chapter 1010. Not yet. I left a remnant of his soul, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Gu Tianlin was still in his soul, the Kunlun sword, and he was often forgotten by him. If he did not mention Gu Juejiao, he would not even think of Gu Tianlin. Yuan Sheng sighed, then it makes sense. Gu Juejiao will definitely come for you. Our crisis has just begun. Gu Juejiao and Zhong Ji were both endless overlords, but who was more powerful? Most living beings would answer Gu Juejiao. Gu Juejiao could be said to be the top cultivator in the endless universe. It's okay. Let him come. I will be waiting. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the blood dragon ghost, the old prisoner, and Shen Nianxing, what was there for him to be afraid of? Gu Juejiao could not even deal with a cardinal heaven cultivator, and he wanted to destroy him? 100 years? Not even 10 billion years. Spread the news and prepare for war. Against Bei Wujin, the reward will be twice as much as before. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand in high spirits. He was not afraid of Gu Juejiao at all. Hearing this, Yuan Sheng and Jin Cheng's expressions changed drastically. Twice as much. Jin Cheng said first. The Sword God Court would collect taxes from all living beings so that they could maintain their army and pay for their subordinates. Not long ago, Zhou Xuanji asked everyone to hold a banquet, and now he promised double the reward. This drove them crazy. Zhou Xuanji was the master and did not need to care about the specific operations below, but they did. Apart from paying attention to the war, they also had to think about generating income. Don't worry. As long as we win, more factions will come to worship us. If they want to worship us, they must pay a price. We are no longer the same as before, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Zhou Xuanji said nonchalantly. The Sword Emperor Divine Court did not just focus on fighting. They protected so many merchant alliance, and the merchant alliance would also provide resources and support. Yuan Sheng and Jin Cheng looked at each other and could only agree helplessly. After they left, Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate but disappeared from the palace. He was going to check on his children's situation. In the dim blue universe, Bai Yinzi stood in the void with 3 massive stone steels in front of him. Many black lizard-like creatures were lying on the steels. Why didn't the elders of the royal family make a move? A majestic voice rang out from the stone tablet, filled with majesty. Bai Yinzi bowed and replied, a royal ancestor sided with Zhou Xuanji, so those powerhouses did not come. Speaking of this, he also felt that it was strange. What were the imperial ancestral patriarchs planning to do? What was Zhou Xuanji hiding? Is it the one locked up in prison? A hoarse voice came from the other stone tablet, asking Silver. Bai Yinzi nodded and asked curiously, who is he? Nothing more than a traitor, Vast Expanse replied. The more Bai Yinzi listened, the more curious he became, but he didn't dare to ask. Help Gu Juejiao with all your strength and flatten Bai Wujin. No matter who is behind Zhou Xuanji, destroy him along with Cardinal Heaven experts. That traitor's cultivation is not bad. Later, we will give you an artifact to suppress him. The hoarse voice ordered, and Bai Yinzi's pupils shrank. He understood that the other party was angry. The reason was not Zhou Xuanji but that traitor. You vermin also want to betray your master? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The hoarse voice laughed disdainfully and was filled with murderous intent. Bai Yinzi was terrified and could not help but mourn for Zhou Xuanji. Surrounded by a sea of clouds, Zhou Tanhua was preaching to several of his disciples on the top of the mountain. He was talking about his sword Dao, and his disciples were listening very seriously. He didn't notice that someone was staring at them from above the clouds. It was his father. Zhou Xuanji looked at this scene and fell into a deep sigh. Back in the mortal world, he had also talked with Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others like this. Time really flies, Zhou Xuanji sighed. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he suddenly felt a little confused. Is it really meaningful to keep getting stronger? It seemed that every time he thought that the strongest existence was actually a frog in a well. There was no end to the path of becoming stronger. Even someone as strong as the Ancestor Master was only left with the Ancestor Master's spirit. Zhou Xuanji's thoughts drifted away. After a while, the outer soul avatar he had left in the Star's Palace sent him a message. He immediately moved back. He sat on the throne and let Shen Nianqing come in. Shen Nianqing walked up to the stairs with a solemn look on her face. What's wrong? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. This time, Shen Nianqing didn't break in directly but lingered outside the palace for a long time. Looking at her expression, it seemed that something was wrong. I feel that something is wrong. My cultivation is dissipating. It seems that a calamity is coming, Shen Nianqing sighed. Her eyes were filled with worry. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, Do you have this feeling? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, Why should I? It may be related to the destiny of Hongmeng Heaven. It is said that Hongmeng Heaven is actually a curse, Shen Nianqing said seriously. Zhou Xuanji found it funny. What kind of curse can affect their cultivation? Shen Nianqing cried out, Yes, there is. I had this feeling before I fell, so I was very annoyed. I fell into blind self-comfort and finally went to the royal family's world. Zhou Xuanji comforted her, Don't think too much. Did Gu Juejiu give you too much pressure? Shen Nianqing glared at him. She took a deep breath and said seriously, Anyway, I reminded you. After speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. Wait, you came here for this? Zhou Xuanji called out to her, feeling puzzled. Shen Nianqing looked back at him and said helplessly, Otherwise? Could it be that I have other enemies? Now, you have more enemies than me. She turned her head away and quickly left. For some reason, looking at her back, Zhou Xuanji felt that something was wrong. This girl's state isn't right. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ponder. Could there really be a curse in Hongmeng Heaven? After half an hour, Yuan Sheng came looking for him. Master, an army from West Endless has appeared at the border of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The war is coming. Yuan Sheng said anxiously. The other party was an ancient genius. Even if they had already defeated East Endless, he was still a little unconfident. Then let's go to war, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. He was already prepared. Yuan Sheng nodded and asked, Can we invite the Blood Dragon Ghost? It is said that West Endless has a powerful army this time. I don't know who it is, but with the Blood Dragon Ghost, the casualties can be reduced. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing rapidly, but the number of creatures was far from reaching the level of an overlord in all directions. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before summoning the Blood Dragon Ghost. The appearance of the evil Blood Dragon Ghost made Yuan Sheng beam with joy. Remember, don't be playful and listen to Yuan Sheng's arrangements. Zhou Xuanji stared at the Blood Dragon Ghost and said seriously. The Blood Dragon Ghost glanced at Yuan Sheng and nodded reluctantly. After the two left, Zhou Xuanji was about to take out the Master Emperor door when a murderous aura appeared in the hall. He frowned and said coldly, Who is it? Come out. Just as he spoke, a figure descended from the sky. Astonishingly, it was Silver. Chapter 10-11. May I know who you are? Zhou Xuanji asked. He raised his right hand and activated Annihilation Judgment. A sword of light appeared in his hand. Since Bai Yinzi had barged in, she definitely didn't come with good intentions. Before the battle, he wanted to know Silver's identity. Bai Yinzi sized Zhou Xuanji up and praised, "You are more powerful than the rumors say." He had been paying attention to Zhou Xuanji for a long time. But before, he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. He was only curious as to why Zhong Ji would pay so much attention to such a junior. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and waited for him to reveal his identity. "I'm from the Lawless region, my name is Silver. Zhong Ji and I are good friends, I'm here to take your life. Do you have any last wishes?" Bai Yinzi's face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice. Killing intent instantly filled the entire Stars Hall. No access zone? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. After knowing that his opponent was Zhong Ji's good friend, he immediately wanted to kill him. "Let's fight outside," Zhou Xuanji said coldly. He had already activated the sword fusion technique, and his aura grew tremendously. Bai Yinzi had no objections, and the two of them directly jumped out of the Hall of Stars. They arrived at the Void region at the peak of the boundless universe. A silver radiance burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body. He turned into a man of light and slashed with his sword. Silver took out a silver whip and swung it quickly. Countless silver crystals appeared in the void and surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Bang! Countless silver crystals burst forth with light, illuminating the entire void. Imperishable realm. Zhou Xuanji sensed many formless energies wrapping around him. He wanted to swing his sword but found that he could not do so. He furrowed his brows in surprise. What kind of power is this? The binding force was actually getting stronger. As soon as he mobilized his divine power, he would be restrained, and as soon as he stopped, the restraining power would stop increasing. The most terrifying thing was that this restraining force would only grow and not weaken. The silver suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Zhou Xuanji's head and lashed out with his whip. Zhou Xuanji immediately used the Sword Emperor Extinction. Berserk divine power exploded, shattering everything. Silver was not shaken. It continued to suppress the long whip and hit Zhou Xuanji's body. Pa! Zhou Xuanji's soul almost left his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered, and he immediately used his soul to shout the constitution-defying creation scripture. In an instant, the surrounding light began to spin around him, including the silver crystal chips. Bai Yinzi frowned, a bewildered look on her face. In front of the constitution-defying creation scripture, the realm of immortality was like an empty shell. Imperishable reversal. Zhou Xuanji held Annihilation Judgment in his hand and slashed. The sword flashed, and Silver Z subconsciously blocked it with her silver whip. A terrifying explosion rang out, and Silver was blasted away. What kind of power is this? How is this possible? Bai Yinzi's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was clearly not on the same level as Zhou Xuanji's, so how could Zhou Xuanji suddenly explode with such power? What was hidden in this kid's body? Bai Yinzi was even more interested in Zhou Xuanji. He decided to leave Zhou Xuanji's corpse intact so that he could study it. Zhou Xuanji turned around and slashed at him again. Boom! Annihilation Judgment slashed at Silver with incredible speed. It was so fast that Silver Fairy couldn't dodge in time. She instinctively raised her whip to block. He was sent flying again. This time, he was furious. He was actually sent flying by a junior. Shame! Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect that even his most powerful divine ability could not hurt Bai Yinzi. As far as the eye could see, the universe was collapsing. All kinds of auroras appeared like illusions. Under the brilliance, it was filled with killing intent. Silver Fairy suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, frantically waving her whip. The silver whip seemed to be tens of thousands of feet long, setting off countless afterimages. It was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji relied on the light on his body to resist his attack. The constitution-defying creation scripture was running at high speed. The faded pearl appeared in his eyes, helping him strengthen. But even so, Silver Fairy's silver whip was getting closer and closer to his face. If this continued, he would be hit in less than 5 breaths. With Silver Fairy's power, it was enough to blow up his body. At this moment, a figure passed by Zhou Xuanji's side. He caught a glimpse of it. Shen Nianqing. She bypassed the rapidly waving silver whip like a ghost, raised her right hand, and grabbed Silver Fairy's face. Silver Fairy's eyes widened. It was too late to resist and was dragged into the depths of the void by Shen Nianqing. Boom! Silver Fairy burst into a dazzling light, forcing Shen Nianqing back. Hongmeng Heaven. You are still alive. Are you his backer? Silver Fairy stared at Shen Nianqing and asked in a deep voice. Shen Nianqing's face was as cold as frost. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She didn't answer him and also took out a long whip. A long whip exuding the mortal chi. Mortal whip. She lashed out and the whip disappeared into thin air, instantly hitting Silver Fairy's body. Silver Fairy was whipped until a layer of red chi was emitted. A look of horror appeared on his face as he cried out, "How can I have mortal chi? Creating something out of nothing. Have you recovered to your peak?" Shen Nianqing still didn't answer him. She continued to swing her whip, lashing out thousands of times in one breath, causing a majestic red mist to bloom behind Silver Fairy. The mortal chi leaving the body meant that Zhou Xuanji's luck was being extracted. Silver Fairy was horrified. He wasn't immortal. He didn't have mortal chi at all. However, Shen Nianqing forcefully gave him mortal chi and used it to attack him to extract his luck. Once his luck was exhausted, he would die without a doubt. Hongmeng Heaven. Do you know who I represent? Silver Fairy asked angrily. Her words were full of threats. Shen Nianqing asked expressionlessly, "You want to deal with Zhou Xuanji? That's not how you do things." She changed the topic and asked, "Could it be that that guy is going to appear again?" At the mention of that existence, fear flashed in her eyes. "It's good that you know," Silver Fairy said with a cold snort. He could see through Shen Nianqing's fear. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. It was the first time he had seen Shen Nianqing so afraid of someone. How many undying old monsters are hidden in the lawless region? I can let you go, but how can I make your master give up hunting Zhou Xuanji? Shen Nianqing asked in a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "What are you afraid of? Who is behind him?" He had seen the power of the lawless fire god, so in his heart, the lawless region was more powerful than the 4 directions. Shen Nianqing ignored him and locked her eyes on Silver Fairy. Silver Fairy shook her head and said, "You should be clear that his decision can't be changed by others." Hearing this, Shen Nianqing's murderous aura suddenly increased. "I advise you to give up on him. The post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens is only famous for all living beings. In their eyes, you are nothing at all," Silver Fairy said meaningfully. Shen Nianqing's eyes flickered. Silver Fairy looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I advise you to come with me. Otherwise, everything you care about will no longer exist." Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully and said, "Do you have the ability to kill me?" As his voice fell, he directly summoned the blood dragon ghost. Miao Shu House. Chapter 10-12. As soon as the blood dragon ghost appeared, its hostility soared into the sky. He immediately looked at Bai Yinzi and asked with a cold smile, "Master, are you going to tear him apart?" Bai Yinzi was moved. The aura of the blood dragon ghost was very strong. It made his hair stand on end. After all, the blood dragon ghost was an existence that could fight against Zhongji. Zhou Xuanji responded softly. Zhou Xuanji replied softly, and the blood dragon immediately charged toward Bai Yinzi. Boom! Bai Yinzi was sent flying by his claw. His right sleeve was torn apart, and 2 shocking bloodstains appeared on his arm. Bainzi was furious. He immediately lashed out with his whip. At the same time, he once again erupted with the indestructible realm. A silver light swept across. Countless silver crystals floated above the sea of silver light. The blood dragon ghost smiled disdainfully. At the same time, it displayed its indestructible realm. With him as the center, the blood-colored sea raged, rushing toward Bainzi's indestructible realm. The 2 indestructible realms collided. All kinds of illusions emerged one after another. Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of oppression that made his soul tremble. He narrowed his eyes and watched the battle seriously. Shen Nianxing flew to his side and sighed, "Brat, you are too unlucky. You are targeted by the lawless region. Run as far as you can." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said in a bad mood, "Look at your cowardly look. Weren't you in Hongmeng heaven before? You are not afraid of anything." Hearing this, Shen Nianxing didn't get angry. She took a deep breath and said helplessly, "The monsters in the lawless region are really strong. There are many ancient creatures that have survived since the ancient sovereign period. Bainzi's backer is very mysterious but also very strong. I once entered the lawless region by mistake and ran into him. I almost died. Fortunately, he didn't care about me." Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. He asked, "From what you said, that guy should be indifferent to fame and fortune. Why does he want to kill me?" Shen Nianxing shook her head. She didn't know either. But she understood one thing. Zhou Xuanji was in big trouble. Seeing that she couldn't explain it clearly, Zhou Xuanji could only turn to look at the blood dragon ghost and Bainzi. The battle between the 2 was extremely fast. The 2 indestructible realms kept exploding and regenerating. They seemed to be moving through the 2-colored waves. They were locked in a fierce battle. The blood dragon ghost's claws were his sharpest weapons. With just his claws, he could tear apart all of Silver's divine abilities. "This guy is too hard to deal with," Bainzi gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Shen Nianxing scattering so much luck, how could he have been forced to this point? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "If that was the case, then don't blame me." The silver suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of silver mist, surging and fluctuating. Rumble, thunderclouds appeared out of nowhere, and countless lightning bolts flashed, intertwining with the silver mist. The blood dragon ghoul stopped, and its expression changed as it exclaimed, "This aura, it's you." The silver mist surged and condensed into a blurry giant face. "Blood dragon ghost, it seems like this kid really obtained that inheritance." A voice rang out. It was a voice filled with the weight of history, causing the hearts of those who heard it to sink. The blood dragon ghoul gritted its teeth and said, "Stinking reptile, why aren't you dead yet?" The giant face replied, "If I don't surpass my predecessors, why should I die?" Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning containing the power to destroy the world struck the blood dragon ghost. Like iron chains, they wrapped around the blood dragon ghost's limbs and neck. The blood dragon ghost struggled, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. He laughed furiously and said, "Reptile, after so many years, you are very powerful. You know my identity and still dare to mess around. Aren't you afraid that my previous master is still alive?" Hearing this, the giant face fell silent. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't expect this person to know the blood dragon ghost. Could it be that he was from the same era as Sovereign Qian Xian? If this was the case, no wonder Shen Nianxing was so flustered. However, from the tone of the blood dragon ghost, the giant face was obviously a junior. Just as Zhou Xuanji was thinking, the giant face spoke again, "Sovereign Qian Xian is dead. His will has long dissipated. It is impossible for him to be alive. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude." The blood dragon ghost grinned sinisterly and said, "Then come." It roared fiercely as its body began to expand, quickly turning into a giant that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The muscles on its limbs were exaggerated, and its tail wantonly waved, breaking the lightning chains. It immediately rushed toward the giant face. Countless lightning bolts suddenly descended, trying to stop it, but it was forcibly broken through. The blood dragon ghost charged at the giant face and punched. Blood chi crisscrossed like a twisting dragon. The giant face suddenly opened its mouth, and a black beam of light shot out from its mouth. It expanded rapidly, trying to drown the blood dragon ghost. In the face of this pressure, Zhou Xuanji once again felt the feeling of weakness. Who is the giant face? Why does it want to kill me? Is it coveting the constitution-defying creation scripture? The blood dragon ghost was constantly pushed back by the black beam of light shot out by the giant face. It seemed that the blood dragon ghost was no match for the giant face. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the main emperor door suddenly flew out. The main emperor door flew toward the giant face, flew over the blood dragon ghost's head, and stopped above the giant face. The giant face looked up at the main emperor door and didn't care. He focused his attention on the blood dragon ghost. As long as the blood dragon ghost was eliminated, Zhou Xuanji would be in his pocket. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly removed the restriction on the main emperor door. In the blink of an eye, the main emperor door returned to its majestic height and suddenly descended. Boom! The giant face was directly crushed by the main emperor door, and the black beam of light that was attacking the blood dragon ghost dissipated. Shen Nianqing's eyes widened in shock. The blood dragon ghost was also shocked. Their gazes fell on the main emperor door with a strange look in their eyes. I seem to have seen this door somewhere before, Shen Nianqing frowned as she muttered to herself. She had been to the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan, but she had never been to the Royal Clan's forbidden area. The blood dragon ghost looked at the main emperor door thoughtfully. At this moment, the silver mist was also dispersed by the main emperor door. The mist gathered again and condensed into Bai Yinzi. Bai Yinzi didn't notice the main emperor door below. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and the blood dragon ghost and said, "You have already seen him. Shouldn't you give up struggling?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and shook his head. Bai Yinzi was furious and said, "If that's the case, then I will." Boom! The main emperor door suddenly rose. It was extremely fast and directly smashed into Bai Yinzi, destroying both his body and soul. Not even a trace of his soul was left. The blood dragon ghost and Shen Nianqing were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? What kind of treasure is this? The blood dragon ghost asked in a trembling voice. His eyes almost popped out. He didn't feel the majestic power from the main emperor door. He couldn't understand how the main emperor door could have such lethality. Zhou Xuanji took back the main emperor door and said calmly, "It's just a little thing. Let's go, it's time to go back." He wasn't happy because the crisis had just begun. The main emperor door could suppress everything, but its shortcomings were also very obvious. As long as he avoided the main emperor door was just a decoration. Shen Nianqing flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked, "Where did you get this artifact?" She looked a little excited. Could it be that there is someone behind Zhou Xuanji? Chapter 10:13. I can't say. I'm about to fight with Gu Juejiao. I'll have to trouble you then. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. The main emperor's sex history could not be revealed. If he used it well, he could create the impression that the progenitor lord was his backer. However, the progenitor master was illusory. Would the enemy believe him? Shen Nianqing took a deep look at him and no longer persuaded him to escape. She still could not see through him. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like she was helping Zhou Xuanji along the way, but she knew that her help was just icing on the cake. Zhou Xuanji had relied on himself to turn the tables in many life and death situations. The more she thought about it, the more she thought about it. She suddenly looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a trace of fear in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji recalled the blood dragon ghost. After returning to the star's domain, he separated from Shen Nianqing. He quickly arrived at the prison where the old prisoner was being held. He used his divine power to seal the cell and then sat in front of the old prisoner. "Congratulations on killing an enemy, my lord. The old prisoner chuckled. In the dim prison cell, it was impossible to see his face clearly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why didn't you attack earlier?" The old prisoner smiled and said, "Didn't you solve it?" From his words, it was obvious that he had witnessed everything that had just happened. "Lord, there is no need to worry. If the other party could directly attack you, you would have died long ago. They are just bluffing. The existences in the lawless region are indeed powerful, but there is one thing we can be sure of. They are unable to enter the boundless universe." The old prisoner continued. The ancient sovereign opened up the boundless cosmos and created a brand new era. The creatures of the past were unable to enter. This is the greatness of the ancient sovereign. So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji felt strange. But why is Shen Nianqing so worried? Could it be that Shen Nianqing did not know about this? Although they can't come in, they will think of a way to kill you. You need to be prepared, the old prisoner said faintly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How is your strength compared to Bai Yinzi's?" The old prisoner replied, "He is just a junior." Zhou Xuanji sized him up carefully and suddenly felt that this old guy was a little unfathomable. As expected of the ancestor of the endless East royal family. They targeted me because of my identity as a descendant of the primogenitor? Zhou Xuanji asked. What he was implying was to defy the constitution and create a sutra. The old prisoner didn't know about the constitutional defying creation scripture. He nodded and said, "That should be the case. The bloodline of the founding master isn't known by the masses at all. They only know the founding master. Someone must have purposely concealed it." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. This meant that the person behind Bai Yinzi was not targeting him but the primogenitor's faction? "You have become my subordinate, but you have not done anything yet. Next time, no matter who comes, you have to act, understand?" Zhou Xuanji looked into the old prisoner's eyes and said seriously. The old prisoner nodded and said, "Leave it to me." Zhou Xuanji got up and was prepared to leave. "Master, remember one thing. You are a descendant of the founding lord. If anyone dares to threaten you, don't be afraid, and don't bow down." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He didn't know what kind of magic potion the founder master's bloodline had fed him. They were like brainless fans. Zhou Xuanji disappeared quickly. He returned to Stars Hall and took out the main emperor door. He was pleasantly surprised by the power of the main emperor's gate. He wanted to see if he could figure out the other uses of the main emperor's gate. Meanwhile, in the lawless region, within the dense fog, the three gigantic stone steels trembled slightly. The ancient voice that faced Zhou Xuanji previously came, "What a great sword emperor. That heaviness is indeed the power of the founding lord." Right after the voice spoke, the three stone steels stopped moving. They remained motionless and fell into silence. A while later. "The power of the founding lord. So the founder master's bloodline really exists," a hoarse voice said. Another voice came with a sinister laugh. "It's getting more and more interesting. The founder master's inheritance has been fighting for a long time, and now it's starting again. It's time for us to act." The ancient voice said, "Then send someone to support Gujuagio. Gujuagio thinks highly of himself. It's time for him to show off for a while." The words implied that Gujuagio was a chess piece. Arrogant. High and mighty. Boom, the Stars Hall trembled, and Zhou Xuanji immediately stored the main emperor door. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was complicated. "It's too heavy. The Stars Hall can't bear it at all." Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was curious about what kind of power the main emperor door was hiding. Or was the main emperor door made of extraordinary materials? He took a deep breath and temporarily gave up on his curiosity about the main emperor door. If this continued, it would not matter if he smashed through the Stars Hall, but he was afraid that he would destroy the Stars domain below. He swung his right hand, which was a little numb. Just when he was about to return to his throne, a horrifying aura engulfed the Stars domain. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He recognized this aura. Gujuagio. That guy did not come to the stars' domain but was fighting somewhere else. His majestic aura spread far and wide. Is he provoking me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. His impression of Gujuagio was no longer as curious as before. This guy was just a brute. Other than Gujuagio's aura, he vaguely sensed the aura of a cardinal heaven. The two of them were fighting again. It was strange. Wasn't Gujuagio targeting him this time? How did he fight with a cardinal heaven? Could it be that a cardinal heaven thought that he was Gujuagio's target? Zhou Xuanji thought with a strange expression. Thinking about it, cardinal heaven did not seem so stupid. He was not inferior to Gujuagio in terms of arrogance. But he was smarter and more patient than Gujuagio. If Gujuagio was a cardinal heaven, he would never cooperate with Zhou Xuanji. He would only fight him to the death. This time, the pressure from the battle between Cardinal Heaven and Gujuagio was even stronger. Not only Zhou Xuanji could feel it, but all living beings could feel it. Zhou Xuanji returned to his throne and continued to cultivate. In the graveyard of gods, in a world of ice and snow, Shen Nianqing was sitting on the altar, motionless. She suddenly opened her eyes and asked softly, "Why are you back?" As soon as she spoke, another Shen Nianqing appeared in front of her. Looking down at her, Shen Nianqing asked faintly, "Do you want to go out?" The real Shen Nianqing was overjoyed and asked, "Can you resurrect me?" She was Shen Nianqing's soul, but her body had been occupied by her previous life. "Yes, I will return your body to you. After going out, go find Zhou Xuanji. I will pass the location to you through memory," Shen Nianqing said seriously. "From now on, I am Hongmeng Heaven and you are Shen Nianqing." Shen Nianqing was extremely excited. She finally didn't have to endure loneliness anymore. She came back to her senses and asked hesitantly, "Why are you doing this? Could it be that you are in trouble?" Hongmeng Heaven replied calmly, "Yes, not only me, but also the later ancient sovereign three heavens. I need to hide here to take refuge. Zhou Xuanji is the next Hongmeng Heaven, but he has a powerful backer. You can go and worship him." Shen Nianqing nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement. When she thought of Zhou Xuanji, the look in her eyes became complicated. Chapter 10:14. The battle between Gujuagio and a Cardinal Heaven expert started once again and became the most attention-grabbing matter in the north. Now that Dong Wujin had retreated, the Sword Emperor Divine Court could finally relax. However, Zhou Xuanji gave the order to reinforce Cardinal Heaven experts at this critical moment. He did not mobilize all of his troops, only a portion of them that had yet to experience the endless battlefield. Gujuagio's target was him. He might even launch a surprise attack on the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Myriad Stars domain. On this day, Zhou Xuanji once again explained the Tao to the Kunlun Origin Court. Every once in a while, he would help the people of the Kunlun Origin Court preach the Tao. With the help of the ancestral sound, the overall strength of the people of the Kunlun Origin Court was improving. The Kunlun Origin Court was his starting place. As the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, he had the responsibility to help the Kunlun Origin Court become stronger. In the future, he would restore the Kunlun Origin Court's former status. The origin of all worlds. The center of everything. The ancestral voice resounded throughout all the realms of the Kunlun Origin Court, and the number of creatures listening to it was incalculable. Everyone's souls were captivated and they fell into an epiphany. Inside the Hall of Stars, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. His soul was still preaching the ancestral voice to the people of the Kunlun Origin Court. He narrowed his eyes and the door opened. Mortal Supremacy and Shen Nianqing walked in. Zhou Xuanji noticed that they were holding hands. Something was wrong? Wait a minute. Something was wrong with Shen Nianqing's aura. He immediately widened his eyes and asked in confusion, "It's you? What about your past life?" Shen Nianqing was nervous and didn't dare to meet his gaze. She stammered, "She found me, and we exchanged identities. Now she stays in the graveyard of gods." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Shen Yanqing to be so cowardly in her previous life. This also meant that the lawless region was truly terrifying. It was so powerful that even Hong Meng Tian had to hide. In addition, did the Hong Meng heaven curse she mentioned really exist? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Let her follow me from now on. Sovereign Hong Chen looked at Zhou Xuanji and said expectantly. He hoped that Zhou Xuanji could take Shen Yanqing in. Zhou Xuanji looked up, shook his head, and said with a smile, "What are you saying? You make it sound like I will reject her." He and Shen Yanqing did have conflicts in the graveyard of gods before, but he didn't take it to heart. How about this, we'll build another palace next to yours. She'll continue to hold the position she held in her previous life. Since she's new here, you'll help her adapt. He looked at Shen Yanqing and asked, "Your body has changed, but what about your cultivation?" Shen Yanqing replied nervously, "My cultivation is still there, but my soul realm can't keep up. My strength is only half of what it used to be." Half was enough. Shen Yanqing has long established a reputation in the stars field. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily before waving his hand, signaling them to leave. Shen Yanqing wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything and left with Supreme Hongchen. Zhou Xuanji understood what she wanted to say. He could see the apology in her eyes. But he didn't take it to heart, so he didn't need her to apologize. The higher you stand, the more afraid you are. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He used to think that the post-primeval sovereign three heavens was the most powerful existence. Only now did he know that there was a lawless region above it. After he defeated Gu Juejiu, he would face the lawless area. Then, he closed his eyes and focused his attention on the Kunlun origin court. Boom! Cardinal Heaven and Gu Juejiu intertwined in the space-time turbulence. Their speed was extremely fast. They cast all kinds of divine abilities without relying on their hands and feet. They fought in close combat while bombarding each other with divine abilities. Gu Juejiu's face was hideous. His eyes were filled with madness. He held the saber with both hands, and the blade was surrounded by countless light of rules. Cardinal Heaven was holding the pagoda, dealing with every move. His expression was very calm. He looked at Gu Juejiu with ridicule in his eyes. "Junior, you threatened to kill me in half an hour. How long has it been?" Cardinal Heaven suddenly laughed, making Gu Juejiu even angrier. Gu Juejiu's target was Zhou Xuanji, but he was stopped by a Cardinal Heaven. This made him aggrieved and angry. "Cardinal Heaven. Let me help you kill Zhou Xuanji, isn't it good?" Gu Juejiu said, gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he was very surprised. This guy is even stronger than last time. What's going on? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? Cardinal Heaven snorted coldly, "If he dies, I will have to face East Infinity and West Infinity. Am I that stupid?" Upon hearing this, Gu Juejiu's momentum soared. He had no choice but to go all out to kill a Cardinal Heaven expert. He had always claimed that he would surpass the late Prime 3 heavens. If he couldn't defeat a Cardinal Heaven expert, it would be a slap to his face. Rumble! At this moment, the surrounding space-time turbulence suddenly erupted. Numerous gates of light appeared out of thin air and surrounded the two of them. They subconsciously stopped and distanced themselves from each other. "Who is it?" Gu Juejiu asked in a deep voice. Wherever he looked, the space-time currents were all annihilated. The Cardinal Heaven expert seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but be moved. His eyes were filled with resentment. "I can't. Yuan insects are still here," Zhi Zuantian said coldly. The word "unable" made Gu Juejiu's expression change drastically. As an endless overlord, how could Gu Juejiu not know the depth of the lawless region? "Cardinal Heaven, you're trying to cultivate the path of extermination. That's a crime that can't be punished. I'll kill you today." An arrogant laughter rang out as boundless killing intent locked onto a Cardinal Heaven expert. Gu Juejiu's eyes flickered and he murmured, "The Tao of extermination. I see." He suddenly looked at the Cardinal Heaven experts and raised his blade to slash again. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly and stood up. His aura is weakening. Why? He muttered to himself with a frown. He was referring to a Cardinal Heaven expert. Although a Cardinal Heaven expert was severely injured by the blood dragon ghost, his aura had never weakened so quickly before. What was happening? Zhou Xuanji immediately activated God Absent mode and prepared to check. Given the current situation, a Cardinal Heaven expert must not die. They had a common enemy. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert died, Zhou Xuanji would be surrounded by enemies. Not only would he be targeted by all sides, but the lawless region was also eyeing him. Just when he entered the space-time kaleidoscope, a figure stopped him. It was the old prisoner. Don't go. You will die, the old prisoner said solemnly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, if I don't go, there will be more trouble later on. He had the fated fortune pearl and the Master Emperor's sect, so he was quite confident. The old prisoner shook his head and said, Cardinal Heaven experts are not simple. They won't die. Just wait patiently. After he said this, Zhou Xuanji's frown eased up. That's right. If a Cardinal Heaven expert could die so easily, he would not be so famous today. He rubbed his chin and asked, how do you think I should solve the current situation? The old prisoner smiled, wait. You are the descendant of the founder master. It will be too difficult for them to kill you. Wait? How long? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He had been studying the fated fortune pearl and the constitution-defying creation sutra. But until now, he could not comprehend anything deeper. Somehow, he felt that he was still lacking a key. A key that could fully activate the constitution-defying creation sutra. Chapter 10:15. I'm not sure. I've met a descendant of the primogenitor before. He was originally mediocre, but he suddenly erupted with talent and shocked the world. That person was Gu Zun's most respected opponent, but unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of his talent. He was surrounded by all the powers and died. The old prisoner said faintly, making Zhou Xuanji feel quite surprised. The person Gu Zun admired the most had also learned the scripture of creation. From his point of view, the founder had no descendants at all. There was only the inheritor of the scripture of creation that defied the constitution. He was lost in thought. All right, let's go back. He grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and brought him back to the star's domain. Zhou Xuanji returned to Star's palace alone, while the old prisoner returned to his cell to continue resting. Sitting on the throne, Zhou Xuanji once again used his soul to chant the ancestral voice for the Kunlun origin court. As he spoke, he took out 2 faded beads and continued to ponder. He didn't know how the descendant of the original master that the old prisoner mentioned had awakened. After awakening, how much faster would it be for him to become stronger? What if the old prisoner was only saying that the man had just learned the scripture of creation? Zhou Xuanji played with the 2 faded fate pearls, and his thoughts drifted further and further away. In less than a month, the news of the defeat of the Cardinal Heaven expert spread like wildfire in Beiwujin. According to the scouts, Cardinal Heaven was severely injured by Gu Juejiao and fled. He threatened to go to the southern region to find Hunyuan Heaven, and the 2 heavens joined forces to make a comeback. The news spread like wildfire. Even though Gu Juejiao was injured, he still sent a great army to invade the north. Everywhere he went, he was unrestrained. His target was the Sword Emperor Divine Court. After hearing about this, Zhou Xuanji wanted to curse the old prisoner. What happened to the Cardinal Heaven being fine? In the end, he ran away with his tail between his legs. Right now, only the Sword Emperor Divine Court was left in the northern endless lands. Zhou Xuanji would be the last line of northern Wujin's resistance. More and more experts and living beings joined the Sword Emperor Divine Court, wanting to put up a final resistance. Zhou Xuanji could no longer cultivate in peace. There were battle reports every day. He summoned the blood dragon ghost and sent it to the front line, but it could not stop Gu Juejiao's army. Gu Juejiao had not even acted personally. He could block the blood dragon ghost's savagery with just his powerful subordinates, which refreshed Zhou Xuanji's understanding of Shi Wujin's power. Western Boundless was much stronger than Eastern Boundless. It could also be said that Dong Wujin had yet to use his full strength. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji had to face the wrath of the ancient genius. Good times don't last long. Half a year after the defeat of the Cardinal Heaven experts, Gujuagio attacked the Myriad Stars domain. Zhou Xuanji. Release my son's soul, or I'll slaughter your divine court. Gujuagio's voice, which was filled with killing intent, resounded in the star field. Everyone was in an uproar. Countless figures soared into the air like stars in the sky, wishing to fight against the ancient geniuses. Gujuagio held 2 sabers in his hands and wore a bright red robe. His hair was disheveled and he looked like he was possessed by a devil. His aura was torrential, like a wave of fire spreading across the sky. That pressure enveloped the entire star's domain. Yuanqing flew up and looked at Gujuagio, his heart pounding. It's really him. Yuanqing's scalp went numb. The person in front of him was the strongest person in the world. Even a Cardinal Heaven expert was no match for him. How could they fight him? Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Stars, Zhou Xuanji held the 2 faded fate pearls in his hand, and his eyes sparkled. He had heard Gujuagio's voice. He slowly got up and prepared to leave the hall to face the enemy. At this moment, the 2 faded fortune pearls trembled, and a burst of light spread out, condensing into a figure. Zhou Xuanji looked up. Isn't that the Ancestor Lord? Although he still couldn't see the face clearly, he still remembered the figure. The faded fortune pearls contain the Ancestor Lord's will too? You can't go out. You will die, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, do you really treat me as your descendant or disciple and want to help me? The Ancestor Lord's spirit shook his head and said, you don't need help. Don't need? Zhou Xuanji was confused and wanted to ask further. You are very powerful, but you have not realized it yet. It's time to use your serendipity, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji raised the faded fortune pearls and asked curiously, how do I use it? The Ancestor Lord's spirit shook his head and said, it's not considered serendipity. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. There's a serendipity more powerful than the faded fortune pearls? Hold on. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were shocked. Could it be the supreme legendary sword system? He had always suspected that the serendipity of the world was the sovereign serendipity. Could it be true? Even to this day, the legend of the 3 great paragons' destiny still exists. Those who obtain the paragon's destiny will be able to control everything. The Ancestor Lord's spirit's words caused Zhou Xuanji to fall into silence. He had always been using the supreme legendary sword system. What else could he do? He looked up at the Ancestor Lord's spirit and asked with his eyes. You're already using it, but times are different now. I'm here to give you a hand. Get ready. The Ancestor Lord's spirit raised his right hand and cried out. Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly, is it too late now? My enemy is just outside. The Ancestor Lord's spirit laughed loudly, your serendipity is the greatest serendipity. It surpasses everything, including time and the heavens and earth. After that, he flipped his palm down. The 2 faded fortune pearls exploded. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This exploded? At this moment, the light from the faded fortune pearls explosion rushed into his body. His eyes immediately lost their color, and his body stiffly sat down. The Ancestor Lord's spirit looked down at him and said faintly, perhaps you are his descendant. Whoosh, a cold wind blew, piercing into one's soul. Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He was shocked to find that he was sitting on the grass. In front of him was a large lake that sparkled. The lake was boundless, and the end was filled with fog. The sun could not be seen. It felt like a rainy day, but there was no rain. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and looked around before looking at himself. His eyes widened. What's going on? He cried out in a low voice. He did not look injured. His purple robe was clean and still looked noble and luxurious. But his body was gone. He was only left with his soul. Why was it like this? An out-of-body experience? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. He wanted to take out the faded fortune pearls, but he could not sense them. He called out to the ancestor Lord Spirit, but that fellow did not come out either. The only fortunate thing was that he could still control the supreme legendary sword system. He took out the suppressive legendary sword and stood up. His divine energy was gone, and his soul was weak as though it had been heavily injured. What is this place? What is the ancestor Lord Spirit trying to do? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He turned around and saw a mountain forest that was still covered in fog. He wanted to fly but found that he could not. At this moment, he was like a mortal. He could not even use his divine will. The only thing he could use was the supreme legendary sword system. He walked toward the mountain forest to see what was hidden nearby. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared on the hill ahead. Passing through the fog, it was a 6-meter-tall black bull. There was a boy on the black bull, and he was holding onto a rope while picking his nose. Zhou Xuanji walked over and asked, "Boy, what is this place?" The boy looked at him and replied, "This is a mountain forest." Chapter 10:16. Zhou Xuanji looked at the cowherd boy and really wanted to beat him up. "I didn't know this was a forest. Where does this forest belong to?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. This scene reminded him of the graveyard of gods. At that time, Shen Nianxing had also conjured such a cowherd boy. Could it be that this kid wasn't simple? He couldn't use his spiritual will right now, so he couldn't see through cowherd boy. The cowherd boy picked his nose and said, "How would I know? If I knew, would I still be herding cows here?" His condescending expression made Zhou Xuanji's anger rise. With just 2 steps, Zhou Xuanji arrived beside the tall black bull. He raised his hand and pulling the cowherd boy down. Thump. The cowherd boy fell to the ground and his butt hurt. Wah! He burst into tears and sat on the ground, his legs swinging like a fish's tail. The tall black bull did not seem to have any intelligence. It continued to graze and ignored the cowherd boy and Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji put his hands on his waist and asked, "Brat, are you still going to be arrogant? You're bullying children. You're bullying a child." The cowherd boy cried non-stop. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. It seemed that he would not be able to understand even if he asked him. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji turned and left. He planned to pass through this forest to see if there were any places where living beings gathered. He couldn't use his divine power, and he couldn't fly either. He could only move forward on foot. When he was gone, the boy stopped crying. "Where is he?" The cowherd boy was confused. He turned around and saw that Zhou Xuanji was about to disappear into the fog. He hurriedly jumped onto the black bull's back and pulled the reins to make the black bull turn around. Zhou Xuanji recited the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra as he walked. However, the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra could not create divine power for him. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. Was he in an illusion? All of this was too strange. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and glanced over. The black yak had actually caught up to him. Hey, don't walk around. It's very dangerous here." The cowherd boy picked his nose and shouted. He still had that infuriating expression on his face. "Where is it dangerous?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The cowherd boy said mysteriously, "There are many terrifying beasts here. Without the protection of my divine cow, you will definitely be eaten." "Berserk beast? Interesting." Zhou Xuanji smiled. He did not mind and continued to walk ahead. "Hey, where did you come from? Why haven't I seen you before?" asked the cowherd boy. Zhou Xuanji looked at him condescendingly and said, "There are many people you have not seen before. Is it very strange?" "That's right, I've seen everyone in the world," the cowherd boy said confidently. Zhou Xuanji sighed. It seemed that he had fallen into an illusion. Could this be the test of the primogenitor spirit? Is there a secret to awakening a fortuitous encounter in this illusion? At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji braced himself and prepared to look around. Hey hey hey, do you want me to take you to our tribe? The cowherd boy continued to yell. Just as he finished speaking, a roar sounded. The fog was lifted, and a ferocious beast with a tiger's head and a dragon's body charged out. It was ready to devour the cowherd boy in one bite. Bang! The black yak suddenly stomped his foot, and a gust of wind wreaked havoc, sending the beast flying. The cowherd boy was still picking his nose, and he felt pain from the impact. He quickly retracted his hand and covered his nose. Zhou Xuanji sized up the black yak. He did not expect it to be so powerful just by stomping its foot. Kid, what's your name? What breed is your yak? Zhou Xuanji asked. The cowherd boy replied, My name is Kunlun. I don't know what breed it is, but I call it a god. I saved it when I was young, and since then, it has been with me. Kunlun? God? Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, when you were young? Aren't you young now? The cowherd boy waved his hand and snorted, What are you talking about? I've already lived for 2,000 years. Back then, when I saved it, it was still a little cub. 2,000 years? Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and his expression was strange. His name was Kunlun. Could he be the primogenitor spirit? Could it be that the primogenitor spirit brought him to the beginning of the Kunlun origin court? All of this was the primogenitor spirit's memories. Zhou Xuanji sized up the cowherd boy and felt that it was nonsense. How did this brat look like the primogenitor spirit? Hey, what's with that look? The cowherd boy cried out. He could sense the disdain. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, Before you were born, there was nothing, right? The cowherd boy curled his lip and said, What? Of course there was. The Creator told us that there was a great era before us. There were countless worlds and races, but they were all destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was stunned again. What was that? The Creator? The cowherd boy waved his hand and said, Come with me. Let's meet our human king. The black bull walked ahead, and Zhou Xuanji followed immediately. What's the human king? Could it be that the Kunlun origin court had an even longer history? Zhou Xuanji was very curious and interested. He could not escape anyway, so he might as well look at this world. Along the way, Kunlun began telling Zhou Xuanji about their tribe. There were 1,320 people in their tribe. Every once in a while, someone would be devoured by a ferocious beast. The oldest person had lived for 100,000 years. How big is this world? Zhou Xuanji asked. Kunlun shook his head and said, I'm not sure. We can only stay here. The Creator said that it's very dangerous outside. We can't even conquer this forest, let alone leave. Zhou Xuanji asked further, Have you seen the Creator before? Kunlun shook his head again and replied, He has not appeared for 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about their tribe. They walked for about 6 hours. They finally arrived at the tribe. This tribe was very similar to the primitive tribes that Zhou Xuanji knew of. The entire mountain was covered with wooden houses made of trees and small fortresses made of stones. Zhou Xuanji's expression became strange. The corner of his mouth twitched. He raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. The people in the tribe were all children. They did not look more than 10 years old, but they had different physiques. There were both males and females. Hey, hey, hey. Come and see, I brought someone back. He's different from us. Kunlun waved his hand and cried out. More and more people turned to look at them. Wow. He's as tall as the Creator. Who is he? Be careful. He might be transformed from a ferocious beast. Kunlun, can he be trusted? The people were very nervous and did not dare to get close. Kunlun smiled and said, He has no ill intentions. I can sense that he's very kind. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in astonishment. Was this brat boasting, or did he have some special ability? How come I don't know that I'm kind? At this moment, a silhouette walked out from the crowd. He still had the appearance and physique of a child, but he was bent over with a wooden stick in his hand. He looked like a little old man. He's our human king, Kunlun pointed at that person and said. Kunlun pointed at that person and said with a face full of worship. Chapter 10:17. Outsider, come here. I have something to ask you. The human king stared at Zhou Xuanji and said casually. His eyes were calm, but Zhou Xuanji sensed a great threat from him. What's going on? This guy is giving me the same pressure as a cardinal heaven cultivator? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He nodded and walked forward. Kunlun leaped down from the black bull and followed closely behind Zhou Xuanji. After entering the tribe, the crowd split into 2 rows and made way for them. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was the center of attention. He observed secretly. Many people here gave him a sense of danger. What's going on? They were just a bunch of immature children. Why did they give him a sense of danger? Could it be that the first batch of living beings were all this powerful? It made sense. He could not fly in the environment here. To be able to survive here, their bodies must be powerful. Not right. Zhou Xuanji frowned suddenly. He almost forgot that he was a soul now. Then these people, he observed carefully and was even more shocked. These people were souls too. But they were in a special environment. The contact between the souls was like physical contact. It was very magical. Zhou Xuanji thought about it as he followed the human king to the largest fortress in the tribe. The human king walked to a chair covered in beast skin and sat down. He sized Zhou Xuanji up and asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I lost my memory. I want to understand this world. I have no ill intentions toward you. If possible, I also want to meet the creator you speak of." The human king frowned and fell into deep thought. Dozens of children stood in the house. All of them held various weapons and looked at Zhou Xuanji warily. Zhou Xuanji felt like he had entered a kindergarten by mistake. Kunlun said, "This guy is very powerful. When he dragged me down from the god's body, his speed was unbelievably fast. I have never seen such speed before. Even with such speed, he did not hurt me." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him. So this kid was pretending to cry. The human king looked up at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Why do you want to meet the creator?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "I'm just curious. I heard from Kunlun that the creator knows everything about the past. He did not know what to do here. But since he heard about the creator, it meant that the creator played an important role in the illusion. Perhaps he could find out the intentions of the spirit of the First Lord through the creator. The creator hasn't appeared in a long time. You should stay in the tribe for now." The human king instructed, and Zhou Xuanji had no objections. He wanted to understand these people. And so, Zhou Xuanji stayed here. He began to observe these children every day. He really wanted to know why these people maintained the appearance of children. He started with their diet and found that everything they ate was harmless, and the water they drank was also very pure. Kunlun became his little attendant and followed him all day. Zhou Xuanji discovered a secret. The people of this tribe did not know how to reproduce. They had no parents, no brothers and sisters, and no children. They are the fruit of a tree. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was looking at this tree. The tree was 30 meters tall and looked quite ordinary. There were many green fruits on it, some of which had already grown into humanoid shapes. Zhou Xuanji thought of the ginseng fruit in the journey to the west. Kunlun said nervously, "Don't be rash. The master of creation once said that this source tree is our foundation. Once the source tree is gone, our tribe will also perish." Source tree. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. It seemed that the master of creation was the progenitor master. He created humans and all living beings. He established the Kunlun origin court and established the definition of everything. Perhaps even the sovereign serendipity was created by the progenitor master. But why did such an omnipotent progenitor master fall? Could it be that the progenitor master wanted him to see how the progenitor master died? There's another possibility. The progenitor master did not die. He turned into the sovereign serendipity and existed in this world forever. Zhou Xuanji came up with such a guess. Being invincible for a long time would get boring, and a permanent boredom would cause one to collapse. Kunlun pulled him and said, "It's time to go. This is a forbidden ground. We can't stay here for long." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Since it's so important, why don't you send someone to guard it? The source tree is very powerful. No ferocious beast dares to approach it. But your background is mysterious, so I'm a little worried," Kunlun explained. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about the source tree. But he had no divine will to analyze the source tree. After a while, he left with Kunlun. "Is there really only one tribe in this world? Have you ever seen an adult like me?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he walked. He could not sense the spiritual qi here and could not cultivate. So, he was curious if there were other living beings that had taken human form. "No. You are the first," Kunlun replied. He began to pick his nose with an infuriating expression. Zhou Xuanji felt helpless. They could not cultivate or reproduce. What was the point of living in this tribe? Maybe the progenitor master was also looking for an answer, which was why he had not returned for so long. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji stayed in this tribe for decades. Because he could not cultivate, he began to train his physique. It was strange. He was a soul, but he could strengthen his soul by training his physique. Gradually, his soul force also grew stronger. What was worth mentioning was that his strange behavior attracted many children to imitate him. When those children grew stronger, they attracted the attention of the human kings. After some discussion, Zhou Xuanji became the first martial master in the tribe and taught everyone to grow stronger. As long as they were powerful enough, they would not have to worry about the attacks of ferocious beasts. Zhou Xuanji was bored of staying here. He was prepared to explore the world. Perhaps he could meet the creator outside. Kunlun heard about it and wanted to follow, but Zhou Xuanji rejected him. He could only watch Zhou Xuanji leave reluctantly. Entering the misty forest again, Zhou Xuanji took out his suppressive legendary sword to guard against the attacks of ferocious beasts. "Who are you?" A voice came and stopped Zhou Xuanji in shock. He turned around but could not locate the person. Right at this moment, a black-clothed man appeared in front of him out of thin air. This person had a cold face and purple pupils. His black hair draped over his shoulders casually, and he held a sword in his hand. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and asked curiously, "You are the creator?" This guy had the body of an adult, and he was dressed differently from the tribe. His appearance made Zhou Xuanji doubt everything. Could it be that the tribe was deceived? Actually, there were others. "You can say that I did not create you. How did you appear?" The man in black asked with a frown. He sized up Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes fell on the suppressive legendary sword. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his sword and stabbed at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 10:18. Clang. Zhou Xuanji raised his mighty legendary sword to block the black-robed man's sword. There was a loud bang. The ground collapsed, and Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. Chunks of earth and rocks crumbled, trees were uprooted, and the wind howled and raged. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted a few times in the air and landed steadily. He looked up and saw the black-clothed man flying up. Zhou Xuanji opened his mouth slightly. Numerous swords of light appeared behind the man in black, and they were all pointed at Zhou Xuanji. "Brother, is there a need to make such a big scene?" Zhou Xuanji asked helplessly. How could this guy fly? Could it be that his cultivation far surpassed his own? It seemed that the no-fly rule here was not absolute. The black-clothed man stared at him and said coldly, "You are a deviant and must be eradicated." Boom! Boom! Boom, all the swords of light shot toward Zhou Xuanji. They were so powerful that they swept up the fog. Zhou Xuanji immediately swung his sword. Even though he did not have divine energy, he had a sword, which was enough for him to use many divine abilities of the way of the sword. This sword slashed out, and the sword chi was like a crescent moon that swept out. It rapidly grew stronger and destroyed all the light swords. The man in black was moved, and he asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? Why do you know the Supreme Tao?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked curiously, "What's that?" "The Supreme Tao?" A casual swing of his sword was a Supreme Tao. "This world is my heart and lungs. Why do you want to barge in? This doesn't conform to the rules. If news of this spread to the Sword Emperor, you wouldn't be able to justify yourself." The man in black said coldly. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with anger. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that his murderous intent had subsided. "Sword Emperor? I'm the Sword Emperor, who are you talking about?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was even more certain that this was an illusion. It seemed like it wasn't the progenitor lord's memories. Instead, it was a brand new illusion. The man in black was furious. Without a word, he swung his sword wildly. Countless sword shadows inundated Zhou Xuanji from all directions. "This is primordial chaos sword shadow?" Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. He began guessing as he dodged. Could that Sword Emperor really be him? The purpose of this illusion was for him to defeat himself and awaken. Zhou Xuanji leaped quickly and dodged the sword shadows one after another. This part of the forest was bombarded. Dust flew everywhere and gravel flew everywhere. Heaven and earth collapsed, as if doomsday had arrived. The distant tribes could also hear it. Kunlun stood on a huge rock and looked into the distance with a frown. He was worried about Zhou Xuanji, but he felt that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful and should be fine. The children in the tribe came out one after another and began to discuss among themselves. Did the berserk beasts go berserk again? Something's wrong. There's a dangerous aura in the air. What happened? Should we go and take a look? What are you looking at? What if you die? The creator said that death is very scary. The human king squeezed out of the crowd with a complicated expression. The other side. Zhou Xuanji rushed into the depths of the mountain forest to avoid affecting the children's tribe. Although he felt that this might be an illusion, he was afraid that it was real. The black-clothed man became even more furious, and his speed suddenly increased. Zhou Xuanji could not sense his aura, and he instinctively took out hundreds of legendary swords. He used his heart to control the swords, blocking the attacks from all directions. Ding! 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 The sword shadows were all dispersed by the divine sword. The black-robed man's eyes widened. These swords, the black-robed man was shocked. He immediately decided to use his strongest sword technique to defeat this fellow. If this were to continue, his heart and lungs would be destroyed. He held his sword with both hands and held it vertically in front of him. His eyes turned extremely sharp. A strange silver radiance emanated from the surface of his body. This is, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes with an odd expression. Sword Emperor extinction? Annihilation judgment? He immediately had a bad premonition. The black-robed man slashed with his sword suddenly. Zhou Xuanji activated the sword fusion technique instinctively. All the legendary swords fused into his soul. He tried to block with his arms in front of his chest. He took a step forward and was prepared to block and dodge at the same time. A stream of sword light flashed past. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. Boom! He lost consciousness in an instant and fell into absolute darkness. Zhou Xuanji had a dream. He dreamed that he was challenging himself. More accurately, he was challenging the identity of the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor looked exactly like him. He was the most powerful cultivator in the world and ruled over everything. He, who didn't have any divine power, couldn't even put up a fight against the Sword Emperor. In the end, he was killed by the Sword Emperor unwillingly. He woke up with a start. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was lying in a gigantic cage. He had a splitting headache. He propped up his forehead as he sat up. "This is," Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He realized that there were dozens of people around him. The gigantic cage was very tall and looked like a gigantic birdcage. Outside the birdcage was a boundless blue sky. There were few clouds and mist, and nothing else could be seen. The metal pillars at the edge of the cage were a meter apart. It was easy for an ordinary person to walk out, but everyone here looked numb and hopeless. No one thought of escaping. Could it be that there was danger outside? Zhou Xuanji looked around and locked his gaze on a man in the corner. Everyone was either lying down or sitting paralyzed. Only he was meditating and cultivating. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and squatted down. "What is this place?" he asked softly. The man did not reply. He was wearing a tattered robe. His hair was very short, and his face was cold. He was quite skinny. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked again, "How long have you been here?" The man still did not reply. He was like a statue and did not even breathe. Zhou Xuanji got up and could only give up. He walked to the edge of the cage and hesitated whether he should step out. His soul was very weak now. If there was any danger, his soul might dissipate. "Don't go out, you will die," a weak voice came. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw a skinny old man lying on the ground. He had deep dark circles around his eyes and looked incredibly haggard. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What is this place?" "This is the Emperor's cage. It's used to store food." The old man replied. His breathing was very weak and could stop at any moment. Emperor's cage? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had never heard of this name in the children's tribe. "Whose food?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The old man looked terrified. His body began to tremble as he said, "Food for the Emperor's pets." Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Pets. He looked back and saw that under the blue sky were endless clouds. He could not see the ground or the ocean. Rumble, at that moment, the Emperor's cage violently shook, and a wild gale blew. Zhou Xuanji and the other prisoners could not withstand it and were sent flying. They crashed into the bars, and in that instant, a terrifying electric current wrapped around their bodies. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted from the electric shock. Such pain, it felt so real. Only after a while did the wild gale stop. Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. He wanted to stand up, but he could not. A voice came from outside the cage. "You're talking about him? He knows the Supreme Tao." Chapter 10:19. After hearing the noise, Zhou Xuanji looked out of the cage. Two majestic giants appeared outside the cage. One of them was the man in black who fought with Zhou Xuanji before. He was holding the Emperor's palm cage. The other person had thick eyebrows and a long beard. He had brown eyes, wore a bone crown, and wore a green robe. He was sizing up Zhou Xuanji. It was the first time someone had sized Zhou Xuanji up like this. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you people? What do you want to do to me?" Without divine power, without divine will, it was truly depressing. Even though this might be an illusion, the rage in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew uncontrollably. Once he recovered his cultivation, he would definitely let these two fellows experience terror. "Oh, you're quite stubborn. It seems like you're full of vigor." The green-robed man nodded in satisfaction and smiled while stroking his beard. Zhou Xuanji frowned. The black-clothed man glanced at him and then said to the green-clothed man, "It seems that you like it quite a bit. I want 300 people. Is that too much?" The green-robed man frowned and snorted, 300? You think too highly of him. This guy is not weak. I don't care. 200 at most. Since that's the case, I'll have to change my target." Seeing the two of them haggle, Zhou Xuanji felt angry but also speechless. What kind of world was this? Traitor? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and sat down. He had to remain calm. The primogenitor's spirit definitely didn't bring him here just to make things difficult for him. There must be a special purpose. It must have something to do with the scripture of creation. However, during this period of time, he often chanted the constitution-defying creation scripture, but the ancestral sound seemed to be useless and did not help him at all. Zhou Xuanji once again recited the constitution-defying creation sutra in his heart. He could take this opportunity to calm himself down. The more adverse the situation was, the more they couldn't afford to be chaotic. The black-robed man and the green-robed man were still bargaining, completely ignoring everyone in the cage. The others weren't shocked either. They were all lying on the ground, either sleeping or shivering. They were already used to it. After a while, the man in black came to an agreement and sent Zhou Xuanji away with 260 people. The man in green grabbed Zhou Xuanji with his right hand. Zhou Xuanji sunk into darkness, but he continued to meditate and chant scriptures. The constitution-defying creation sutra did not have any effect. After an unknown period of time, the darkness dispersed. The green-clothed man opened his palm and placed him into another monarch's palm cage. There was no one else in the cage. Zhou Xuanji fell into it, flipped himself up, and continued to meditate. Still cultivating? The green-robed man asked with a smile. Zhou Xuanji asked back, "Who are you, and who do you work for?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "We are primogenitor masters, and we work for the Sword Emperor. From your appearance, you should be a mediocre primogenitor master." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. Was there really a progenitor? Then what about the Sword Emperor? In the end, you're still not good enough. Just wait for my baby to eat you up. The green-robed man smiled and disappeared after he finished speaking. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and continued to think. He really wanted to know what this world was like. At this time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the primogenitor's spirit. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji immediately became excited. What does all of this mean? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly as he tried to control his emotions. The primogenitor's spirit said calmly, "There is no such thing as the Kunlun origin court in the boundless universe. There is no divine energy, no flesh, and no divine sense. Living beings only exist as souls, and the destruction of their souls means complete death. In such an environment, the souls of living beings are far more powerful than those of the future." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked further, "You're not the only primogenitor master? Then who is the Sword Emperor?" He had always wanted to be the most powerful Sword Emperor, but he did not expect there to be another Sword Emperor before the primogenitor master. The primogenitor master's spirit was silent. "Why did you want me to come here? How can I go back?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The primogenitor master's spirit shook his head and said, "I didn't bring you here. It's serendipity. Remember, you must live on. If you die here, your body will die too." Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. It would affect his body in the real world? If you can go back alive, you will return to the time when your soul left. Whether you can resolve the crisis depends on yourself. After the primogenitor master's spirit said this, he disappeared. Remember, find serendipity, find the meaning of your life. Zhou Xuanji's head hurt. This guy's words were as good as not saying anything. Now, it seemed that he had to find a way to survive. This was not as simple as an illusion. According to the primogenitor master's spirit, could the serendipity be for him to strengthen his soul? The soul was the foundation of all living beings. If the body was destroyed, it could be rebuilt. But if the soul was destroyed, it would cease to exist. He could not completely dissect the constitution-defying creation sutra. Could it be because his soul was not powerful enough? At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji got up and began training his soul. Since he could not escape, he might as well become more powerful. He took out the suppressive legendary sword and practiced the white crane sword technique. As he trained, he looked out of the cage. Far away, there was a majestic mountain with green mountains and clear waters. A waterfall flowed down from the center of the mountain, looking majestic. On the other side was a boundless ocean. The waves glowed with a silver light and stretched endlessly. The emperor's cage that he was in seemed to be hanging on a tree. After that, he focused on training his sword. The green-robed man did not return. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years passed. Zhou Xuanji's soul grew stronger. At the same time, he discovered a pleasant surprise. The supreme legendary sword system would remind him of his age every year. At the same time, he could draw a prize. But most legendary swords could not save him now. He was overwhelmed with emotions. The longer he lived here, the more legendary swords he obtained, and the more powerful he would be. Zhou Xuanji's mindset began to change. He treated everything here as serendipity. About 100 years later, the green-robed man returned. On his shoulder was a four-clawed dragon covered in red scales. The red-scaled dragon stared at Zhou Xuanji with hunger in its eyes. Zhou Xuanji understood that danger was coming again. The green-robed man opened the cage door and said with a smile, "You must have waited for a long time. I'm kind to let you live for so many years. Don't resist. Let my baby eat you. It doesn't like its prey to resist." Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. The green-robed man raised his arm, and the red-scaled dragon crawled toward the emperor's cage along his arm. It sped up suddenly and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with its mouth wide open. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's body radiated with a silver radiance. He activated the sword fusion technique, and his aura reached its peak. A silver longsword materialized in his right hand. Annihilation Judgment. He slashed with his sword, and the sword flashed. The red-scaled dragon was struck by the sword chi and flew backward. Countless dragon scales flew away. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Even this could not kill it? What kind of existence was this guy? The red-scaled dragon steadied itself and charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. Chapter 10:20. Facing the ferocious red-scaled dragon, Zhou Xuanji advanced instead of retreating and sprinted toward it. The green-robed man did not stop him but watched the battle with interest. Zhou Xuanji charged out of the emperor's cage and came up to the red-scaled dragon in an instant. He slashed with his sword. Another annihilation judgment. It was even more powerful than before. It was so fast that the red-scaled dragon could not dodge in time and was sent flying back. In the past 100 years, Zhou Xuanji had been cultivating diligently. His soul was much more powerful than before. Moreover, this red-scaled dragon was not as powerful as its master. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword quickly, and waves of annihilation judgments slammed into the red-scaled dragon. The red-scaled dragon roared in pain. He looked up at the green-robed man and said, "Your treasures should be useful, or else they would not all have emperor's cages. I'll replace this dragon. How about it?" The black-robed man also had an emperor's cage. From their conversation, Zhou Xuanji's food could attract other primordial lords. This meant that their pets had special uses. The green-robed man smiled, "Indeed. If you can kill it, you can replace it." Zhou Xuanji heard him and became much more confident. No matter what, he had to survive first. As long as he had time, he would be more powerful than the green-robed man and regain his freedom. Under his ferocious attacks, the red-scaled dragon could not hold on at all. Soon, the red-scaled dragon was slain by Zhou Xuanji. Its soul exploded and was completely annihilated. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and looked up at the green-robed man. "What's its use?" The green-robed man replied, "Every primogenitor lord will nurture a primogenitor pet. Through the battle between the primogenitor pets, the ownership of the new heart and lungs will be decided. The heart and lungs is a world of heaven and earth. Because we can fuse it into our soul bodies, the Sword Emperor named it Heart and Lungs." Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Every new world will trigger a battle between all the primordial beasts?" "Yes. But the creation of a new world requires time, and it depends on the Sword Emperor's will. There are only 81 primordial lords in total. Even if all of them fight, it will not take too long," the green-robed man said with a smile. He suddenly shrunk. More accurately, Zhou Xuanji was growing bigger. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense a wave of energy entering his soul, causing it to expand. Soon, he became as big as the green-robed man. He landed on the ground and was surrounded by grass. There was a large tree next to him, and there was a cage hanging from the tree. It was the Emperor's cage. In the future, you can call me Master. My title is Green Pine Founding Master. This world is one of my hearts and lungs. You can stay here. Remember, don't run around. This world can give birth to powerful existences. After all of this was created by the Sword Emperor. The green-robed man looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled. After that, he disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. That's it? Founder Green Pine Tree had trusted him too easily. Was it because this fellow was too strong and looked down on everyone? Or was it because the primogenitor of this era didn't have any schemes? Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it and began training with his sword. As for this world, he was not in the mood to explore it for now. He just wanted to work hard to become stronger. He wanted to get rid of the founder of Green Pine Tree as soon as possible and then go out to take a look. What was the beginning of the Kunlun origin court like? He was looking forward to it. A palace hovered above the sea of clouds. Dozens of people were gathered in the hall, including Green Pine Sect's founder and the black-robed man. They were chatting and laughing as they stood. There was a sword on the stairs at the side. It was 30 meters tall. Other than being bright, there was nothing special about it. At the corner, a young man sat alone. He had a delicate face and was dressed in white like a scholar. His hands hung by his side and were motionless, as though he was lost in thought. Founder Green Pine Tree walked up to him and smiled. Yuan Xian, what are you thinking about? Why don't you talk to your brothers? Yuan Xian came back to his senses. He looked up and replied, I'm thinking if the existence of the primogenitor pet is a mistake. Founder Green Pine Tree looked doubtful. He touched Yuan Xian's forehead and smiled. Are you stupid? What's wrong with the primogenitor pet? Even the Sword Emperor has no objections. Yuan Xian sighed and said, I look at the living beings in my heart and lungs. I can't bear to nurture the primogenitor pet. They are all living beings. Other than being weaker than us, they are no different from us. Founder Green Pine Tree's face turned dark and snorted, they are not worthy to be compared to us. He turned around and left, no longer caring about Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian continued to think on the spot. He did not notice that the other primogenitor lords were looking at him differently. They were all filled with hostility. After a while, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of the giant sword. He wore a black robe with dragon shoulders. His face was like a tiger and there were 2 giant swords on his back. Greetings, great primogenitor lord. All the primogenitor lords bowed in unison. Great primogenitor lord nodded and said, the Sword Emperor has opened up another world. Whoever wants it to be their heart and lungs can participate in the battle. This time, I will be the host. Hearing this, the primogenitor lords were moved. The black-robed man asked, where is the Sword Emperor? Why didn't he come this time? Great primogenitor lord looked at him coldly and said, am I not qualified? The black-robed man was silent. The other primogenitor lord's expressions changed. There has to be a reason, right? A primogenitor lord hesitated and asked. Great primogenitor lord answered, the Sword Emperor told me that he wants to go into seclusion. It might be related to the rules he mentioned a long time ago. Rules? The primogenitor lords were stunned. Yuan Xian's eyes lit up and he asked, rules that can connect all hearts and lungs together and allow all beings to be like us? Great primogenitor lord frowned and slowly nodded. Immediately, the atmosphere in the palace became silent. Go and prepare. Wait for my notice, the battle of hearts and lungs might begin at any moment. Great primogenitor lord said as he waved his sleeves. After that, he disappeared. The primogenitor lords did not continue chatting and disappeared without saying a word. Soon, only Yuan Xian was left in the palace. Yuan Xan walked in front of the massive sword and knelt down. His face was filled with worry as he muttered, "Sword Emperor, what's the point of creating all of this?" He fell into a daze. "What do you think the point is?" A voice came from within the sword, causing him to look up in shock. He said with a trembling voice, "Sword Emperor, while the primogenitor lords were worrying about the Sword Emperor going into seclusion, Zhou Xuanji was still diligently cultivating. He found that with the birth of his soul, his way of the sword was also improving. He could actually use the profoundness of annihilation judgment with the ordinary white crane sword technique. He felt quite excited. Annihilation judgment was a fusion of his divine abilities and contained terrifying destructive power. If he could use annihilation judgment while using sword moves, his power would increase by leaps and bounds. Before, when he used annihilation judgment, his body could not move too much and he needed to accumulate power. Moreover, he could not continuously use annihilation judgment in a short period of time. Now that he did not have divine energy, he could improve annihilation judgment. How could he not be happy? Chapter 1021. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground beside the azure lake. He sat on the ground, but his hands did not stop. He quickly brandished his sword, and the blade slashed through the air, creating dazzling sword shadows. He was so focused on his sword practice that he didn't notice a figure appearing behind him. Founding Master Green Pine. He silently stared at Zhou Xuanji with some amazement in his eyes. That lad truly knows the Tao of the utmost Tao. To think that even I can't understand a sword Tao as such. Green Pine Sect's founder master was secretly alarmed, and his killing intent rose. Should such a person be killed? But when he remembered that Zhou Xuanji was already his primal pet and that the fight for his heart was coming soon, he could only endure it. Forget it, I'll kill him after the battle of the heart and lungs is over. Ancestor Green Pine thought to himself before disappearing from his original spot. From beginning to end, he did not disturb Zhou Xuanji at all. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji already knew of his arrival, but he did not turn around. After the founder of Green Pine Tree left, he slowly opened his eyes. "You're still not smart enough." Zhou Xuanji smirked. Perhaps it was because these progenitor masters had not gone through any hardships. In the future, it would have been difficult for Zhou Xuanji to survive. After all, he was already a threat to the founding master of Green Pine Tree. The gap between the two of them was not so big that the founding master of Green Pine Tree would be conceited. Looks like a new world has appeared and these primogenitor masters are preparing to fight over it, so he held back his killing intent, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Although primogenitor Green Pine had suppressed his killing intent, he was extremely sensitive to it. Even if it was just a trace, he would be able to sense it. Having lived for so long, he was used to seeing killing intent. He didn't have much time left. He had to become as strong as possible. The battle of the heart and lungs would be his chance to escape. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji got up and focused on cultivating the way of the sword. Clouds covered the sky. In the children's tribe. Kunlun stood in front of the gate of the tribe, gazing at the horizon, lost in thought. His divine bull walked to his side and squatted down like a small mountain for him to lean on. "God, where do you think he went? Why isn't he back yet?" Kunlun said worriedly. Although he had only known Zhou Xuanji for half a year, Zhou Xuanji's wit and knowledge made him feel a sense of admiration. He had been looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's return, but he had not seen him even after waiting for 100 years. Everyone in the tribe said that Zhou Xuanji was dead, but he did not believe it. God nudged him gently to comfort him. At this moment, a voice entered Kunlun's ears. "The person you want to see has been captured. Do you want to save him?" Kunlun stilled and suddenly stood up. "Who?" he asked nervously. The other party did not appear, but his voice was clearly transmitted into his ears. Could it be the Creator? "Listen, if you want to save him, there is only one way. Next, the one who created everything will descend upon your tribe. You have to say this." Kunlun listened with trepidation. She listened very seriously. Boom! Zhou Xuanji slashed out with his sword, and sword chi swept out, shattering a massive mountain that reached into the clouds 1,000 kilometers away. A violent gale blew, and a dragon-like chi flow swept across the sky. He turned around and swung his sword again, splitting the earth and splitting the forest in half. Dust flew everywhere and the forest overturned. He stopped and sheathed his sword. Not bad. You can release and retract freely, and the Tao is hidden in your heart. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily. He could now use annihilation judgment perfectly. No matter how strong or weak it was, he could use it like divine energy. His strength had increased significantly. However, compared to the original owner, there was still a huge gap. Most importantly, he still did not know the true strength of the original owner. He turned around and returned to his temporary wooden hut. He sat on the wooden chair and began to reflect on his improvement. You are not panicking at all. A soft laughter came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a lady a few meters away. She was wearing a blue dress and had a beautiful face. She wore a silver crown on her head and had a saintly aura. She looked at him with a mocking gaze. Zhou Xuanji sized her up and asked, "Original owner?" The lady in blue shook her head. "Then who are you?" "I'm the daughter of the Sword Emperor." Zhou Xuanji felt strange. Every time he heard the word Sword Emperor, he felt that it was referring to him. "Why are you looking for me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The lady in blue stared at him and said, "To overthrow the original owner." Zhou Xuanji frowned in surprise. Wasn't the original owner created by the Sword Emperor? Why did he want to overthrow him? The lady in blue walked over to him and looked down at him as she said, "My godfather created the original owner and opened up the world, giving him boundless virtue. However, he was very confused and did not know how to establish the rules of the world he created. He created the original owners and controlled the various worlds, but he found that things were not as he had imagined. The original owners treated the creatures of the various worlds as playthings, making it so that the various worlds did not have any breakthroughs." Speaking to there, she stopped. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "The Sword Emperor can just destroy them. Why would he need you to sneak around?" "Because of love, my godfather viewed them as his children and did not want to kill them. As such, we have to do this. Once we tear apart the original owner's disguise, my godfather will be able to see their true faces," the lady in blue replied seriously. Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel disdainful. This Sword Emperor was too indecisive. No wonder he was going to be replaced by the original owners. In the boundless universe, the highest legend was the original owners. As for the Sword Emperor, that was Zhou Xuanji. There were no legends older than the original owners. It seemed that the Sword Emperor was going to be killed by the original owners. As for the daughter of the Sword Emperor, she would not have a good ending either. The lady in blue frowned and asked, "What's with your attitude?" She saw the disdain in the depths of Zhou Xuanji's eyes. "What do you want me to do?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "It's very simple. As the original pet, you should be in a lot of pain. You can complain to the Sword Emperor. Not only him, but the other original pets and creatures have also been arranged by us. We just need to expose them," the lady in blue said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Such a big plan? Were the original owners idiots? Did they not sense anything at all? The original owners are content to enjoy themselves and often gather together. They rarely manage their own worlds. You should have sensed this, the lady in blue said as she shook her head. When she mentioned this, she looked disappointed that Zhou Xuanji did not live up to her expectations. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "All right, I will cooperate." The lady in blue smiled, looking incredibly beautiful. Zhou Xuanji felt a little dazed. Why did he feel that this lady was somewhat similar to Zhou Shaoxian? "Your way of the sword is very outstanding. My elder brother is very interested in you. Perform well." After saying this, the lady in blue disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and felt that it was quite interesting. It seemed that this crisis could be resolved. However, the following crisis might be even greater. He would be dragged into the battle between the original owners and the Sword Emperor. He, who was familiar with the legends of later generations, knew that the original owners would not lose just like that. At least one original owner would live to the end and even establish the Kunlun origin court, creating endless history. Why is the sovereign serendipity born? Did the Sword Emperor create him? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 1022. After the Sword Emperor's daughter met Zhou Xuanji, he lived peacefully for another 100 years. In the past 100 years, the highest grade divine sword he had obtained was the court reversal divine sword. He didn't have a single myriad flower origin divine sword, let alone the karma cauldron divine sword. The divine sword did not have a substantial breakthrough, but his soul body was constantly strengthening. On this day, the battle of the heart and lungs had finally arrived. Ancestor Pine Tree appeared before Zhou Xuanji with an emperor's palm cage in his hand. With a smile on his face, he said with satisfaction, "You've become a lot stronger. It seems that I have a high chance of winning the competition of the heart and lungs." He waved his right hand and sent Zhou Xuanji into the emperor's palm cage. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. Now, he could feel the power of primogenitor Green Pine. If he wanted to resist, primogenitor Green Pine wouldn't be able to subdue him so easily. "Laugh, your death is near." Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he laughed disdainfully in his heart. In the future, there would only be one progenitor. Regardless of whether the Sword Emperor's side won or the progenitor master's side won, most of the progenitor masters would definitely perish. No matter how he looked at it, the founder of Green Pine Tree didn't look like someone who could survive. Too stupid. Origin Master Green Pine raised the Emperor's palm cage and quickly flew out of this world. Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, it was still the azure sky outside the cage, with layers of clouds and boundless beauty. There was a huge round platform in front of him. Many divine birds were circling around the round platform, emitting all kinds of colors. As Founding Master Green Pine entered the stage, a burst of laughter could be heard. "My baby will definitely win this battle of the heart and lungs. That long worm of yours won't do. The strongest is my primal pet. Do you know how much effort I put into it? One look and I can tell that your primal pets are weak. Stop arguing. Do you dare to make a bet?" Hearing their laughter, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head. Not to mention the progenitor lord, these fellows weren't even fit to be gods in the mortal world. Treating living creatures as playthings, and he didn't even try to avoid it. It seemed like these ancestors still didn't understand that water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. The Sword Arch had created them to manage the living beings of the various worlds, and they still thought that they were blessed by the heavens. Zhou Xuanji looked at the cages of the other emperors. There were different creatures locked inside, and only he maintained his human form. The other creatures all looked very ferocious. Some were roaring, some were napping, and some were quietly looking around. Zhou Xuanji quickly attracted the attention of the other progenitors. He looked at the man in black, but the man was expressionless and did not look at him. The progenitor lords came over and looked at Zhou Xuanji. In a corner of the stage, Genesis Master Yuan Xian silently observed the other Genesis Masters. He quietly shook his head and sighed in his heart, how incorrigible. He did not bring up the Emperor's cage because he did not want to fight for it. The First Lord clapped his hands. "Since everyone is here, let's release our first pets. The rules are the same as in the past. If you want to compete for the heart and lungs, release your primogenitor pet. There will be a chaotic battle, and the primogenitor pet that can still move will be the winner." Hearing this, the progenitors all turned around and walked to the edge of the platform. One by one, they opened the Emperor's palm cage and released their primordial pets. The ferocious progenitor pets were the first to rush out and fight in the air. The strange thing was that these guys didn't return to their original size. They looked as big as sparrows. Looking at it this way, it did look like a battle between pets. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and thought to himself, "I can't think of it that way. I'm in the same situation as them. He suddenly understood the nature of the progenitor lords. They were not cunning or evil, but they were too innocent. Just like how children like to play with ants, they did not care about the ants' feelings and only wanted to entertain themselves. Because Zhou Xuanji realized that these progenitor lords did not have any intention of colluding with each other. Their primogenitor pets were fighting without any purpose. Hurry up and get out. Primogenitor Green Pine urged with a frown. He did not want to be gossiped about by the other progenitor lords. Zhou Xuanji could only fly out. Humph. A cold snort came. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the daughter of the Sword Emperor standing in the air. Beside her was a handsome man in white. His hair was neat and tidy, and it fell to the back of his head. He looked like a handsome young master who walked out from a painting. The progenitor lords knelt down and cupped their fists in greeting. They were overjoyed. In the past, they often invited the Sword Emperor's children to watch the heart and lungs competition but were always rejected. They did not expect them to come this time. The First Lord smiled and said, "Why are you all here? Where's the Sword Emperor?" At this moment, the etiquette was only to kneel down. There was no specific way to address them. "Humph, you still don't know your crimes." The Sword Emperor's daughter cried out. A massive might descended, which shocked the progenitor lords. The First Lord's face darkened and asked loudly, "What crimes have we committed?" The man in white raised his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. "The evidence is on the stage," the man in white said coldly. He grabbed with his left hand and stored all of the primogenitor pets into his sleeve, except for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He noticed the Sword Emperor's daughter's gaze and understood that he was kept behind. Next, he would be the witness. Boom, the stage shook violently, and Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt a mighty pressure. His legs began to tremble, and he almost knelt down. He immediately took out the pressure sword and absorbed the pressure. The other progenitor lords could not take it and knelt down immediately. Cracks appeared on the stage, and it looked like it could shatter at any moment. "How dare you!" A majestic voice sounded out, and even Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled. He instinctively looked up and saw a figure shining with intense light in the air. It was as if he was facing the sun, and it was impossible to see his true body. The Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji noticed the other progenitor lords' expressions of fear and trepidation. "Godfather, you saw it too. They treat living beings as jokes. Compared to the great kindness you have shown us, they are selfish and have no benevolence at all," the Sword Emperor's daughter said in a low voice. The progenitor lords felt quite terrified and did not understand what was going on. They had done the same thing before, and the Sword Emperor had not said anything. Why was he condemning them now? "I allowed you to control the various worlds because I hoped that you would treat living beings kindly and lead them to the right path. However, what have you done?" The Sword Emperor's voice sounded out. His tone was cold, and it was impossible to hear whether he was happy or angry. The First Lord was the first to reply, "The various worlds are all very stable, and the human race has not gone extinct. It's just that those mixed beasts have no intelligence. However, you said that there is a reason for their existence. We have already allowed the human race and mixed beasts to coexist. Is that wrong?" The other progenitor lords agreed, all of them feeling indignant. Primordial Lord Yuanxin fell silent. The Sword Emperor's daughter harumphed and said, "It's understandable that they don't have intelligence, but the human race has been deceived by you and has been reared in tribes. You even warned them not to go out. Is this coexistence? Godfather restricted you to your own worlds and forbade you from interacting?" Chapter 1023. The Great Genesis Lord choked and did not know how to reply. "Then what should we do? Those mixed beasts were created by you too." Green Pine Lord cried out in grief and indignation. Zhou Xuanji could not help but mourn for him. The saying that the bird that pokes its head out has not appeared yet. How pitiful. Isn't it better to have the Great Genesis Lord to take the heat? The Sword Emperor's daughter and the white-robed man glanced at him at the same time. Their eyes were cold. Green Pine Lord did not sense anything unusual but became more furious as he spoke. The human race can survive under our protection, and the mixed beasts can live in peace. The world did not collapse. What did we do wrong? If we're wrong in fighting for the heart and lungs, you could have told us earlier. We don't have to nurture our primogenitor pets. Is this the first time we used our primogenitor pets to fight for the heart and lungs? Is it sneaky? The primogenitor lords nodded at his words. They were all indignant. Zhou Xuanji sighed. What a fool. Aren't they afraid that the Sword Emperor will be enraged? The primogenitor lords had forgotten something. They were created by the Sword Emperor. No one could control the Sword Emperor. All they could do was to cater to the Sword Emperor, to the absolute dictator. Humph. I created you to guard the world and enjoy yourself. You nurture your primogenitor pets and bet with each other, regardless of the primogenitor pets' lives. I asked you to lead the human race to warn them not to go to the unknown? The Sword Emperor said furiously. His heavenly might was so mighty that Zhou Xuanji felt like the sky was about to collapse. If I did not dare to touch the unknown, there would not be you, nor would there be so many new worlds. As the first batch of humans that I created, your relationship with the human race is the relationship between me and you. From today onwards, I will treat you the same way you treat the human race. How about that? The primogenitor lords' expressions changed drastically. They were already used to their freedom and authority. How could they accept being restricted to a place like the human race? At this moment, they finally understood what the Sword Emperor meant. They were wrong. I created the primogenitor lord position, which represents the beginning and the center of everything. You are the beginning and the center of all worlds, but you did not bear the responsibility. I did not acquiesce to your actions. You should know that I am still exploring and opening up new worlds. I have no time to observe you. From today onwards, I will make you feel the same way. The Sword Emperor raised his right hand, and all the primogenitor lords panicked. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. There were no obvious signs, but Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the space had become heavier. The Sword Emperor had sealed this space. Son, from now on, you will be the only primogenitor. These people will descend to godhood. The Sword Emperor instructed before disappearing into thin air. The pressure disappeared, and all the primogenitor lords sat on the ground. They were no longer the progenitors. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked at the man in white. So this was the reason why there was only one progenitor master. The man in white smiled faintly. His smile was full of metal. The primogenitors stared at him hatefully. No. From now on, they were gods. The white-robed man was the founder. Follow me. The founder master waved his hand and brought Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Xian away. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji landed in a brightly lit palace. The floor was blue like ice and was emanating a chilly aura. Yuan Xian landed beside him and looked at him in surprise. The founder master sat on the main seat, and the Sword Emperor's daughter sat beside him. From now on, you will be gods as well. Each of you can rule a world, the founder master said. His gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's foundation in the way of the sword. He could not help but be curious about where this guy came from. Could it be that the human race could give birth to someone as powerful as a god? Thank you, Founder Master. Yuan Xian cupped his fists and said. He was not too excited because he controlled a world himself after all. Yuan Xian, you can leave first. Go to the Genesis Palace after you leave the palace. I have already asked Father for a primordial weapon for you, the Founder Master instructed. Having heard that, Yuan Xian finally became excited. He turned to leave, but before he left, he engraved Zhou Xuanji's face in his mind. He was also curious about Zhou Xuanji's background. After Yuan Xian left the palace, Zhou Xuanji looked at the Founder Master calmly and waited for him to speak. How were you born? The Founder Master asked. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I don't know either. I came here to find the answer, but I was captured by one of the previous primogenitors and became a primordial pet. Hearing this, the founder master became even more curious. The Sword Emperor's daughter said, Father said that as he opened up a new world, time and space became chaotic. This person might have come from a future time. The founder master felt quite surprised and asked, Future time? Is that true? The Sword Emperor's daughter felt quite helpless. She shook her head and sighed as she said, He told you to go into closed-door cultivation and often visit Father in the future, or else you will never be able to keep up with him. The founder master felt that this made sense and decided to chat more with the Sword Emperor in the future. He once again looked at Zhou Xuanji. Since you came from a future time, it's very normal for you to know the way of the sword. Father said that he hoped that all humans could grasp the way of the sword, the founder master said with a pleased smile. Hearing that Zhou Xuanji was a junior of the human race, his gaze towards Zhou Xuanji became even more intimate. Ever since they were young, the Sword Emperor had instilled in them the idea of treating the human race well and treating them as their children. This time, they had come out not to fight for power but because they felt sorry for the human race. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, Since it's like this, can I regain my freedom? Of course. The founder master agreed immediately. In the next second, he changed the topic and said, However, you can't wander around and ruin the development of the human race. You should understand this. Father God said that all things have their own path of development. The only thing we can do is not to restrict or interfere. The previous primogenitors did so to incur Father God's wrath. Zhou Xuanji asked, Since it's like this, where should I stay? He did not have any particular place he wanted to go. Currently, he only wanted to strengthen his soul. Secondly, he wanted to find the sovereign serendipity. Leave him to me, the Sword Emperor's daughter said. The founder master nodded without hesitation. There was no concept of love yet, so he was not worried that something would happen to Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Emperor's daughter. Zhou Xuanji was quite capable, but he was far inferior to his sister. The Sword Emperor's daughter immediately got up and left with Zhou Xuanji. The next second, they traveled through the space-time turbulence. Zhou Xuanji looked around. The space-time turbulence here was different from the future. There were not as many dazzling space-time electric currents. The surroundings were like flowing water, very gentle. The Sword Emperor's daughter looked straight ahead and said softly, Later, tell me about the future. I know you have memories. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. He did not have any psychological burden. This was the founder master's memory world anyway. I want to know. Don't worry, I will not interfere with the development of the human race. I'm just curious if we still exist in the future, the Sword Emperor's daughter said calmly. Chapter 1024. You will still exist in the future, and you will still be high and mighty. But there are countless worlds, and they are beyond your imagination. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He lied. If he said that there would be no Sword Emperor or any of them in the future, who knew if the Sword Emperor's daughter would go crazy? The Sword Emperor's daughter heard him and became even more curious. How many worlds were there? They could not even imagine it. She began to ask questions. Zhou Xuanji would answer truthfully if he could, and he would say that he could not remember if he could not. His memory was damaged to prove that traveling through time and space would cause damage. The questioning lasted for 4 hours. Which world do you want to control? The Sword Emperor's daughter asked finally. Zhou Xuanji muttered, There's a previous primogenitor master who loved to wear clothes. He had a good relationship with primogenitor Master Green Pine. His humans were all in the form of children. I want to go there. The Sword Emperor's daughter thought for a while and guessed where he was referring to. She immediately waved her sleeves and brought Zhou Xuanji to that world. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw that the children's tribe was below him. Is it them? The Sword Emperor's daughter asked. Yes, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Seeing his smile, the Sword Emperor's daughter's expression softened. She smiled even more beautifully and said, From now on, you will be the master of this place. I hope that you can guide all living beings. After that, the Sword Emperor's daughter disappeared. Zhou Xuanji fell to the ground. He could not fly yet. His soul was very powerful. Even though he fell from a height of 3,000 meters and smashed into the ground, he was not injured at all. After landing, he strolled toward the tribe. He was not in a hurry and began to sense this world seriously. What kind of power prevented him from flying? The Sword Emperor's daughter was very powerful, but he did not feel that she was more powerful than Primogenitor Green Pine. This meant that the Sword Emperor's daughter and the Primogenitor Masters had a special power that allowed them to be independent of the world. Now that he was no longer in danger, he could calm down and sense this world seriously. After returning to the children's tribe, he was cheered by the entire tribe. "You're finally back. Where did you go?" Kunlun rushed out from the crowd and asked excitedly. The human emperor looked at Zhou Xuanji with kindness. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Everyone, many things have happened during this period. I want you to be mentally prepared." Everyone quietened down and looked at him quietly. Zhou Xuanji told them everything that had happened, including the appearance of the Sword Emperor. Apart from his own story, he told them everything, causing the human tribe to fall silent. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even the human king was shocked. Their creator had already been demoted? Does that mean that from now on, you are our creator? Kunlun asked excitedly. With this, everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji in a different light. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "You took me in before, so I won't be your creator, I'll be your protector." How about that? From today onwards, I will teach you the way of the sword and help you traverse this world, allowing you to become the true ruler of this world. However, I hope that you can treat other creatures kindly and not kill them all. Their status is the same as yours, and they eat you just like how you need to eat. The little creatures you eat are also lives. He spoke with great sincerity, stirring up the human race and making them think deeply at the same time. They hated ferocious beasts, but hearing Zhou Xuanji's words, what was the difference between them and ferocious beasts? The only difference was their power and intellect. Your words really enlightened us, the human king sighed in amazement. They had never thought of this before because the creator told them to stay away from ferocious beasts. In their hearts, ferocious beasts were absolute evildoers. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Okay, let's disperse. I'll be practicing my sword at the cliff behind the tribe. Those who are interested can make a wooden sword and imitate me." He took out the suppressive legendary sword and waved it, telling the human race that it was a sword. After that, he led Kunlun to the cliff. Sword, the human king's eyes sparkled as he fell into deep thought. He remembered that the creator had swords too. A long time ago, he had asked himself if he could have a sword. But he was scolded, and he was strictly ordered not to make swords, not even wooden swords. Now, the new creator allowed them to own swords. His emotions were complicated, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Coming to the cliff, Zhou Xuanji faced the dense fog and began practicing his sword. Kunlun sat on a rock and observed seriously. Zhou Xuanji performed the simplest white crane sword technique. He first quickly demonstrated it once. Kunlun's small mouth gaped as she watched, her face shocked. After that, he slowed down and practiced again and again. Kunlun watched for 2 hours and memorized all the sword moves. He left excitedly to carve a wooden sword to try. Zhou Xuanji smiled and mumbled, "This brat seems to be talented in the sword's way." In the darkness, there was a ball of light. In the bright light, the ancestor lord knelt on one knee. In front of him was a silhouette. It was the Sword Emperor. A ball of water levitated between them, and it reflected Zhou Xuanji's sword practice. "What do you think?" the Sword Emperor asked with a calm voice. The ancestor lord said with a complicated expression, "Father, the sword's way is supreme. Isn't it not good for him to impart it to the human race so recklessly?" He felt as though someone was giving away something that belonged to him. "Before, I was at a loss on how to change the world. After seeing what he did, I understood. If the human race and all living beings could become as powerful as you and me, I would not need to open up the world by myself. If there were countless humans, how many worlds would I create? The Sword Emperor said unhurriedly. Toward the end, he sounded a little excited. He seemed to have foreseen a golden age. It was magnificent, brilliant, and splendid. The Ancestor Lord frowned. He did not agree. If that was the case, wouldn't the human race be like them? When that time came, would the human race still listen to them? He could care for the human race, but he did not want the human race to threaten him. But facing the Sword Emperor, he did not dare to retort. From now on, choose people from the various worlds and teach them the sword's way. 10,000 years later, I will examine their sword's way. The Sword Emperor waved his hand, indicating that the ancestor could leave. The ancestor bowed and left. After flying out of the ball of light, he darted about in the darkness. His eyes flashed, and his expression became savage. The white crane's sword technique emphasizes agility. You must imagine yourself as a white crane. Don't you know what a white crane is? It's a bird in the sky. Zhou Xuanji said as he swung his sword. Behind him, there were hundreds of children learning with wooden swords. All of them had serious expressions, and the scene was quite comical. Kunlun stood at the front of the group. He swung his sword faster than the other children, and his movements were more precise. Chapter 1025. While Zhou Xuanji was teaching the sword, on the other side of the tribe, a group of shirtless boys were forging iron swords. Wooden swords could only be used for practice. If they wanted to venture deep into unknown territory, they would have to use iron swords. No one felt tired. They were all excited. They were all looking forward to what would happen next. Time passed. Zhou Xuanji taught the humans how to practice the sword every day, and within 7 days, the entire tribe began to practice the sword. He imparted different sword techniques to each person according to their style and talent. Within a month, more than 100 kinds of sword techniques had been left behind in the tribe. Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts quickly rose, surpassing their previous reverence for the Creator. He also enjoyed teaching the sword. Since he couldn't leave now, he might as well become stronger first. In the process of teaching the sword, his soul body was also constantly becoming stronger. 100 years later. In this tribe, they had all become experts in the way of the sword. Although they were far inferior to him, if they were in the mortal world, they would definitely be masters. They began to explore the world. Zhou Xuanji did not accompany them. He had said that their life and death depended on themselves. He did not force the humans to leave. Those who dared to leave were all confident in themselves. Kunlun did not go out. She cultivated with him day after day. The divine bull would also squat nearby and watch quietly. Sword owner has reached 10,000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Myriad Flower Origin Court, World Core, Venerable Karma Cauldron, Miracle Creation Sword. The sword spirit's voice made Zhou Xuanji stop. Ever since he came here, the age of his soul had been increasing. He had finally reached 10,000 years old. Information about the two swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heart of the World Grade, Myriad Flowers Origin Court, description, a divine sword formed from the primordial world. It contains the power to absorb and destroy all worlds. Sword name, Sword of Miracles Grade, Venerable Karma Cauldron, description, a godly sword that creates everything, creating something out of nothing. Apart from what it cannot change, it can create anything it wishes. The power it creates will not surpass that of its owner. To use this sword, one must reach the undying realm. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Both legendary swords were very powerful. It was also very practical for him right now. Especially the Sword of Miracles. Unfortunately, he only had a soul. How could he achieve the imperishable realm? Wait a minute. Imperishable realm. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Why didn't he cultivate his soul to the imperishable stage? Someone once said that he could rely on the spiritless state to step into the imperishable realm. The godless state was not a divine ability that relied on divine power to operate. It was more of a soul power. However, he had tried before, but he was unable to enter the godless state, so he gave up. Now, he decided to spend some time studying the godless state. After so many years, his soul had been growing stronger. Now, he could already feel that there was some kind of power in this world. This power suppressed all living beings, and the Sword Emperor and the others could borrow this power to go anywhere they wanted. "Lord, what are you thinking about?" Kuan Luan's voice floated over. He did not stop his sword. Although he still had the appearance of a child, he already had the bearing of an expert swordsman. He was no longer the little brat who liked to pick his nose. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and smiled. "It's nothing. Focus on your sword training and don't disturb me." He sat on the edge of the cliff and entered a meditative state. In the past, the heart and lung platform, the previous progenitor masters meditated on it, each maintaining a distance from the other. At this point, they already had another identity. Shiren. As the name suggested, they were the original people. Pine Tree opened his eyes and sighed. "Brothers, how long are we going to be trapped like this?" No one paid any attention to him. So what if he was dissatisfied? The one punishing them was the Sword Emperor, so they could only endure it. Elder Pine Tree was depressed, and his chest felt stifled. "Do you want to leave?" A voice drifted over, startling all the primordial ones. The person who came was the son of the Sword Emperor, the current progenitor master. He wore a white robe and stood in the air, looking as elegant as an immortal. He looked down at the primordial people and said, "God Father has already divided this world to me. From now on, you are all under my control. I've already fused with this world. God Father will not know anything that happens here." Hearing this, the primordial beginning people became wary. They stood up, nervous. It was the founding master and his sister who caused them to end up like this. They were instinctively afraid. "Your primal pet is very impressive now, even more so than you were before." He passed down the sword Tao to the human race. "Father God hopes that the human race can be as strong as us." The founder lord stared at the pine tree and said expressionlessly. Elder Pine's expression changed drastically. He doubted his own ears. That fellow already received the Sword Emperor's favor? He could not stop his anger from surging out from the bottom of his heart. Damn it. Why? I should have killed him back then. The more Elder Pine Tree thought about it, the more furious he became. The founder lord's lips curled up. "From now on, I will teach you the Sword Emperor's divine abilities. You will be used by me. Whatever I tell you to do, you will do. Otherwise, if I kill you, God Father will not be angry. You should understand." The primordial one's expressions changed as they fell into a dilemma. However, they did not have the right to choose. They did not want to die. The Sword Emperor has two supreme Taos. One is creation, the constitution defying creation scripture. The other is destruction, the extermination Tao. I learned the extermination Tao, and my sister learned the constitution defying creation scripture. Do you know what the extermination Tao is? The founder lord looked down at them and asked. No one answered. They just looked at him. Not all the worlds created are to God Father's satisfaction. In order to destroy these worlds and let the people die painlessly without leaving any traces, God Father created the destruction Tao. Hearing this, the primordial one's expressions changed drastically. In their hearts, the Sword Emperor had always been a merciful being. He deeply loved everything he created. Even if they made mistakes, they felt that the Sword Emperor would not kill them. But from what the Founder Lord said, the Sword Emperor had already destroyed countless worlds and living beings. They shuddered. The Founder Lord smiled and said, "Next, you will learn the destruction Tao. In the future, if there is someone who can rival us, you must destroy him." His tone was cold and emotionless. At the edge of the cliff, Zhou Xuanji stepped out with his right foot and levitated in the air. He took a deep breath and mumbled, "I hope I won't fail this time." His body glowed with a faint silver light as he walked forward. In an instant, he fell straight down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he suddenly stopped. His forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were filled with surprise. Success. Indeed. This power must be controlled with my mind. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself excitedly. This was the first step. When he familiarized himself with this new power, he would stand firmly in this time-space. Chapter 1026. Xiao. Zhou Xuanji circled above the forest at high speed, and his speed became faster and faster. After such a long time, he finally enjoyed the feeling of flying freely again, which made him excited. As he flew, he sensed the mysterious power around him. This kind of power was like the spiritual qi that permeated the world. It was everywhere, but it was different from spiritual qi. It could not be absorbed, and could only be borrowed. The reason why Zhou Xuanji could fly was because he was stepping on this energy, as if he was stepping on a formless staircase. If he moved quickly, he would be flying. Kunlun stood on the cliff, her eyes wide, her face full of admiration. He also wanted to be like Zhou Xuanji, flying in the sky. The divine bull next to him opened its eyes, still looking exhausted. After flying for an hour, Zhou Xuanji returned to the cliff. He glared at Kunlun and said, "Practice the sword, don't daydream." The kid was still in a daze as he stared at the horizon, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Kunlun woke up with a start. He scratched his head in embarrassment and left. After that, Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and continued to comprehend that power. Unknowingly, he felt that this power was very familiar. It seemed to be related to the constitution-defying creation scripture. He still had to think about the specific connection. While he was cultivating, the human clan returned one after another. All kinds of news spread in the tribe. Most of them were about ferocious beasts and places of wonders. Even if they practiced swordsmanship, there would still be casualties when they went out. The humans realized that the strength of the beasts was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Some ferocious beasts were weak, while some were ridiculously strong. Fear, curiosity, anger, excitement, all kinds of emotions spread in human clans. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb them. Even if someone wanted to ask him for help, he would just smile without saying anything. He only taught swordsmanship, not life-saving. In the beginning, many people did not understand and even resented him. However, as time passed, they finally understood that saving themselves was the most important thing. Especially after they had seen more of it. They realized that not all dire beasts were emotionless or rational. Some had already developed feelings. Zhou Xuanji also noticed all these changes. The berserk beasts were gaining sentience. He was confused, but he didn't do anything. Could it be the doing of the Sword Emperor? However, during this period of time, he did not sense the Sword Emperor's aura. Since he couldn't figure it out, he was too lazy to think about it. He trained his body day after day, getting used to that mysterious power. The days continued to pass. 1 year. 10 years. 100 years. Several hundred years. On this day, the Sword Emperor's daughter sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, requesting to meet him. Zhou Xuanji followed her voice and flew above the clouds. The Sword Emperor's daughter stood in the wind, her white clothes fluttering in the wind, displaying her beauty to the extreme. Zhou Xuanji was in a daze. He felt that she was a little like Zhou Shaoxian. Of course, her daughter was not as beautiful. "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's daughter sized him up and said meaningfully, "You can control primordial power. That's amazing. Your speed is even faster than the primogenitor masters of the past. It seems like the people of the later generations are indeed powerful. It's something I can't imagine." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Primordial power? Was this created by the Sword Emperor? Or was the Sword Emperor the first living being at the beginning of the world?" The Sword Emperor's daughter turned around slightly and looked into the distance. She mumbled, "I'm not sure either. Every time I asked father about this, he would be ambiguous. He once said that a long time ago, there was an even vaster world, but it was destroyed for some unknown reason. After it was destroyed, only he was left alive. Later, he denied it, saying that he was the one who created this world, and that he was the starting point of everything. Zhou Xuanji frowned. It seemed that there was something strange about this Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's daughter sized up Zhou Xuanji and smiled as she said, "Your primordial power is becoming more and more powerful. I'll teach you Father's supreme Tao." Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and the expression in his eyes changed. "Why are you treating me so well?" Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly. The Sword Emperor's daughter blinked and smiled as she said, "Didn't you come from the later generations? You're like our descendant. I'll teach you the supreme Tao so that this Tao won't be destroyed." Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that this woman was very pure. However, they were in front of the Kunlun origin court, so no matter how powerful a being was, it would be difficult for them to have evil intentions. After all, there were no enemies. There were no sinister struggles between the hearts of people. This Tao is called the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. You can't teach it to the human race. Once this spreads and Father finds out, he will definitely scold me, the Sword Emperor's daughter said seriously. Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. As expected. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, the Sword Emperor's daughter began to speak of the ancestral voice. The familiar ancestral voice caused Zhou Xuanji to feel a bit dazed. The same ancestral voice had no effect on him, but when the Sword Emperor's daughter spoke, he immediately entered a state of enlightenment. The Constitution-defying Creation Sutra within his body began to awaken. Rumble, the weather changed as a massive might descended. The Sword Emperor's daughter raised her palm and hit Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, and a massive amount of primordial energy flowed into his body. This primordial energy was much more powerful than the primordial energy that filled the world. The Sword Emperor's daughter's eyes widened, looking quite shocked. He knew the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Impossible. Back then, she had spent a long time learning the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. However, looking at his condition and the path of the primordial energy in his body, this fellow evidently knew the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. She suddenly became excited and asked, "Could it be that you're really our descendant? No wonder I felt like we were old friends at first sight and felt so close to you." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the sovereign serendipity came from the Sword Emperor? Countless years later, the sovereign serendipity helped many geniuses and restarted the way of the sword in his generation. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. "Great, then I've taught the right person," the Sword Emperor's daughter said with a smile. She continued to speak of the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. At the same time, within the depths of Zhou Xuanji's soul, the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra also began to circulate. The primordial energy flowed into his body and turned into his divine energy. Divine power. The long-lost feeling of power. Zhou Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotions, and his eyes beamed with violet radiance. The Sword Emperor's daughter's heart suddenly palpitated. She didn't say much and patiently taught the Constitution-defying Creation Scripture. Zhou Xuanji also focused on cultivating the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. After an unknown period of time, the ancestral sound came to an abrupt end. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and woke up with a lingering wish. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for teaching me." The daughter of the Sword Emperor shook her head and sighed. "You indeed know how to defy the Constitution and create a scripture. Perhaps you have forgotten it, but your instincts are still there." Zhou Xuanji sighed. "How innocent. All right, continue with your cultivation. I'll head back first." The Sword Emperor's daughter smiled and immediately left. She seemed to be in a rush. Zhou Xuanji felt a bit worried. Was she going to tell the Sword Emperor about this? He couldn't escape. After all, the Sword Emperor had created everything, so he couldn't escape. He could only continue to absorb the primordial power and convert it into his own divine power. The appearance of his cultivation gave him hope of recovering to his peak. Even if he didn't have a physical body, his soul was no longer the same as before. He would only become stronger. Chapter 1027. After learning the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra again, Zhou Xuanji focused on refining his divine energy. The entire world's origin power was under his control. The human race and the beasts of the other races did not know how to use primordial power, so he was the only one who benefited. With the Constitution-defying creation scripture, his cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Less than 10 years. His divine power had reached the peak of the boundless universe. It had to be said that the origin power here was of a higher grade than the spiritual energy in the boundless universe, and it was also more abundant. He had fallen in love with this place. Here, he could grow stronger without any scruples. About 50 years had passed. The Sword Emperor's daughter found Zhou Xuanji again. "My father wants to see you," the Sword Emperor's daughter said as she looked at Zhou Xuanji. A strange look flashed in her eyes. He had become much stronger. Just now, he was no weaker than the previous primogenitor lords. Zhou Xuanji nodded and did not ask further. If the Sword Emperor wanted to meet him, he could only meet him. There was no point in asking. The Sword Emperor's daughter waved her sleeve and took Zhou Xuanji away. On the cliff, the children who were practicing their swordsmanship looked at each other. What did they hear? Sword Emperor? Who was that woman? Kunlun looked at the sky and was lost in thought. His eyes showed desire. Zhou Xuanji looked at the space-time electric currents around him. He suddenly realized that these electric currents were showing signs of turning into a space-time kaleidoscope. Could it be that this woman was using the spiritless state? The Sword Emperor's daughter noticed his gaze and asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide it. Blank mind state. What a good name. The Sword Emperor's daughter's eyes lit up. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Could it be that he was the one who named the godly state? So this was the cause and effect relationship. Soon, they flew out of the space-time tunnel and arrived at a void of absolute darkness. There was a ball of intense light in front of them. The daughter of the Sword Sovereign brought him into the bright light at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the Sword Emperor's figure. The Sword Emperor was still as domineering as ever, and it was impossible to discern his true form with one's eyes. "I heard that you came from the future," the Sword Emperor asked faintly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji looked towards the Sword Emperor's daughter. This lass really did say it. The Sword Emperor's daughter had a smile on her face, as if she didn't see his gaze. Zhou Xuanji nodded, "Yes." The Sword Monarch continued to ask, "Could it be that you are from my Sword Monarch's lineage? Your sword Dao is very similar to ours." Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly, "In the future, I was also called the Sword Emperor. However, before me, there were no more powerful Sword Emperors, and the Founder Master was the earliest legend." The Sword Emperor's daughter frowned. She had never heard Zhou Xuanji mention this before. What did that mean? Why didn't they leave their names in the later generations? She could not help but look at the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor fell into silence. The atmosphere became oppressive. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. He didn't sense any killing intent, which meant that he didn't anger the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was probably thinking. Perhaps what he said today was directly related to the legends of later generations. After a long while, the Sword Emperor spoke again, "I understand. From today onwards, feel free to tell me whatever you want. I will satisfy you." Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled and looked at the Sword Emperor in confusion, not understanding his true intentions. "Father, Nian is our descendant," the Sword Emperor's daughter said as she smiled and rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji. "Impudent!" The Sword Emperor suddenly roared, scaring the Sword Emperor's daughter into silence. She looked at the Sword Emperor in astonishment, not understanding why he was angry all of a sudden. Zhou Xuanji was also surprised. "You must take good care of him in the future and don't disobey him. Remember." The Sword Emperor instructed. The Sword Emperor's daughter knelt down in fear and trepidation. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have understood something, and his expression became complicated. Yes. The Sword Emperor's daughter replied. She turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. You may leave, the Sword Emperor continued. The Sword Emperor's daughter nodded and was about to leave with Zhou Xuanji. Before leaving, Zhou Xuanji turned back and asked, "Is this all true?" The Sword Emperor did not reply. The Sword Emperor's daughter waved her right hand, and the two of them flew out of the powerful light. A while later. It's true, the Sword Emperor said faintly, so everything you said was true. After returning to the human tribe, Zhou Xuanji was still silent. The Sword Emperor's daughter looked at him and wanted to ask but did not know what to ask. Finally, she could only leave with a stomach full of questions. Zhou Xuanji landed at the edge of the cliff. He sat down and fell into deep thought. So I was wrong. This is not the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji sighed. Zhou Xuanji sighed. His brows were filled with worry. His heart was heavy. Kunlun came up to him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him with a kind expression and smiled, "Nothing." Looking at this brat, Zhou Xuanji was a little dazed. He thought of Zhou Tanhua. Although this brat was not as handsome as Zhou Tanhua. What does the Sword Emperor look like? Have you seen him before? Kunlun asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked, "Kunlun, you have practiced the sword for so long. Have you ever had a dream?" What is a dream? A dream is something that you really want to achieve. If that's the case, then my dream is to become you. Me? Yes. Looking at Kunlun's innocent and expectant face, Zhou Xuanji smiled even more warmly. He patted the back of Kunlun's head and scolded him with a smile, "Hurry up and practice the sword." Kunlun chuckled and left immediately. Zhou Xuanji did not continue to be sentimental and quickly immersed himself in cultivation. No matter what period it was. Becoming more powerful was his goal. The time that belonged to him was not here. After hundreds of years, Zhou Xuanji regained control of godly blankness. With the help of godly blankness, he began to travel freely. He visited worlds one after another, and he enjoyed the feeling of being free and unfettered. Freedom. While traveling, he found that each world was different. Some were big, some were small. It was the same for human tribes. Not all the humans in the world were children. The only similarity was that the humans in the human tribes would not grow. Seems like the humans here are still lacking something. Zhou Xuanji walked in the clouds and mumbled softly. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him and slapped at him with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and a mighty legendary sword appeared in front of him. He used the blade to block the palm. Boom! The sea of clouds billowed, and a visible shockwave swept out in all directions. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw the ancestor hovering in front of him. "You are already so powerful?" The ancestor said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You want to kill me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was not angry, but he was a little confused. The ancestor raised his right hand, and a silver sword appeared in the air. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, he said, "The way of the sword is supreme. What right do you have to teach it to a mortal? Just for this?" Zhou Xuanji felt that this was quite funny and explained, "It's not like that. Actually, the Tao is in the human heart. Anyone can." The ancestor immediately drew his sword, and a cold light lit up the heavens and earth. Chapter 1028. Clang. The two swords clashed, and Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique. All of the legendary swords fused into his soul body, and his body gave off a brilliant silver light as he entered an extraordinary state. The primogenitor's eyes widened. He rapidly brandished his sword, his attacks ferocious. Each sword strike contained a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 The earth trembled and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Zhou Xuanji held the suppressive legendary sword and easily received each of the original Lord's swords. Now that he had recovered to his peak strength, or even stronger, it was naturally easy for him to deal with the founder. Without a strong enemy, the children and primordial people created by the Sword Emperor would not work hard to cultivate. Even the Sword Emperor might not be a match for a Cardinal Heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji held his sword with one hand while his other hand was behind his back. His body did not even move, and the primordial ancestor could do nothing about it. No matter how flashy and domineering the primogenitor's swordplay was, it couldn't force him back. The progenitor lord was enraged and his aura became even more berserk. The creatures in this world were so frightened that they fled in all directions. There were even many birds that flew away in fright. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled as he said, "Your way of the sword is not proficient enough, you need more time." When these words fell into the ears of the progenitor lord, it was undoubtedly mockery. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was really looking at him as a junior. Otherwise, if it was someone else who displayed his murderous intent toward Zhou Xuanji, he would already be dead. Humph. The founder coldly snorted. Strands of black energy suddenly seeped out of his blade. His eyes also turned pure black. His aura suddenly changed. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This aura is, how could this be? Cardinal Heaven. Why was this kid's aura so similar to a Cardinal Heaven expert's? Could it be? Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face turned grim. The progenitor lord began to move about. His sword became abnormally tyrannical and filled with destructive power. Zhou Xuanji had to be serious. The Tao of Annihilation. He remembered that the spirit of the First Lord had mentioned that the constitutional defying creation scripture and the Tao of Annihilation were two supreme Taos that reinforced and restrained each other. Whenever the constitutional defying creation scripture appeared, the Tao of Annihilation would also appear. Every time the swords clashed, Zhou Xuanji could sense an insidious energy drilling into his body, destroying his divine energy. He had no choice but to recite the constitution-defying creation scripture in his heart. As expected. With the activation of the constitutional-defying creation sutra, the Tao of extermination could no longer destroy Zhou Xuanji's soul. The constitution-defying creation scripture. How did you? The progenitor lord asked in shock as he attacked. He couldn't understand. This fellow appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he know the sword Tao, but he also knew the constitution-defying creation scripture. Judging from his attainments, he was even better than his younger sister. Could it have been imparted by the Sword Emperor? His jealousy burned intensely, and his murderous intent surged. He wanted to destroy Zhou Xuanji's soul. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and slashed with his sword. Judgment of Annihilation. There was a loud bang. Sword light burst forth, and the progenitor was directly sent flying. The sea of clouds was sliced apart, and it was a magnificent sight. The progenitor master stopped, his soul body faintly discernible. His eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. He cried out in astonishment, "What is this?" Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "The path of extermination should not be used like this. You and I have no enmity. Why do you have to do this? You are the progenitor." His tone was filled with anger. "I can use it however I want. There's a need for that." The founder roared in anger. But before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. Pa! After being slapped, the progenitor lord's anger disappeared, and he knelt down in fear. He said with a trembling voice, "Godfather, it was the Sword Emperor." The Sword Emperor maintained his silhouette and did not reveal his true body. "I taught you the path of extermination for you to use like this? Presumptuous." The Sword Emperor cried out. After that, he slapped the progenitor again. The progenitor lord was stunned. He looked at Zhou Xuanji again and immediately felt ashamed. At the same time, he hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. The Sword Emperor turned to Zhou Xuanji and said, "I'm sorry, I did not teach him well. I was too focused on opening up the world and did not have the time to teach things that I had already created." The progenitor lord opened his eyes wide. He felt that he was going crazy. His godfather apologized to Zhou Xuanji? What was this? It shouldn't be. Impossible. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, where I come from, the path of extermination is controlled by demons. The Sword Emperor's body trembled and fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji turned and left. The Sword Emperor did not stop him. He looked at the progenitor lord and said coldly, "Follow me." After he spoke, he and the progenitor lord disappeared. In the soulless state, Zhou Xuanji wandered around aimlessly with his arms crossed. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, a beam of light flew out from his eyes. It was the progenitor lord's spirit. The progenitor lord's spirit looked at him and said faintly, "Your attention is off. You want to find serendipity, not worry about your future." Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and said, "Future? That's a good word to use." The progenitor lord's spirit shook his head and said seriously, "Don't care about what happens now or what the future holds. Your goal is to become more powerful and find your serendipity. You don't belong here. Your everything is still waiting for you." Zhou Xuanji remained silent and did not reply immediately. This was not before the Kunlun origin court. It was after the boundless universe. The Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji's descendant. The title of Sword Emperor came from him. This was why he always felt that the Sword Emperor's daughter was so similar to Zhou Shaoxian. He did not kill the progenitor lord because of his relationship with the progenitor lord. But where is the sovereign's serendipity? I can't find it at all. Zhou Xuanji sighed, feeling very worried. The progenitor lord's spirit asked, "You really don't know?" Zhou Xuanji fell silent again. "Actually, you know that this experience is not to make things difficult for you. The sovereign's serendipity belongs to you. To you, it is within your reach. It is only a test of your heart," the progenitor lord's spirit continued to speak. Zhou Xuanji understood. The sovereign's serendipity was with the Sword Emperor. But if he took away the Sword Emperor's serendipity, what would happen to the Sword Emperor? In this era, it meant that he was already dead, and the sovereign's serendipity had been passed on to his descendants. He could not take away the sovereign's serendipity from his descendants. After all, after the Sword Emperor recognized him, he did not put on airs. Instead, he took care of him and sided with him. If the Sword Emperor's daughter and the progenitor lord were disrespectful to him, the Sword Emperor would scold them or even attack them. The more the Sword Emperor respected him, the more he could not bring himself to do it. You have to make a choice. The progenitor lord's spirit disappeared after saying this. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Soon, he exited the godly state and returned to the world he controlled. On the cliff, hundreds of children were training with their swords. The sound they made when they swung their swords merged together, creating a majestic scene. Kunlun stood at the front. He was the most talented in the sword's way and was now the most powerful person in the tribe. Zhou Xuanji stood on the clouds and looked at the children with a smile. He did not descend but trained with his sword on the clouds. The children could not see him, nor did they notice the changes in the sea of clouds. Chapter 1029. After the battle with the original master, Zhou Xuanji did not see the original master again. Perhaps he had been grounded by the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji thought that the original master was not angry but just a little worried. He was afraid that his descendants would go astray and walk the same evil path as the cardinal heaven cultivators. But there was nothing he could do. He could not possibly find the original master and tell him that he was his ancestor and that he should forgive him. Would the original master believe him? Moreover, he did not want to interfere with the current spacetime too much. In order to forget about these trivial matters, Zhou Xuanji focused on cultivation. He decided to return after he reached the imperishable stage. Gu Juejiao was still waiting for him. That guy had already charged into the star's domain. Although time had stopped, Zhou Xuanji was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Another year passed. Zhou Xuanji stayed in his own world and did not go out. However, he found that there were more and more creatures in this world. Not only that, but the humans in the tribe were also growing. Kunlun had already grown 20 centimeters taller. At this rate, he would grow into an adult sooner or later. Although he was confused, he understood that it was the Sword Emperor's doing. He pretended not to notice, but the humans could sense it. Kunlun found Zhou Xuanji. "I've grown taller again. Will I be like you in the future?" he asked excitedly and continued to talk. He was not the only one growing taller. He said all the names he could remember. Zhou Xuanji played with the sword in his hand and smiled. "Yes. You might even be taller than me in the future." Kunlun blinked and asked, "Is it because of your kindness?" Ever since Zhou Xuanji came to this world, they learned the sword and grew taller. In the hearts of the humans, he was the highest faith. "No, it's the Sword Emperor's kindness." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. "Sword Emperor?" Kunlun asked. "How powerful is the Sword Emperor? How is he compared to you?" "He's much more powerful. We can't compare at all." "Really? So you were created by the Sword Emperor too?" "That's right. It's all because of the Sword Emperor. All of this is because of the Sword Emperor's kindness." "Wow, when can we meet the Sword Emperor?" "We will meet if we are fated." Zhou Xuanji was not stingy with his praise for his descendants. Although he did not know how he disappeared, the Sword Emperor created all of this because he had great merit and ability. After chatting with Kunlun for a while, Zhou Xuanji told him to continue training. This boy's talent in the way of the sword was exceptional, and he had a pure and kind heart. Zhou Xuanji wanted to nurture him into a capable subordinate of the Sword Emperor. Even though the Sword Emperor was powerful, Zhou Xuanji always felt that his ability to rule was not good enough. In the future, his descendants might turn against him. After some time, Zhou Xuanji began teaching even more powerful sword techniques. He wanted to make this human tribe the most powerful one. He began chanting the ancestral voice every day, causing everyone to enter a state of enlightenment. The Sword Emperor's daughter was attracted by the ancestral voice. She arrived above the clouds and looked down with an astonished expression. The Constitution-defying creation scripture can be used like this? She was inwardly amazed. She had only taught Zhou Xuanji the constitutional-defying creation scripture and had never used it to help the human race cultivate like Zhou Xuanji. She suddenly understood why God-Father treated him like that. So this guy was here to help them. Perhaps his appearance was the will of her father. She watched for a while before leaving. Zhou Xuanji sensed her aura but did not show it. She wouldn't harm him anyway. As time passed, Zhou Xuanji tried to break through to the imperishable stage several times but to no avail. He was in a terrible fix. But on this day, the cooldown time of the wish-fulfilling sword was up. The first time he made a wish, he made his exterminating divine eyes reach the perfect state. What about this time? I wish to reach the imperishable stage. Zhou Xuanji said in his heart. His eyes were burning with excitement in his heart. You can't make a wish directly. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. He had almost forgotten about this. Then, can I raise my godly mode to the extreme? He asked. Sure. The sword spirit replied. Instantly, a brilliant radiance burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body. He immediately turned into a beam of light and flew out of the world. He came to the dark void and entered a mysterious state. The Constitution-defying creation scripture reverberated in the depths of his soul. It was his voice that was shouting the ancestral voice. It was a miraculous creation. After a long while. Only then did the radiance on Zhou Xuanji's body dissipate. His body was covered with starlight as though he was breaking out of a cocoon. And this cocoon was a cocoon of light. He opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were radiant. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. In the next second, the surrounding void blurred, and he entered godly mode. The space-time kaleidoscope moved backward quickly. The speed grew faster and faster until it turned into a pure white space. It looked like a seal, but he was still moving. The extreme state of godly mode. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt that he had broken through some kind of shackle. The divine energy in his body began to boil. Imperishable stage. His imperishable stage was godly mode. When he reached his limit, he could stop everything. Just like the space-time kaleidoscope beside him, everything turned blank. His magic energy surged wildly. His soul was transforming too. Analyze that the sword owner has broken through to the imperishable stage. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained I-Sword Domain, Karma Sovereign, Great Awareness Dark God. The sword spirit's voice came, indicating that Zhou Xuanji had finally broken through to the imperishable stage. He sensed the surging divine energy in his body as he looked in front of him. Sword name, Great Awareness Dark God Grade, Karma Sovereign description. This sword can seal the imperishable stage. The absolute darkness can engulf all the enemy's senses and divine will. I-Sword Domain, create a sword domain in one's eyes. When used at the imperishable stage, it can seal everything. They were all very powerful. The Great Awareness Dark God could only be used at the imperishable stage. Zhou Xuanji had already reached it, so there was no restriction on his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Great Awareness Dark God. A ray of black light appeared. It was the Great Awareness Dark God. It was a ray of light. The blade below the hilt was wrapped in black light. It was 5 meters long and looked domineering. Zhou Xuanji flipped his left hand, and another Karma Sovereign sword appeared in his hand. Serendipity Sword Slaying. This sword was shining with a silver radiance. Compared to the Great Awareness Dark God, it felt like one was righteous while the other was evil. Shortly after, another sword appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head. It was also the Karma Sovereign Sword. Miracle Creation Sword. This sword looked like it was forged from crystal. Its entire body was translucent and glowed with a colorful divine radiance, holy and majestic. 3 Karma Sovereign swords appeared, and Zhou Xuanji's aura reached its peak. He smiled. Such power fascinated him. No wonder those imperishable stage cultivators were so conceited. Just when he was enjoying the feeling of power brought by his breakthrough, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was still in his shadow state. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "You broke through? What's this?" Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "Imperishable stage." The Sword Emperor was silent, as though he was stunned. Chapter 1030. Imperishable Realm. The Sword Emperor mumbled as he repeatedly thought about these words. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said with a smile, "There's something that I want to ask you for." "What is it?" the Sword Emperor asked. "A serendipity," Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the Sword Emperor without shifting his gaze. The Sword Emperor hesitated before raising his right hand, and a ball of light appeared in his palm. "This serendipity was passed down by you. It should be returned to its rightful owner. Take it," the Sword Emperor said as he waved his right hand. The ball of light rose up and flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was quite surprised. He did not expect it to be so easy. He asked hesitantly, "Have you really thought about it? What if you regret it?" The Sword Emperor replied calmly, "There's nothing to regret. This is not your era. Here, I'm the most powerful. Everything was created by me. I will control everything." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. It seemed that the Sword Emperor knew a lot about the endless universe. He raised his hand and grabbed the ball of light. Just as he touched it, the ball of light disappeared and entered his body. He was very curious about what it was. The Supreme Legendary Sword System, which he suspected to be the Sovereign Serendipity, was still there. Could it be that the Sovereign Serendipity had become two? "You should be able to go back with this serendipity, right?" the Sword Emperor asked. Zhou Xuanji replied, "If it's the serendipity I want, then I can go back. Before I go back, if you need any help, just tell me." The Sword Emperor smiled and said, "Is that so? Then I won't be courteous. Can you impart all your sword Dao to me?" My father didn't impart much sword Dao to me because he grasped very little. Who's your father? Zhou Qinkuan. Who's your grandfather? Zhou Xianlong. Zhou Tianyuan, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian. Have you heard of them? No. Maybe they're my ancestors. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He had thought that the Sword Emperor was his great-grandson or great-grandson. He did not expect them to be so far apart. What exactly happened to Terminus in the boundless universe? Can you teach me the sword's way? The Sword Emperor asked. Zhou Xuanji nodded and smiled, anytime. Then let's do it now, lest you suddenly go back, the Sword Emperor said. Zhou Xuanji put away the Serendipity Sword and Miracle Creation Sword. Holding the Great Sense Dark God in his hand, he began to use his sword techniques and thaumaturgy. The Sword Monarch watched seriously and memorized every move and stance. To help him understand better, Zhou Xuanji began chanting the ancestral voice. Can the Constitution-defying creation scripture be used like this? The Sword Emperor was stunned once again. A brand new door had opened for him. He suddenly had an idea. It was about how to benefit all living beings and how to open up a more prosperous world. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji had finally used all his sword techniques and sword Dao. He taught Zhou Xuanji everything he knew, except for the I-sword domain and the imperishable realm that he had just mastered. After all, he had yet to completely adapt to these two divine abilities. I have remembered them all. They are broad and deep and I have benefited a lot. I can't just take advantage of them, so I will teach you one too. Sword Emperor said in satisfaction. He was indeed very powerful, but his creativity in the way of the sword was far inferior to Zhou Xuanji's. More accurately, his knowledge was too little, while Zhou Xuanji had the supreme legendary sword system. Who knew how many ways of the sword he had learned? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It is already a great gift for you to let me have this serendipity. Moreover, you are my descendant. I should teach you the way of the sword myself." The Sword Emperor was speechless. An indescribable sorrow spread in his heart. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and pressed his palm on Zhou Xuanji's chest. This Tao is called the Tao of Annihilation. I have learned the Constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of Annihilation from my ancestors. I can't sense the aura of the Tao of Annihilation in you, so I will teach you now. The Sword Emperor said seriously. An extremely powerful force entered Zhou Xuanji's soul. Domineering. Evil. Extremely destructive. Even more powerful than a cardinal heaven. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He did not expect himself to learn the Tao of Annihilation. The Founder Spirit said that the Constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of Annihilation would choose different inheritors. But now, he had learned two supreme Taos. What was going on? He entered a state of epiphany. He stopped thinking about it and tried his best to understand the Tao of Annihilation. The Tao of Annihilation and the Constitution-defying creation scripture were two completely different great Taos. Creation and destruction. Zhou Xuanji was transforming into a whole new state. With the help of the Sword Emperor, he learned without any hindrance. In just half a month, he successfully mastered the Tao of Annihilation. The Tao of Annihilation was just as he thought. It could annihilate everything. All laws could be destroyed. Everything could be annihilated. Annihilate everything. Of course, the Tao of Annihilation was not invincible. If the opponent was much more powerful than him, the Tao of Annihilation would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the Tao of Annihilation was useless against the Tao of Annihilation. It was not that the Constitution-defying creation scripture was more powerful than the Tao of Annihilation. It was just that the two supreme Taos cancelled each other out. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and praised, with the Constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of Annihilation, you can indeed create everything and dominate everything. Creation was creation. Dominate was destruction. The Sword Emperor nodded and said, "I'm going into isolated cultivation. You can leave if you want." You don't have to tell me. After saying this, the Sword Emperor turned and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled. It seemed that his descendant was not bad. He knew how to repay kindness and was filial. Although the Sword Emperor was not perfect, becoming a ruler was not a bad thing for all living beings. Zhou Xuanji immediately entered spiritless mode and quickly returned to his own world. He stood on the clouds and said softly, I've already obtained the serendipity. How do I go back? The Ancestor Lord's spirit flew out from his eyes. I didn't expect you to master the Tao of Annihilation, and the imperishable realm. Is this the serendipity of the sovereign? It's incredible indeed, the Ancestor Lord's spirit praised. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could it be that the Ancestor Lord did not understand the serendipity of the sovereign? If you want to go back, go back. The serendipity is in your hands. You can leave at any time, as long as you are willing, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of spiritless mode. When he returned, he felt that he could go even faster. Could it be, he came to a realization, but he did not leave immediately. He entered the tribe and found Kunlun, who was training. Kunlun was focused on cultivating the ancestral dragon's sword and occasionally turned into a green dragon. However, it was still far from Zhou Xuanji's ancestral dragon sword. Kunlun, Zhou Xuanji called out softly. After interacting with him for so long, he already treated Kunlun as his descendant, like a grandson. Kunlun immediately ran over to him and asked, What's wrong? Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and patted Kunlun's head as he smiled and said, I'm going to leave. I came to tell you. Leave? Where are you going? Kunlun asked. He had a big smile on his face and looked very excited. Evidently, he had made a breakthrough in the way of the sword. Zhou Xuanji said, I'm going back to where I came from. I won't be coming back again.